Yo, what is good? Please like and sub for the algos. As you guys already know, they are tight. I appreciate y'all. $18.5 short on FIE. Oh, Chad. The market's been ripping. I'd say you missed that. VRM earnings at 8:30. And VRM dropped like a motherfucker. You alright? Oops. 16.3 short on 82.8 utilization. UPS. Oh yeah, UPSC murdered estimates. So did Palantir. I did call out, what's it called? I called out CONL before Coinbase ripped the other day. I called out C3AI before like it moved up $2. And I called out Carvana calls as well and V2. You did miss that. Those were definitely big gainers. Toro's been, like, still killing it for you, though. Oof. I hope that their earnings aren't bad at 8:30. We also have other data at 8:30 as well. We have CPI at 8:30 also. One second, I gotta let pups out.
So just a reminder, in about 10 minutes' time, we're expecting to hear from ECB SINT. Also, looking at the market wrap for the European sessions, the stocks edged lower as cautious investors assess the latest crop of earnings and awaited US inflation report for insights on the path of the Fed rate hikes. Contracts for the S&P 500 and Nasdaq 100 retreated, and Wednesday's inflation figures were top of the mind for investors, with US stocks tipped to rally if the reading is soft enough to lay the ground for a halt to the Fed tightening, according to teams from Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan. The report is expected to show headline CPI rose by 5% in April on a year-on-year basis, still well above the 2% level targeted by the Federal Reserve. And then you also had the policy-sensitive two-year Treasury yield edged up to 4.04%, while rates on the 10-year tenor ticked slightly lower to 3.5%. The index of dollar strength was steady. And looking at the needs and the market risk, you have the U.S. Department of Justice is looking at short selling activity in regional bank shares, according to a source. Deutsche Bank say they see potential dovish risks at the Bank of England meeting this Thursday. Lagarde said that we still have more ground to cover. Nagel from the ECB said that we could have gone for a bigger rate increase last week, and that there is still work to be done on core inflation.
Just off 60 on Coinbase.
So, in regards to ECB Sentino, he is they are due to make closing remarks at the conference in Lisbon on digital financial literacy.
Carvana gave back
no
all of
indication
its
whether
gains.
text or Q&A is expected.
Oh, you also missed FRCB and SBNY. Wow, what is Bed Bath & Beyond at? I don't know about all that. Don't know about all of that, bro. If they get a new CEO, it's moon time, baby. Yeah. The last two sessions were just way too hot. I was kind of expecting like for us to move slightly down today, unless CPI is just very, very bullish. At which point, I don't know what the fuck would happen. Palantir trying to recover. Bitcoin on a gold cross. Good morning, Kev. Or buyout and save from the ashes. Oh, look at dollar strength. Oh boy. We want that down. There's no like button? What the? Can you try on mobile? What the fuck? There's no like button. It's been like that for a few days. That's so fucked up.
5 minutes away, we're expected to hear closing remarks from ECB Centeno. Get no indication of text or Q&A to be expected.
I want to see if there's any updates for TradingView while there's only 6 people in here. Took it 8. Okay. Yeah, they do. I'm so pissed that I missed Hubsy at 52 cents. So pissed. I knew it too. CXAI, interesting. Okay, not just my vids. Okay. Go ahead. SMX at these prices. Anything under 125, I think, is a dub on SMX.
So shortly expected to hear from ECB Sentinel. Again, no indication whether Q&A or text is to be expected.
Ooh, look at this twisting up here on muln. Interesting. Bear with me a sec. Wow. This is on the watch. I think this is on the watch list. Maybe not. This is a call out by Jordan. Oh. I did not mean to do that. Whatever I just did. Okay. Good morning. Any thoughts on STSS? Alright, give me 1 second. What's my take on muln? No, they did update it. It's only like 10% now or something like that. STSS. Yep. The data that you're referring to is like that data is always wrong. If you look at the past like couple reverse splits, it's popped up the same. It's like popped up as the same, like over 100% short interest. So this is a sector that you know that I'm not a fan of. It is technology though, so like I'm gonna give it a shot. It's only 5.5% short. But look how late you are already. Like you missed the snipe. I mean, it could absolutely keep going. It could become a space case without a doubt. But you missed the
This
snipe.
says up for later on at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. You can trade CPI with myself, Tony, on macros in the live stream. I posted up the stream on the Financial News feed for you to have a look at. Don't forget to share with your fellow traders and friends.
Lucky's at the door. Give me 1 second. Might be. I mean, I guess it's pretty cool. Just like needles scare the shit out of me, so I don't even want to look at it. To be quite honest, that's like my one. That's like literally one of my biggest fears in life. But Mark, you're gonna have natural resistance at a buck. Ish. Fintel's never right, Chad. What is up, Hatter? Yeah, Fintel's never right. $14.86. Yeah, so is Frank Nez when he posted that article too. Like a lot of people don't realize that after reverse splits, the data changes. Like for a short time. STSS borrow fee, cost to borrow, latest at 6:30. There are 20,000 shares available at 208%. Mark, where are you seeing 14%? I just read off the exact Vortex reading. VIX closed underneath 200 yesterday. DXY up. No bueno. Oh, VRM's getting hit before earnings. Remember, earnings on... Oh, one. Earnings on VRM are at 8:30. We will have them... we will be streaming earnings. For sure. Can we really trust any of these numbers? Call me conspiracy theorists, but there's not been a good track. No, I agree. Yeah, SML's float's tiny. Like, tiny, tiny. Their float is 939,000. Shares outstanding 1.38. Might as well pull their short while I'm right here. They're only short 4.2 utilization, under half. Got you. DXY broke north of my resistance line. Oh, fuck. No bueno. No mas. Just liked word. Like, subscribe, share. I appreciate you. Whew, Carvana. Great recovery yesterday, though, on Carvana. Fucking animal. Failed handle, look at that. Well, cut, failed handle. Wait, they got their earnings yesterday, didn't they? Right on, yeah. Q's going for a gold cross. Oh, SMX trying to hold the 200. 13 trying to cross the 2 right now, it looks like. Oh, no, I'm sorry. The VWAP's trying to cross the 2. Oh, EVgo also has earnings today, too.
According to sources, Turkey may defer a total of $3 to $4 billion in energy payments to Russia, depending on global prices. And more Turkish natural gas bills to Russia may be deferred in coming months as part of the deal. Turkey gas payments deferral is the first such transaction it has postponed under a recent deal. So Turkey has deferred $600 million gas payment to Russia until 2024, according to sources.
EVgo is 30% short, 100% utilization. Their short score is a 99.5, and their earnings are today. Bitcoin trying out the 48. AQST up again. Yeah, I think that we might hold until CPI. But simultaneously, what's it called? Simultaneously, that's when the VRM meeting starts, so we will be listening to that. GTII. GTII. Wow, up 84%. That's what I'd say. Snapchat just filed for a bunch of patents, just so everybody knows, and they're all the way down to 822. You're watching DXY, Gold, VIX, SPY, and some volume. Thank you. Because somebody needs to, and I can't do both. Thank you very, very, very much. Please shout out if you see something weird. Ooh, UVXY down to the 200. Bitcoin up. Agreed. Aren't they always, though? Grandma calls us out at $16 and change. It runs up to 47, comes back down to 17, and now it's all the way back up to 25 bucks. We all should have just listened to Grandma. Every single last one of us. We should just listen to Grandma. Called it a day. VRM has 80 cents back. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to get really, really fucked up if VRM does not, like, move up off this level. I'm going to be hurting. I was also thinking about taking a position in this company as well. Neuro. But they're scaring me at a buck. I want to see them bounce off $1 before I take a position. Just because I want to see some follow through. Exactly. It's too close to the penny algo. Thank you, Hatter. Thank you for obviously recognizing that. Wow, look at that rip in the close. I'm Peg W. That would have been the perfect time to buy a put. literally the perfect time to buy a put in here. You wouldn't buy MCOM for 10 cents? I just feel like he has something like really, really slimy up his sleeve that could make a lot of, like, could make like a good buck. You know what I mean? Like, I don't necessarily trust the CEO, but ooh, boiled to 289. I don't necessarily trust the CEO. However, I think he's got cojones. And I think he's gonna try to pull something, you know? My only thought process on it, Hatter, is this. Let me show you. So say that they go bankrupt, right? Let's just pretend that they went bankrupt. Do you think that that covers more than their liabilities? Because I like, is that a price right now where I think that their assets outweigh their liabilities by more than that? But that's the only. I guess that's my only caveat. ADXN looks interesting. Check it out. Now's the time to check stuff out, guys. Not during like trading hours. It's already at 47% pre-market out of the penny algo. I mean, it could rip, but I don't like to chase since I already have 46%. I mean, you do you with it. You could definitely like momentum trade it or however you like, however you plan on trading it. Like, you do you, but it's already up too much for me to want to fuck with. You bought some top yesterday? What's top doing? What does their data look like? Have we even looked at their data? I think we have, but I kind of forget what it was. All right, Bella's at my door now. Give me 1 second. Bella's at the door. That's a good girl. Get in here. Hot, might be. You found it while I was searching word. I mean, it's at pretty much resistance. Oh, ADNXN is well above volume right now? Okay, hold on. ADNX. AI brokers fee, thank you. ADNX. The fuck? Hello. Oh, I'm on a 4 hour. Bitcoin up. We have seen a couple of 100% movers, you're right. TRKA 1.5 alright. 1.5 available and 27.5% short or fee. Thank you. Bitcoin trying at the 200 or at 200 at the VWAP. First thing in the morning, sorry guys. Fuck me, I missed one. Fuck. I missed one. I hate doing that. Oh, it was on earnings too. I should have been paying attention. DXY just off 75. I'm sorry, but my opinion, TRKA sucks ass the last 2 months. Patience pays. Why do you think? Why do you think it's been like flat on virtually no volume the last 2 weeks, and then when it moves up, it's on high volume? It's because they're trying to keep it low. In theory. So my thought is they have all of the catalysts that they have, and then on top of that, they have Jeffries. So I'm chilling. Right now is what I would call an accumulation period on TRKA. Oh, Roblox? Oh, there's definitely buying going on TRKA. Like, without a doubt. That's not even a question. There's a couple ways out of that, Mark. There's a couple ways out of that. There could be a merger, a reverse merger, an acquisition. I mean, you name it. They didn't hire Jeffries in order to file an 8K. But I think that that's all that really needs to be said. Like, who the fuck hires Jeffries in order to file an 8K? Like, you just don't.
Funding sources:
Once
China
again.
asks banks to lower interest rate ceilings on some retail and corporate deposits effective May 15th.
Yeah, if it sells off, I'm buying more. Bitcoin. I'm actually going to put a poll up in chat. Hold on a second. I know what you're like. You don't have to copy and paste. I know. I received or until May 15, 2023 to regain. Yeah. So, with that being said, if they have a reverse merger, a merger, or an acquisition deal lined up, I'm sure that the exchange will be more than happy to go ahead and comply. You don't hire Jeffries in order to go ahead and file an 8K. You just don't. Then I'm fucked. I did not, Chad, but I really, really like it under 125. I think 125 is a very, very key level for it. Fuck. Fang. Like, look at these dollar figures that we're talking. Adani. That literally just happened. I don't think, like, I don't know. I just don't believe that you hired Jeffries in order to do jack shit. That's my opinion. Kind of sticking with it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and I'm going to be out a lot of money. Their fundamentals aren't an assumption. Ooh. I just wish that they had more on their website, to be quite honest. Like, they're so good that they have partnerships with, like, people like AT&T, and they have a website that looks like this. Think about that. Think about how good you must be in order to not advertise, have partnerships with people in the, Fortune 500, and then have a website that looks like this. You have to do excellent work. Excellent work. Plus, if we look at their financials over here, yeah, I actually applied. Well, people actually nominated me, and I haven't heard, but I haven't heard anything, so I'm not really like worried about it. I mean, it is what it is. See, look, they have the revenue growth to match to basically eliminate short's thesis, in my opinion. Their EBITDA margin percentage is positive now. They're now showing a positive EPS. Where the fuck is the short thesis? Because I can't find a short thesis. Especially if they fucked up on the float count. Or the outstanding share count. Like, that's BS. What up, Peru? How you doing, man? Like, I sincerely think that we're in an accumulation period.
Financing rate unchanged, 5.06%, May 9th.
I think that we're in an accumulation period, and I think that they're trying to scare the shit out of people. That's what I think. And for a lot of people, it's working. But I've done my DD. I feel confident. And that's how it is. Remember, VRM has earnings in a half hour. We will be watching them. Oh, well, listening to them. Excuse me.
So good morning everyone and welcome to the US session on Financial Juice, and today we get the highly anticipated inflation print for the US. So just going to go over some sentiment and the docket ahead for today's session. So according to economists, CPI data for April will show that inflation remains a thorn in the Fed side following the May FOMC meeting, the end of the tightening cycle. So following the May FOMC meeting, at which the Fed signaled the end of the tightening, possibly the end of the tightening cycle, the latest inflation data will provide little support for the notion that rates are sufficiently restrictive. So Biden and congressional Republicans made little tangible progress yesterday towards averting the first ever US default, but pledged spending talks that could lead to an agreement. So some of Wall Street's most experienced traders warned of the unthinkable long-term consequences of the US default, arguing that the debt limit should be permanently repealed. And the docket for today's session then, so at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time, the headline release for today, US CPI year over year for April, as well as the CPI month over month, as well as the core CPI year over year and month over month. 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we do get the weekly EIA crude oil inventories. 1 p.m. Eastern Time, the US selling $35 billion of 10-year notes. And speakers for today's session. So at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we do get Germany's Economy Minister Habeck. 10 a.m. Eastern Time, ECB Centeno. 12 p.m. Eastern Time, we do get SMB's Chairman Jordan. And at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we do get New Zealand's Finance Minister Robertson.
Did he just say that we need to...
Good luck today, traders.
Did he just say that we need to permanently repeal the debt ceiling? Or was I hearing things? Because, like, we can't just permanently repeal the debt ceiling. Like, that just does not work at all. I'm sorry. Like, there's something wrong there if that's what he actually said. I'm pretty sure that that is what he said. It seems like the government really has their head up their ass with $31 trillion in debt, and we don't have any money left to pay for shit. What the fuck? Yeah. That's because we give it all away to a war that we're paying both sides of. Don't want to get into that, though. Things really aren't going to get better until we become like a net exporter of oil again. Mark my words. Seriously, mark my words. In order to have a stable economy, I'm not talking about a huge up and a huge down. In order to have a stable economy, we have to become a net exporter again. Watch.
As well, we have posted out the US CPI prep document if you'd like to read ahead of the release. So in it is some views from analysts.
So look at that. They push TRKA down, gap up, right above 200. Mulling down to the 200. And Bitcoin at the 48. Wow, Sava with that buy signal. Interesting. Hold on 1 second. Hey, I just want to let you know that Sava popped a short squeeze type 3 signal. Mean return is 35.76%. Max return is 460%. But the minimum return is negative 36%. So I just wanted to give you a heads up because I know that you have been playing Sava. Sorry. $100 billion company, no thank you. How did I used to do it? Oh, I used to do it by... Never mind. You know I always got you, fam. Hello. Ooh, Neuro with the sell signal today. Ooh, I just literally said that I was looking for an entry on that. That could provide me with said entry. Please be not pink sheet. Please don't be OTC. Don't be OTC. Don't be OTC. Come on. Chad, I agree. I also think that everything changed once they what's it called? To me, everything changed once they filed that paperwork that said that they hired an attorney. Like to me, it became a completely different trade at that point. Please be green. Please be green. Please be green. Okay. Fuck. My favorite metric is they're down on. Fuck. Alright. It's $20 million cap. 7.8 on float. JP Morgan owns 25% of them. Interesting. When was the last time that you saw JP Morgan own over 25% of something? In the future, we will see Mullen, either great car maker or David Mitchell, indicted. Wow, Paul actually has a nice looking chart on the 4 hour. I want to hold that Sonic R level kind of where it's at now. But about above 220. 30-minute, we have a gold cross. One hour has a gold cross. I don't know, boys and girls. I'm kind of liking Paul. Let's go to their website real quick. Let's examine. And they're in a sector that I like. Okay. Free text, voice, and video chat. Find your community. I mean, it's like a knockoff Facebook. I mean, keep in mind they have 100 downloads, but... Okay, that's kind of dope. Yeah, so is chat roulette, but look what happened there. And so is TikTok. Look what happened there. Was Mac always an X? I just figured it would have the same symbol as an apple. That's odd. That's the reason why they call them strangers, because they're strange. Bitcoin up? What do you know? You have nipple. Chad, I missed you, buddy. Where were you? I was wondering if you dipped me for another stream there for a second. Working and stuck. Wait, what do you mean stuck on Twitter? This is exactly what we need. Roblox side nice recovery. So the only reason why I'm not taking VRM off the screen right now is because their earnings are in 15 minutes and we will be listening to their earnings call. Here, let me actually change the title to earnings at 8:30. At UPS, the building I work at in Los Angeles, they're building an electrical charging station. It's gonna take about a year or so, I heard, but they're planning a huge charging station. Yeah, for I know that they're building a fleet. I fucking forget what company. Does anybody remember who's handling the UPS fleet? Yeah, they're getting a truck fleet. I just forget who is. Because we talked about it. I don't think it was Mullen, though. Shit. I forget who it was. 10 minutes till earnings on VRM. Remember, Carvana just blew out earnings. Things are also going to trade sideways for the next 10 minutes until CPI comes out as well. So, like, and then the market might do some crazy shit. Then the market might do some crazy shit. Hold on a second. Anna's messaging me. Anna, I love you so much, but how the fuck am I supposed to call China?
Now we get the US CPI year over year forecast 5% on the prior 5%, with a range of 5.2% to 4.7%. CPI month over month forecast 0.4% on the prior of 0.1%, with a range of 0.5% to 0.2%. Core CPI year over year forecast 5.5% on the prior of 5.6%, with a range of 5.6% to 5.3%. Core CPI month over month forecast 0.4% on a prior of 0.4%, with a range of 0.5% to 0.3%. We do also get the Canadian building permits month over month forecast minus 2.2% on a prior of 8.6%. So just taking a look at a note from IG ahead of this CPI print. So they say even if Wednesday's CPI report could show the annual rate falling to below 5%, this still means inflation is running well above the Fed's 2% target. And even if market price inflation forwards eventually point to it running Pointing to the Fed coming close to its target a year from now, the New York Fed's survey of consumer expectations saw inflation expectations at the median and longer horizon increasing slightly. So the 3-year ahead is now at 2.9% and the 5-year ahead at 2.6%. And a note from BlackRock says, all eyes on the US inflation data this week. We expect services to keep inflation sticky even as interest rates stay higher. They also say we're also watching survey data to see how the consumers are holding up. We expect pandemic savings to dwindle and further crimp spending.
Yeah. Interesting. Remember, 9 minutes and we're going to be listening to the VRM earnings. 8 more minutes. Excuse me. Bitcoin on a move though. Wait, what was DXY at? Hold on a second. I passed it. DXY. Oh, DXY at almost 80 cents. Oof. I don't know how FRCB is showing me after hours trading when it's OTC and it shouldn't be trading in after hours. That makes no sense to me. Like zero. Right down to resistance on Bitcoin. Anna's doing something very, very, very funny. It's kind of hilarious. I'll tell you guys all about it in a second. I want to see how bad she butchers her response right now.
It's a company that is in Monroe, North Carolina. And that's what I told you to call because I know they're like how they work. And I'm pretty sure they do embroidery.
All right, babe, I'm live. Can you send me their their number and I'll call in after hours, I guess. I'll call as soon as I'm done with work. Love you. And I will get that done. Oops. Credit Suisse reiterates neutral on Affirm, maintains $16 price target. Boeing's April deliveries declined 59%. Oof.
So 5 minutes away now to get the US CPI year over year forecast 5% on its prior of 5%, with a range of 5.2% to 4.7%. CPI month over month forecast 0.4% on its prior of 0.1%, with a range of 0.5% to 0.2%. Core CPI year over year forecast 5.5% on a prior of 5.6%, with a range of 5.6% to 5.3%. Core CPI month over month forecast 0.4% on a prior of 0.4%, with a range of 0.5% to 0.3%. We also get the Canadian building permits month over month. Forecast minus 2.2% on a prior of 8.6%. So just taking a quick note
That's
from
dope, Doc.
Fargo. So they say we estimate the annual growth in the headline index held steady at 5%.
I'm going to take a piss before CPI drops.
Likely led the monthly CPI growth rate to pick up to 0.4%, and we do not expect that consumers found much relief in core goods and services prices either.
TIVC. Microcap. Low float. Good morning, Mom. I like your new picture. It's not really a short play. Are they strong fundamentally? I mean, they're slightly growing, but they're way down on my favorite metric, which is EBITDA margin percentage. Is it a short play? You're only 1.6 short on 67% utilization, but with how low the cap is, it could definitely fly, bro. Just watch out on any compliance issues, because I didn't look at any compliance issues. I didn't look to see if they had any. Alright, so what we're going to do now is I'm going to shut off the narrator. Somebody remind me to turn on the narrator when this call's over. So I'm going to turn off the narrator. If I could. Yep. Okay. He's turned off.
One minute remaining now. I'll lead with the US CPI year over year.
I really hope that Vroom just blows away fucking estimates. Please, God. No, you're the man.
Ten seconds.
VRM or Bitcoin way up?
Four spot 9%, 4.9%, lower than the forecast of 5% US CPI month over month.
Whoa.
0.4%, 0.4% in line with the forecast of 0.4%. Core CPI year over year, 5.5%, 5.5% in line with the forecast of 5.5%. US core CPI month over month at 0.4%, 0.4% in line with the forecast of 0.4%. Canadian building permits month over month, 11.3%, 11.3% in line, higher than the forecast of minus 2.2%. Taking a look at the markets now, upside movement in the S&P 500, downside movement in the Dixie. US short-term interest rate futures rise after the CPI report.
Sorry, I just shut him off.
Please, go ahead. Thank you, operator. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Vroom's first quarter 2023 earnings call. Joining us on the call today are Tom Short, Chief Executive Officer, and Bob Krikowiak, Chief Financial Officer. Please note this call will be simultaneously webcast on the Investor Relations section of the company's corporate website at ir.vroom.com. The first quarter 2023 earnings release and earnings presentation are also posted to the Investor Relations website. Before we begin, please note that the discussion today includes forward-looking statements within the meaning of the federal securities laws, including but not limited to statements about Vroom's operations and future financial performance. These and other forward-looking statements are based on management's current assumptions and are neither promises nor guarantees and are subject to a number of risks, uncertainties, and other important factors that may cause actual results to differ materially. We direct you to the company's most recent SEC filings, including the Risk Factors section of Vroom's most recent Form 10-K for the year ended December 31st, 2022, as updated by our quarterly report of Form 10-Q for the 3 months ended March 31st, 2023, for additional discussion of factors that could cause actual results to differ materially from those in the forward-looking statements. Please note further that today's discussion, including the forward-looking statements, speak only as of the date of this call, and Vroom assumes no obligation to update such statements based on future developments or otherwise. The company may also discuss certain non-GAAP financial measures during today's call. You can find a presentation of the most directly comparable GAAP measures and a reconciliation of those measures in the first quarter 2023 earnings release and earnings presentation. I'd like to now hand the conference over to Tom Short, Chief Executive Officer. Tom?
Thank you, John, and thank you to all the investors, analysts, Vroommates, UACC colleagues, and third-party partners who are joining us today. Starting on slide 3. We introduced our long-term roadmap at our May 26, 2022 Investor Day, where we highlighted our midterm goal of a break-even EBITDA business and our long-term goal of a 5 to 10% adjusted EBITDA margin business. I am pleased with the progress we have made as we work towards these goals. As we indicated on Investor Day, we strategically slowed down the business in 2022 while we focused on improving our customer experience, improving our processes across titling and registration, pricing, marketing, reconditioning, and logistics, and we insourced our sales function from our primary third-party resource. As we execute our strategy in 2023, we intend to resume growth, sell through aged inventory, improve variable cost per unit, continue to reduce fixed costs, and continue to convert balance sheet items into cash, all while living within our means. Our long-term roadmap remains unchanged. During 2023, we will continue to focus on our 3 key objectives and 4 strategic initiatives. On slide 4, our first quarter highlights. Before I discuss first quarter performance, please note a change we have made in the presentation of adjusted EBITDA and other non-GAAP measures. In previous quarters, we added back movements related to fair value adjustments of finance receivables. We continue to hold the residual certificates from our 2023-1 securitization. In order to better reflect the current state of our finance receivables and the economic impact of those receivables to the company, we are including fair value adjustments of finance receivables in all adjusted EBITDA metrics. Bob will speak more to this during his section. During the first quarter, we recognized an adjusted EBITDA loss of $65 million within the range of our expectations. We improved adjusted EBITDA excluding non-recurring costs by approximately $10 million or 14% sequentially. During the quarter, UACC sold approximately $239 million of rated asset-backed securities for proceeds of $238 million and retained the non-investment grade securities and residual certificates. In April, as a result of an improved securitization market and the portfolio performance of our 2023-1 securitization, we sold the non-investment grade securities at 99% of par value, generating approximately $23 million of additional liquidity. Given the current market condition, we continue to hold the residual certificate. I'd like to comment on our strategy with regard to UACC securitization. On the right terms, we intend to sell the residual certificate, recognize a gain on sale, and have the transaction off balance sheet. If the market conditions are not favorable, we expect to hold the residual certificate, keep the transaction on balance sheet, and realize the return on these residual certificates over time. During the quarter, we booked $5 million of upfront expenses related to UACC securitization, given that we held the residual certificate and the securitization remains on balance sheet. Had we sold the residual certificate, these upfront expenses would have been reflected in the gain on sale from the securitization. Excluding these upfront expenses relating to the securitization, our adjusted EBITDA, excluding non-recurring costs for the quarter, would have improved by $5 million. E-commerce gross profit per unit, or GPPU, increased from $1,233 to $2,552 sequentially, benefiting from GPPU on unaged units and electric vehicle inventory reserve taken in Q4. During the first quarter, 77% of our units sold were held greater than 180 days, compared to 75% in the fourth quarter of last year and 49% in the third quarter of last year. During our Q4 earnings call, I mentioned that we expect to sell through the vast majority of our aged inventory in the first half of 2023. As we sell through aged inventory, we have tightened our definition of aged units to greater than 180 days from greater than 270 days.
Good.
We expect a significant portion of our sales in the second quarter to be from aged units,
Good.
which will put significant pressure on GPPU in the second quarter. We expect the back half of the year to show improved GPPU as we sell a higher mix of unaged units. We are making progress on our long-term roadmap and our 4 strategic initiatives. We are in the process of ramping up acquisitions and marketing spend to resume growth while simultaneously continuing to drive operational efficiencies and cost reduction throughout the organization. We continue to make improvements in transaction processing, including titling and registration.
Good.
As we've mentioned, our goal is to become best in class in titling and registration.
Good, because that's
We
been an
have
issue.
and will continue to be very focused on reducing variable and fixed costs. As a result of the operational improvements we've made across all aspects of the organization, we're able to operate with significantly fewer resources. In January and April, we completed reductions in force that we expect will result in approximately $42 million of annualized cost savings.
Yeah.
Finally, we repurchased $15 million face value of our convertible notes for $6 million, reducing our leverage at a substantial discount. Moving to slide 5. During Investor Day, we outlined the unit economic drivers behind our 4 strategic initiatives that we believe are key to building a profitable business model, and we've been providing quarterly updates on our progress on those areas. This slide is an update on our first quarter progress by
Good morning, Mr.
financial level.
Vivian.
First, product and vehicle GPPU. GPPU was $2,552, a $1,319 sequential improvement, primarily driven by the inventory reserve in Q4. 77% of units sold in the first quarter were aged, and we expect a similar mix of units sold in the second quarter. As I mentioned, we expect a significant reduction in the mix of aged units in the second half of the year, relieving pressure on GPPU. Our GPPU for unaged units, or units we've owned less than 180 days, was comparable to our Q3 2022 GPPU, which was $4,206. Unaged units continue to generate GPPU in line with our expectations. We also continue to invest in improvements in our pricing engine, which we expect to unlock increased GPPU.
That was really messed up.
We continue to see strong product GPPU as we develop and grow our UACC captive financing operations. Our logistics costs. Consistent with our long-term roadmap and 2023 objective to reduce costs per unit, we reduced our normalized all-in logistics costs
Guys,
per
pay
unit
attention to VS.
by 7% sequentially. For comparison
VS is
purposes,
busting.
we have excluded certain accruals related to third-party logistics that were released in the fourth quarter. Our inventory. Our improved titling and registration processes resulted in a 21% improvement in inventory turns sequentially. As mentioned previously, we are ramping unit vehicle acquisitions to facilitate unit growth in sequential quarters, and we expect to continue to improve our inventory turns. Our sales costs. We fully transitioned from our third-party sales provider as of the end of January of this year. Consistent with our long-term roadmap and 2023 objective to reduce costs per unit,
Good.
we reduced our selling costs per unit 11% sequentially. Our titling, registration, and support costs. In the fourth quarter, we mentioned significant progress in our titling and registration processes. At the end of Q1, over 94% of our units were available for sale or pending sale, compared to 87% in the fourth quarter and 52% in the third quarter of last year. Consistent with our long-term roadmap and 2023 objective to reduce costs per unit, we reduced our titling, registration, and support costs per unit 20% sequentially. Additionally, $12 million of restricted cash that was previously trapped on the balance sheet was released within the quarter as a result of our continued improvement. For marketing costs, we increased our marketing spend $1.6 million sequentially to facilitate unit growth going forward. For fixed costs, in January and April of this year, we completed reductions in force that are expected to deliver an additional $22 million of annualized fixed cost savings. Consistent with our long-term roadmap and 2023 objective to reduce costs per unit, we reduced our fixed costs per unit 11% sequentially. Lastly, our advanced analytics team, functional business teams, and tech team continue to build data assets, analytical assets, and tech assets that we believe in the long term will provide a competitive advantage across titling and registration, pricing, conversion, unit and product margin, and supply chain costs. Moving to slide 6. I want to take a moment to recognize the significant improvements that our roommates and UACC colleagues have delivered over the past year. Excluding securitization gain and non-recurring costs, we continue to reduce our losses despite absorbing significant GPPU pressure caused by our legacy titling and registration issues in 2022. We expect to see continued improvement as we sell through the aged inventory that is pressuring GPPU and continue to focus on cost per unit reductions. We have reduced our annualized adjusted SG&A from $684 million in Q1 of 2022 to $264 million in Q1 of 2023, a reduction of over $400 million annualized in only 12 months. While we continue to make progress on our long-term roadmap, we are at the turn where we are beginning to resume growth while we continue down the road of improving our operations and reducing fixed and variable costs. While our route is uphill for GPPU in Q1 and Q2 as we sell through aged inventory, we expect GPPU to normalize in the back half of the year when the majority of our sales are expected to be from unaged vehicles, which are currently delivering GPPU consistent with our long-term roadmap. Now I'll turn it over to Bob to discuss the first quarter results in greater detail. Bob?
Thanks, Tom. I'll start with a summary of our financial performance on slide 8. All comparisons are against the prior quarter unless otherwise noted. As Tom mentioned at the start of the call, we have recast our adjusted EBITDA metrics to include fair value adjustments on finance receivables. By holding the residual certificates of the securitization completed in January, we are accounting for those finance receivables under fair value accounting as opposed to held for sale accounting. Due to this, we felt it was no longer appropriate to exclude fair value adjustments from adjusted EBITDA, as a significant share of our portfolio would be subject to such adjustments when they previously only primarily applied to the pre-acquisition portfolio. We have included a reconciliation of the change in the appendix of this presentation. Total revenue of $197 million decreased 6% as e-commerce units declined 5%. Consistent with our strategy, we intentionally slowed transactions to focus on operational execution. E-commerce GTBU increased 107% to $2,552. As we expected and discussed during the Q4 2022 earnings call, we realized the negative impact of selling through aged vehicles as we freed up inventory previously not listed for sale. This impact was offset by a benefit of inventory reserves taken in the fourth quarter that were released as we sold through aged inventory. Adjusted EBITDA loss, excluding non-recurring costs, improved $10 million to $64 million. The improvement was driven by reduced operating costs, higher gross profit in both e-commerce and wholesale channels, partially offset by lower unit volume and $5 million of securitization-related expenses at UACC for our January 2023 securitization. On the expense side, we further reduced our fixed and variable operating costs as we continue to pursue our 3 key objectives and 4 focused strategic initiatives. Turning to UACC, first, I would like to provide an update on the status and performance of our off-balance sheet securitization completed in the third quarter of 2022. As mentioned during our fourth quarter 2022 earnings call, consistent with increasing default rates across the market, UACC is experiencing higher than anticipated losses on the portfolio. In order to support the transaction, we elected to waive our servicing fees each month in the first quarter. Due to this decision, for accounting purposes, we now consolidate the securitization on Vroom's financial statements. There was no retroactive adjustment, and this change in accounting treatment did not have a material impact on cash, liquidity, or our risk profile. In January of this year, we completed another securitization and used the proceeds of selling the rated notes to pay down our warehouse facilities and provide liquidity to continue portfolio growth at UACC. Due to market conditions, we elected to initially hold the BB notes and residual certificates. During April, we sold the non-investment grade securities and improved liquidity by $23 million. We continue to hold the residual certificates. As a result, this securitization remains on our balance sheet as we hold the residual credit risk. We recognize the income and expense from the finance receivables and related debt on the P&L. If market conditions improve and we decide to sell the residual portion of the securitization, we anticipate an improvement to our year-end liquidity by up to $25 million. We will continue to closely monitor the securitization markets and make the best economic decision in the interest of our stakeholders. We remain focused on maximizing our liquidity and strengthening our balance sheet. In the first quarter, we repurchased $15 million face value of our convertible notes for $6 million, further reducing our leverage. Additionally, we released over $12 million in restricted cash on the balance sheet as a result of improved titling and registration process. Let's move to slide 9, which provides a bridge from fourth quarter 2022 to first quarter 2023 adjusted EBITDA, excluding non-recurring costs, as well as cash and liquidity. E-commerce gross profit improved sequentially by approximately $5 million. The impact of selling through aged inventory, as well as significantly reducing our inventory on hand, allowed us to release inventory reserves by approximately $6 million. Offsetting that was the negative impact of reduced sales margins on the aged inventory we sold within the quarter, an estimated $9 million headwind. As mentioned previously, we expect these impacts to abate as we sell through these aged vehicles and improve inventory turns. Wholesale gross profit improved approximately $4 million sequentially, primarily driven by improvements in the overall wholesale market and reduced losses related to titling issues from prior periods. In addition to our improvements in e-commerce and wholesale gross profit, we continue to reduce our variable and fixed cost structure as we drive efficiencies throughout the organization. In total, for the quarter, we improved adjusted EBITDA, excluding non-recurring costs, by approximately $10 million. I would like to note that our first quarter results do not include the full quarterly benefit of our reduction in force announced in late January or the recently announced reduction in late April. Moving to liquidity. As outlined in the fourth quarter 2022 earnings call, as our retail inventory ages over 6 months, our floor plan facility does not provide the ability to borrow against the full value of those vehicles, requiring us to temporarily invest cash in inventory. We anticipated a dip in our cash balance during the first quarter due to higher cash and inventory balances. We expect to recover this cash during the first half of the year as we sell through the aged inventory. Offsetting this headwind, we released $15 million of cash.
Open is up
on the
another
balance sheet,
10%.
primarily related to initiatives to resolve legacy titling and registration issues. Next, we repurchased $15 million face value of our convertible notes for $6 million, reducing our leverage. We may continue to opportunistically repurchase notes from time to time to reduce our outstanding indebtedness.
Oh, I like that.
Subject to market conditions and availability.
I like hearing
These
that.
factors resulted in $317 million of cash and cash equivalents on the balance sheet at quarter end, which was within the range of our expectations. Additionally, it is important to understand that earnings from the UACC business have been used to pay down warehouse lines. We could draw against these lines as a source of liquidity. At the end of the first quarter, there was approximately $60 million of available liquidity at UACC, which when combined with our cash balance, will give us greater than $375 million of total available liquidity. I would like to mention two additional transactions we recently completed in April to create incremental liquidity at UACC. First, despite challenging market conditions, we sold the non-investment grade securities from the January securitization for $23 million. Additionally, we completed a repo financing on the vertical risk retention portion of our securitizations, resulting in approximately $24 million of incremental liquidity.
Good.
Both of these transactions, which total $47 million in proceeds, are not included in the $377 million of available liquidity on March 31st. We remain focused on capturing balance sheet opportunities to improve our available liquidity. Next, let's turn to our full-year cash and cash equivalents outlook on slide 10. As discussed during our fourth quarter 2022 call,
Open is up
we
11%.
expect a 2023 ending cash and cash equivalents balance of $150 to $200 million. This is primarily driven by our expected EBITDA loss for 2023, plus modest interest expense. Continued progress on titling and registration, along with other cash initiatives, are expected to free up approximately $30 million in cash currently trapped on the balance sheet. We remain on track with our expectations for year-end cash and cash equivalents. With respect to overall liquidity, we generated an additional $24 million from the repo financing, with a potential for an incremental $25 million from selling the residual certificates. Additionally, if we were to complete another securitization later in the year, our ending liquidity would improve as a result. Thank you for your time and attention this morning. With that, I'll turn it back to Tom for a few closing remarks. Tom?
Thanks, Bob. Turning to slide 11. Yesterday marks 1 year since we pivoted the business and announced leadership changes, as well as our 3 key objectives and 4 focused strategic initiatives. Additionally, last May 26th, we introduced our long-term roadmap. Our long-term roadmap and 4 strategic initiatives remain unchanged, and I anticipate that they will remain unchanged as we pursue building a profitable business. I'm incredibly proud of what our team has accomplished over the last 12 months. We have transformed virtually every aspect of the business to improve our customer experience, improve our processes, drive operational efficiencies, reduce variable and fixed costs, decrease our cash burn rate, and reduce our debt. While we still have a lot of work to do, I do believe we are well positioned to resume growth and continue our business transformation in 2023 as we execute our long-term roadmap and pursue our mid and long-term goals. I look forward to updating you on our progress on our 4 strategic initiatives each quarter as we pursue our long-term roadmap. Thank you for your time today, and operator, we are ready for questions.
Thank you. As a reminder, to ask a question, you will need to press star 11 on your telephone. Again, that's star 11 on your telephone to ask a question. Please stand by while we compile the Q&A roster.
Is my camera any better, by the way?
Our first question comes from the line of Rajat Gupta of JP Morgan Chase. Your question, please, Rajat.
Yeah, Open is on fire.
Good morning, and thanks for taking the questions. Just firstly on like this EBITDA guidance and the run rate here once you get through the age inventory, looking at the one-time factors that impacted first quarter, and what's going to impact the second quarter, as well as some of the securitization expenses and accounting for the risks that were announced recently. We are arriving at something close to $45 to $50 million EBITDA loss rate a quarterly EBITDA loss rate for the second half of this year. Is that a fair assumption? Just wanted to clarify that, and I have a couple follow-ups.
Great, Rajat. Thanks so much for the question. Yes, your math is pretty much right in line with what we've disclosed. If you look at our first quarter adjusted EBITDA that we reported, the $65 million, we did discuss in our comments that within that $65 million, we had $5 million of debt issuance costs in the first quarter. And those costs, the reason that we had to expense those because that transaction is currently on the balance sheet. In a transaction that is off balance sheet, that would be netted against the gain on a sale. So that was a $5 million adjustment. And then in addition to that, some of the other things that we've talked about, Tom talked about the January RIF, where we only had two months of the 3-month benefit. And if you take the $27 million that we talked about, that's a couple $1 million benefit per month, and we didn't get one of those months in the first quarter. So we expect that as an ongoing benefit. And then in April, we announced an additional reduction in force, and that was $15 million in annual savings. And obviously, we'll see the benefit of that. We'll see a couple months of that benefit in Q2, and then get the full benefit of that, approximately $3.5 to $4 million benefit going forward. And then the final item that you mentioned as well was the GPPU, and Tom talked about the $1,700 delta that we're seeing. The $1,700 impacts GPPU because 77% of what we're selling right now are aged vehicles, and if you take that times our 4,000 units, that's worth about $6.5 million, and that gets you right in the range that you're thinking. That's correct. That's the right way of looking at it.
Got it. And on SG&A, you mentioned improving economics on a per unit basis going forward. I'm curious, after you're done with the RIF, is there an opportunity to reduce absolute level of expenses, like just the dollars, further as well, or is it going to be more about just growth, or then leveraging that growth beyond that? Just curious, what's the message there?
Yeah, Rajat, we're focused on both of those. Actually, there's kind of three levers.
Thank you.
The way we think about it. As we resume growth, if we keep operating costs the same, obviously cost per unit goes down. We'll have natural attrition that happens, and it's our goal, with a few exceptions in our organization, that when we do have attrition, that we do everything possible not to replace those roles. And we're going to continue to drive productivity throughout the business. We have several initiatives in place to do that, as well as there are non-people costs that we've spent several months getting our arms around, that we have a team focused on driving down a lot of our non-people costs in contracts. I think we mentioned previously contracts we entered into a while back that we're still very focused on reducing those costs. So we think the combination of those three, we said last quarter, our plan is each quarter to sequentially reduce our cost per unit. And so, there's kind of 3 or 4 levers there that we're very focused on to achieve that.
Got it. And then, just given where we are in terms of the dollar amount, and you said you're trying to resume growth. Now, it seems to me, that the next leg of cost reduction, you're likely done with the major chunk of reductions, which were low-hanging fruit, and with the remaining likely to be more slow or likely to come from attrition. It seems like you need to be selling at least 2x or maybe even higher the number of units you're selling right now, to get close to EBITDA breakeven. So curious, what's the timeline to get there, and without having to add any more costs to get there, and ultimately, given the liquidity that you have and the 45 to 50 million EBITDA burn rate in the second half.
Yeah, it's a great question, Rajat, and one we talk about literally every day. So here's how I think about it. Our first goal is to minimize cash burn while we, continue to improve the operations of the business and the cost structure of the business. And so we had a very strong March, to the point where we were concerned if we continued at that rate, we would, it would put so much pressure on our inventory, we would come too close to not having enough inventory. So we actually put the brakes on a little bit because our acquisition engine for really the last year plus has been on almost idle, which was we're only buying enough vehicles to keep
our
systems working, our reconditioning working, etc. And we paused a little bit because we wanted to really make sure we had acquisitions right.
Great answer.
We have to grow responsibly. We're not going to buy a lot of cars that we can't sell at the margins we need to make in our long-term roadmap. So we took April, and throughout the month, we actually figured that part of the equation out faster than I expected. And now we're kind of resuming growth again in May and June. And so the way we think about it is we've got to get all those levers right at the same time. And our plan would say, based on the things that we're doing, that we believe that we can continue to grow sequentially, each quarter this year, but we're going to do it very responsibly. While at the same time, to your point, we have to continue to drive down our cost per unit. And then there will be a point in the year or a point soon, which I'm going to imagine is Q1 of next year, where we'll really want to step up growth at a higher rate. But I think of this year as really optimizing all those levers at the same time, getting the cost structure right, growing responsibly, getting the whole model right. And then I think
what he just said is very important.
And into next year is when we think about real strong acceleration of growth.
And then Rajan, one thing I just want to add too on the liquidity
very
side,
important.
I think important is we talked about the repo financing today, so that was incremental to what we had talked about last quarter. So if you go to page 10, you'll see that we've improved our midpoint potential liquidity by the amount of the repo financing. That's $274 million. Also does not include if we're able to execute another securitization. If the markets are favorable in the second half of the year, we could see upwards of another $20 to $25 million of liquidity that could come out of that as well. So I just wanted to make sure that that you were thinking about that as well.
287 on Boyle. They were talking about responsible growing. That's very, very important.
Thank you. Again, to ask a question, please press *11 on your touch-tone telephone. Again, that's *11 on your touch-tone telephone to ask a question.
I'm streaming or I'm not. I'm streaming the call. I'm not on a call.
Comes from the line of Sharon Zackfia of William Blair. Your question, please, Sharon.
Good morning. I apologize for my voice. I have come down with something this week, so hopefully you can understand me. But I wanted to ask about the GPU pressure that you alluded to in the second quarter. I'm assuming that GPU will worsen sequentially from the first quarter, given the EV reserve that benefited the first quarter. If you could kind of clarify that and whether there is any reserve benefit that we'll see in the second quarter, that would be helpful.
Yeah, good morning, Karen. Sorry you're not feeling well. We would expect Q2 to be directionally around where Q1 is as we work through, the aged inventory. And as I mentioned earlier, we're very pleased with the GPU we're getting on our unaged units, and so we really would like to sell through our aged units in Q2. And we're expecting pretty similar GPPU in Q2 as Q1, and then we expect a pretty sizable increase in Q3 and Q4 in GPPU, as we'll just be selling primarily unaged units.
Okay. And then I wanted to touch base on what your customer demographic now looks like after the reset that you've done in unit volumes. When the company went public, it kind of skewed more prime, higher income. Obviously, you've done the acquisition of UACC, and you've changed the inventory composition somewhat over the past few years. So what does the customer for Vroom really look like today? If you could give us some idea of the demographics and psychographics.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing a mix shift from primarily prime to a better mix across really the entire credit spectrum. I think the combination with UACC has really enabled us to do a much better job of converting supporting all the subprime traffic. If you recall from our Investor Day presentation, a significant, the predominant proportion of our traffic had come from subprime customers, but most of our business was prime customers. And consistent with our strategy back then, we are seeing a better mix. One of the other things, that we sensed was at the initial acceleration of interest rate increases, prime customers really slowed down from the kind of the shock in rate. And now that the rates have kind of leveled off, we're seeing, the mix of our prime customers come back to more normalized levels. But we're really pleased with across the entire spectrum of, we have a better mix across the entire credit spectrum than we had a year ago.
And then last question, as you think about kind of meaningfully accelerating sales next year, it sounds like in the first quarter, are there any incremental fixed costs that you need to bring into the business? Anything you've cut that kind of will need to come back to drive growth? And I know we've talked a lot about liquidity in 2023. I mean, do you feel as if currently you have enough liquidity for 2024 as well?
Yeah, so I'll take the first one. With regard to fixed costs, we still believe we have opportunity to continue to reduce fixed costs. As I mentioned earlier, that we have some legacy non-people costs that we're working through that we think we can have pretty significant improvement in. And then in terms of the people cost, we truly have completely changed every aspect of the business. The amount of information we get from our quant team has really helped us streamline all fixed functions from HR to accounting, the speed at which we close our books. And so we've made structural changes to where we think our fixed costs we can maintain relatively flat or even decline, with the exception of some things that may go up, like, D&O insurance and other things. But generally, we think we've got a fixed cost base that we can grow on, and we'll continue to look to shrink it versus grow it.
Yeah, and Sharon, with your second question, with respect to liquidity, I talked about the range of 275 to upwards of $300 billion available at the end of the year, and then we're looking at we talked about Rajat's question earlier around that $45 to $50 million run rate. When you just look at our first quarter performance and what that could look like at the end of the year, that gives you a little bit of an idea of how many quarters of liquidity we're looking as we enter into the end of 2023. So hopefully that was that additional disclosure was beneficial.
Yeah, the other variable I'd add to Sharon that we look at is just what are the securitization markets going to be? Because the way we think about the securitizations, when they're healthy and we can generate a gain on sale, we pull cash forward. And
great response.
They're not as favorable, we earn that return over time. And so, we've got a long time between now and 2024 to see what happens to the securitization markets. But obviously, the more favorable they are, the better they are for our liquidity.
Great question.
Okay, thank you.
Great question, or great response.
Yeah, and then just Sharon, there's one more thing I would like to add, just in terms of our ability to pull down the warehouse facilities at UACC and move that cash to room on an as-needed basis. That's fully available to us as well. I want to make sure people understand that we have that flexibility.
Thank you. Our next question is a follow-up question from Rajat Gupta of JP Morgan. Your line is open, Rajat.
Great, thanks. Sorry, my line had dropped off in the middle of the previous question, but thanks for answering it anyways. I was going to ask, at what point, when you're scaling this business, growing this business, would you realize that, the path to break even might end up being longer, or you need to have more expenses come in to get that growth? What would make you arrive at the decision to perhaps, liquidate and return the cash to shareholders sooner rather than later, and wait for the market to recover or the current backdrop to recover?
Whoa, big question.
Yeah, thanks, Rajat. We focus literally every day on doing what's best for our stakeholders, and we have a plan in place that you kind of did the math on what the Q1 run rate would be with normalized things, and we're going to continue to focus on improving that number throughout the year and growth. And we're going to be very responsible to all of our stakeholders to create the maximum return. And so it's something that we look at every day. And right now our plan is really on plan, and we're going to continue focused on that. But obviously our goal is to maximize return for all of our stakeholders.
Yeah, Rajat, the one thing I would add to that is, under any scenario, just the way that we're looking at this is minimizing our cash burn, living within our means, and managing responsibly. Then it's in the best interest of all of our stakeholders under any scenario. But we're fully committed. We're really pleased with the progress that we've made with respect to getting our cost structure in line. And now, we've got work to do in terms of ramping up the growth engine. We're pleased with the progress that we've made so far with respect to ramping the business back up, but we've still a lot of work to do on that front, and we'll keep you posted on our progress.
Understood. Thanks for all the color.
Sure.
Thank you. I would now like to turn the conference back to Tom Short for closing remarks. Sir?
Great. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate your time today. Have a fantastic rest of your day, and we'll talk to you next quarter.
This concludes today's conference call. Thank you for participating.
All right. Any thoughts? Any thoughts on what was said? Bitcoin trying to break that flag, coming back up towards resistance. BBIG's up 5%. AI moving nicely. VS about to move up. JP Morgan guys seem to be pressing a lot about getting the return on investment sooner rather than later. It makes me think the whole banking crisis is far from over. I agree. He made it sound like they were going to go bankrupt. But then the CEO hopped on and said, well, as you did the math, it seems like everything should be fine. That was kind of like my... I don't know. Yeah, he did sound extra desperate. Exactly. Exactly. And that was that Gupta guy from JP Morgan. I think that's how you say his name. Gupta? Bitcoin headed up. A lot of indecision on that previous candle. Hopefully Bitcoin catches itself right here. It might come down to the 48. Honestly, out of all the earnings calls I've listened to, I've never heard a big investor come off that abrasive with the company management. Well, JP Morgan maybe have overextended themselves. Yeah, they may have. He did, and he's not like their smallest analyst either. Let's be very, very like aware. This is a guy that is constantly on CNBC and constantly on the news. Like, he's not a no-name analyst. He's like a guy that everybody is aware of, and like, you know, he is well respected. Like they could have easily had somebody of like lower, like, I don't know, of lower standards hop on that phone, like on the call, and ask the same questions, but instead they had one of their top guys do it. I don't know. I find that interesting. And what they were talking about wasn't bad either. Like, I didn't find anything that they said like alarming. Does that make sense? Like, they delivered on what they said that they were going to deliver on the quarter four earnings call. And it seems, I mean, he literally said that they were afraid to sell like too many vehicles. Think about that. They were afraid to sell too many vehicles. Like, come on. Literally said in March they were going to sell too many vehicles. So they had to ramp it down. Think about that. That's right around when they started, what's it called? That's right when they started with the commercials for them too. I noticed a lot of VRM commercials around like the beginning of March, in March, and now to hear that they almost like oversold their inventory, it's interesting. On the other hand, Vroom's management team seemed to be grounded in reality and practicing good business practices. Exactly. They kept, and notice how they, what's it called? They also bought back, shares. Or senior convertible notes they bought back. It's on it, from what I was able to gather. Not yet, that I'm aware of. I looked it up yesterday, and I didn't see any yet. The snipe was at 80 cents. It's at 85 right now. Snipe was right there. I hit it right here. I hit it at like 82-ish. But the snipe was at 80 cents. VS up. Bitcoin trying off resistance just underneath the 48. I mean, here, we could relook real quick. I think that, fuck, we might get a push. Hold on a second. Let's see if we're gonna get a push first, and then we'll look at compliance. It's already 9:20. Can somebody else that's not, you know, in front of 20 people look at compliance issues for VRM? I looked yesterday and I didn't see any. But VS is pushing right now. It's up 50%. I didn't realize how late it was. Oh, I gotta turn our narrator back on. That's right. Hold on. Alright, our narrator should be back on. VS still trying to push here. I don't know. I think VRM moves up today. I don't think that was a bearish call at all. They had excellent answers to every question. Good forward-looking guidance, it seemed like. I don't know. I guess we'll see, right? AQST up another 2.5. Toro's up 9% now, Haas. Now there's two Chads in here, so now I have to call you Haas and Vivian. Just so we're all on the same page. I don't want to confuse the Chads. You think BB is about to go? Interesting. Can you be the OG Chad? Alright, okay, alright, yeah. You could be OG Chad. But at the same time, I like saying Haas, because then it's like Big Haas from Pawn Stars. Hey, Big Haas. See what I'm saying? They should pull a Captain Planet and unite, creating a Super Chad. Every day my puts gain on truck. Just be careful. You know what you're doing. What am I? Yeah. Alright, you like that too? Alright, Big Haas. I like it too. Big Haas and Vivian. That's what we're going with. Big Haas and Vivian. Open is just fucking doing crazy stuff. This was such a good call, Peru. Such a good call out. I'm old. Big Haas was Bonanza. Nah, it's Pawn Stars, dude. Pawn Stars.
So 5 minutes away now. Whoa. We are expecting to hear comments from Germany's Economy Minister Habeck.
Sorry, I adjusted volume for the earnings call, and
Habeck's giving a political keynote to mark the real estate industry day at an event in Berlin.
That should be good. Bitcoin trying for the cup and handle. Out of a bull flag? Come on, baby. Go ahead. I look at Pack W. Congratulations if you guys are killing it on derivatives there. Uh-oh, VRM. VRM down to snipe level. Not financial advice. Swoop. Hello, this is Jonathan. Yeah, hi, how are you? June. No, I can't do a Friday. It would have to be a Monday. Yeah, you guys are gonna call me to remind me. Can you guys send me a can you guys send me a letter, because you guys charge $50 if I don't show up? Can you guys send a letter to my address just so I know I receive it? Because I don't want to be out $50 if I accidentally miss an appointment 2 months out. Okay, all right, that works. We could try that. Let's absolutely do 9. And how long does it typically take? Because what I do usually starts at about 9:30. Well, I'm live. Just for instance, I'm live right now. I'm already working, right? And I've been working since about 7 o'clock. So it's about to kick off in 2 minutes. So I'm gonna have to let you go. But how long does it typically take? So, oh, okay. All right. That's light work. Okay, perfect. Can I give you? You have my address and everything, right? So can you? All right. So you guys will just send that out to me. Thank you so much. All right, bye. All right, guys. 2 minutes. Well, about a minute and a half left if you're dealing with PD or what the hell? Well, I'm thinking it's the end of the day already. Jesus. About a minute left. If you have to go to the bathroom, all that happy stuff. We are about to get into it.
So shortly expecting comments from Germany's Economy Minister Habeck.
Sorry. Good luck, everyone. Let's crush it today. Cool, calm, collected. Let's get it. VS is 60% up. VS popped. All right, good luck, everyone. Let's get it. All right, so if I was creating a new position, I'd be in at 80 cents. Octo just dove. Open up 13 now. Wow, look at open. Woo, baby. She's cooking. Right up to a cup. No Fs. Peru, you're a monster. You know that? Lottery's going.
Just seeing the Nasdaq up 107.89 points, or 0.89% after the market open there. Apologies. S&P 500 up 27.68 points, and Dow Jones up 0.46%.
Let's go around. Boils down to 280, 280, 283. Oh, GTII is down to $1. Open door up. Jesus, Peru. Peru, you're a fucking monster. You know that? Jesus. This was literally on like just above $1 when he mentioned it 2 days ago. Maybe it was like $1.30. It's currently trading at 255. Woo! Hot tamale. Let's see what else we got. What else do we have? Her. Coinbase up 3.2. BBIG up about 3. Yeah. GSAT over $1 again. AI only up 1%. MMat slightly green. Cosm slightly green. AMC 558. SINT red 145. Ape is at 161. Remember, Ape was like at like 162 for a good portion of the day yesterday. So we want to clear that level, obviously. Octa now showing up 4. Mullen is showing red. HCD. Hello, it's Jonathan. I'm currently working right this second, but what? I just talked to somebody about that test that you guys want me to do. I literally just talked to someone 5 minutes ago. Oh, okay. Is there any way that you could call me after 4 today? All right, thank you. Bye-bye. Fucking doctors, man. They want to see as many times as they can. That way they could, like... I don't even know. Just, like, bill your insurance as much as possible. 281 on Boyle. BBLG is an early runner. It's cheap, you think? AVXL from Mike. Heads up on Open Door. It might just keep going, though. AVXL, yes, strong start, up 4%, 4.5%. Yep, easy more. Yeah, and good morning to you too. Easy money for them for an appointment, yeah. Scumbags. I'm sorry, I think... If I was buying Boyle and opening a position, I'd be in at 280. Mullen hard down. HCDI halt up. Nice. Oh, Mullen, what are you doing? Bitcoin pushing? Sean, will you let me know when it unhalts, please? I'm sorry to hear that. The prior administration kind of, you know, seemed to care more about the
Royal Group
veterans.
US stocks on global recession fears.
Spies losing momentum.
Taking a look into this headline then, so an investment firm controlled by the top Abu Dhabi Royal has built a short position worth billions of dollars, in US stocks. People familiar with the matter said, in a bet that growing fears over a recession will pressure markets.
Sean, is he a Republican or a Democrat, and what did he do? money laundering, fraud, theft of public funds. Is he a Democrat or a Republican? And where does he serve? It doesn't, and before he even says, I'm not even going to look, before he even says whether it's a Republican or a Democrat, it doesn't matter. Because there's bad players on both ends of the floor there. I just, I'm curious. New York? Okay. And he's a Republican. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Sean.
So according to a Punchbowl reporter, so they say in debt limit talks, so McCarthy talked about the debt limit at the House Republican conference meeting this morning. He said the polling is with Republicans and said they have to keep up the pressure on POTUS. He added that the Senate Republicans are with the House Republicans because they passed a bill already.
SBNY is up again. Mullen hurts. Straight lie. The New York Republican has admitted to lying about having Jewish ancestry. Okay, Elizabeth Warren. Okay. So basically he pulled a page out of Elizabeth Warren's handbook and it didn't work out for him. Is that the vibe that I'm getting? I feel like I might buy more VRM right now. And I'm like...
Just seeing the Nasdaq hit the highest level since August 2022, last up 1%.
Wow. I think his financial fraud is more the issue than his lying about his
just following the CPI print we did get earlier, with it ticking down to 4.9% from the forecasted 5%.
I absolutely agree. I was just making a joke about Elizabeth Warren because you guys know how I feel about her. That's all. VS to 40%. Doc, your new is up 6%. Go call on that retrace. Oh, flip-flop Warren, feel free to bash her as much as you want. GME super trend. But Mullen's off the bottom. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Hold on. GME. GameStop up. Palantir super trend. I mean, anything under $20 was going to be a dub on GameStop, in my opinion. Okay, all right. A drastic retrace. How does that sound? Is that better? How does a drastic retrace sound? Open. Up 12. POAI up 5. How's CXAI doing? Hold on. Remember, BBAI, I believe, has earnings today. Someone please double check me on that. Ooh, CXAI was it's back in the 8s. I told myself I was gonna buy it if it got back into the 8s, but I don't have any free cap right now. Fuck.
Oil futures extend losses in volatile trade. US crude down by $1 a barrel.
Alright, how about AI? True. That trade is all about momentum. Yeah, exactly. It just kept popping off 8 and moving up. Looks like the whole market's getting pushed down. And let me show you why. See if we can hold that. Mullen back in between a supply level of 139 to 141. Not really the biggest fan. Can someone let me know if VRM does something?
Negative now, last down 0.1%.
I'd be greatly appreciative.
Oil futures extended losses in volatile trading. Brent crude now down as well by $1 a barrel.
Palantir, strong move, as Sean had mentioned earlier. SFT up 3.7. GWH up to 123. Guys, at 105, I was screaming that this was like very interesting. Oh, dog at the door. Gotta go get her. Carvana's up
tomorrow. You can trade the Bank of England bank rate with myself, Tony, on the live stream that I've just posted up for you in the Financial Newsfeed.
FFIE.
Completely free. Don't forget to share it with your fellow friends and traders.
What's that? Lay down. Lay down. BBI was BBAI was yesterday. They missed. And Voss up. 9% up. Mullen trying up to 24 in resistance. Bitcoin with a little bit of a push to resistance. TRKA trading within 1,000th of a penny already. EPS, they missed by 19. Oh, by an estimated 6. Wow. Wow, BBAI missed by 216%. Jesus. Ouch. I hope that doesn't affect all AI companies. CleanSpark is up 10%. I know one of the homies is happy. Labu over 7. Look at Envos. Look at her go.
It's just seeing Europe stock 600 down 0.5%, erasing the gains that followed the US CPI data.
Ocean. Alright, hold on. Coinbase. Wow, what a good look it gave you here at $60. I literally said it right on, like in pre-market. Watch out on CONL. This is, yo, straight up, this is a V2 kill. Just saying. Anyone in V2 could go ahead and vouch. I called out CONL right before the rip. Just saying. Just saying. BRDS, okay. BRDS. Riot. Okay, so it seems like everything's ripping. Whole lot of everything. Alright. BRDS up 6.7. I do like NVOS a lot. I'm not Devil, I'm not ignoring you, it's just Riot is not my vibe, to be quite honest. It like there's just other miners that I like better than Mara. To be frank. Yep. Gold cross on NVOS. And if I zoom out even more, it's another cup. Sorry, it just gets a little bit, you know, hot and heavy here first thing in the morning. Actually, wait a minute. Let me go back to that 4 hour. I want to mark something up. There we go. Snap up 4%. Snap. Go ahead, baby. Up, 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 up. Earnings after hours on BRDS. Thank you, Luigi. Look at fucking Carvana, baby. Let's go. Carvana calls.
December's away now, so we do expect to hear comments from ECB's Centino. So he speaks at a press conference, apologies, to present the Bank of Portugal's financial stability report.
Carvana was called out on V2 for calls before it started to rip, just so everybody knows. And, you know, I'm trying to show you guys the value of being a V2 member. And in order to do that, all you do is click the join button, and then it's Mafia Chat V2. CONL was also called out, which, I mean, space case. Open, ripping. Up 15. SPY held 200 EMA on a 3-minute chart, still under EMAs currently. Okay. Uh-oh, we're breaking a pennant on Bitcoin. NVOS has 12. GWH, 10%. Just lost 10. SMX to 117. I think that's interesting all the way under like 125. Palt was something that we looked at this morning, and it looked kind of interesting. It ran 13% yesterday. I want to look at DXY real quick. DXY up. Ugh. Yuck. Okay, wait, let me read chat real quick. From Ham. NVOS, I'm speaking with a group that owns the float today. We'll get them on TV as soon as I get details. Fraudsters. Oh, wow. Interesting. That's really interesting. That's on NVOS?
So we have put our video to the Republican Financial Services hearing entitled The Future of Digital Assets, Measuring the Regulatory Gaps in the Digital World. So if you'd like to watch along, we have put that on the feed for those interested.
We might have to watch that. Hold on a second.
Operate at scale just happens to be digital currencies. We are in the early stages of this technology, and I really want to provide some examples of that. It generally takes about 25 to 30 years for human beings to adopt a new data transfer technology. Radio was invented in 1890, but wasn't commercially available until the 1920s. TV was developed in the 1920s, but wasn't in homes until the 1950s. Email was invented in 1969, but most of you most likely didn't have an email address until 1997. There is one that I really want to focus on, and that's TCP/IP, which is the internet, for those that don't know. It was developed as a DARPA project in 1970, but it wasn't really commercially accepted until 1995 when it was rolled out with Windows 95. There's another important date, which is 1983. 1983 is when TCP/IP was accepted as the standard protocol for internet development, 13 years after it was created. Well, here we are, 13 years after Bitcoin was created, and we're just now starting to talk about standardization. This is not a coincidence. Adoption at this stage is not a technology problem, it's a human conditioning issue. Every 13-year-old in the United States has only existed in a world where Bitcoin has existed. 3 years from now, every 16-year-old will have only existed in a world where Bitcoin has existed. 16 years old is an important date because it's generally when someone becomes interested in becoming a developer. They are the adoption layer. We here in this room, we're the infrastructure layer. It's our responsibility to create an environment where every 13-year-old American has a framework upon which they can build the next world on. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Mr. Colgan, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Subcommittee Chair Johnsons and Hill, Ranking Members Lynch and Caraveo, Chair McHenry, Ranking Member Waters. My name is Matthew Culkin. I'm a partner in the Washington, D.C. office of WilmerHale, where I lead our law firm's Futures and Derivatives Practice Group. I previously served as the CFTC's Director of the Division of Swap Dealer and Intermediary Oversight, now known as the Market Participants Division. And I commend the subcommittees for working together today to explore potential paths forward for digital asset market regulation. These rules and policies cannot be successfully developed by any individual committee, legislative chamber, or regulatory agency. The views I shared this morning are my own. They do not represent those of my colleagues, my law firm, our clients, or any other person or organization. Thank you for inviting me to participate today. I have 3 points I'd like to make. The first is that the largest digital asset that are traded by market size and volume Those are commodities. And the statutory definition of commodity is intentionally broad. It covers almost all goods and articles, as well as services, rights, and interests in which futures trading takes place. So products like Bitcoin and Ethereum already have CFTC registered futures contracts trading on CFTC registered exchanges. In addition, the CFTC has successfully asserted anti-fraud and anti-manipulation jurisdiction, or its enforcement authority, over certain stablecoins, again, as defined by Congress in the Commodity Exchange Act. My second point is that the current framework limits the CFTC's enforcement authority solely to fraud and manipulation in the digital commodity spot market or cash market, and that authority is insufficient to adequately protect customers. By limiting the CFTC's oversight of commodity spot markets, market participants are not getting the benefit of basic customer protections that the CFTC could provide through registration, regulation, examination, and enforcement. And those authorities already exist in the digital commodity futures markets. I'm also talking about things like segregation of customer funds, rules governing how those funds are held in the event of a bankruptcy. And so that brings me to my third point today.
Great point.
Congress should expand the CFTC's role to include regulatory authority over the digital commodity spot markets. Doing so would introduce key features that are found in the futures markets, and they've worked well to protect customers for years. In addition to segregation of customer funds, I mean things like financial resource reporting requirements for intermediaries, exchanges conducting real-time surveillance over trading activity.
Watch people don't roll options at 13
for compliance with CFTC rules, and of course, enforcement for non-compliance with these rules. From 2017 to 2019, I had the privilege of serving as a division director at the CFTC. Put simply, I have great confidence in the CFTC's ability to carry out its mission to protect customers and promote the integrity, resilience, and vibrancy of markets. My experience has showed me how the CFTC can register, regulate, examine, and enforce. In fact, I partnered with the National Futures Association, a self-regulatory organization, on the development and implementation of a number of customer protection measures. I saw how the CFTC's enforcement program holds individuals and institutions accountable for misconduct that interferes with market integrity. Importantly, I also worked closely with my colleagues at the SEC, and I saw how the CFTC and SEC can collaborate in a productive, responsible manner. In 2010, Congress passed the Dodd-Frank Act. In that law, Congress directed the CFTC to regulate swap markets and the SEC to regulate security-based swap markets. In the years that followed, the two commissions adopted several important rules together and coordinated on the implementation of these new frameworks. There are similarities between the implementation of Dodd-Frank for over-the-counter derivatives and today's discussion regarding the regulation of digital asset markets. In both instances, there's an important leadership role for Congress. Here, Congress should make clear that the CFTC is the primary regulator for digital commodities and the SEC for securities. I believe that approach will provide these markets and market participants with a framework that respects existing laws, conventions, and market structures. Congress should build on its precedent in a manner that best protects investors and at the same time attracts and retains the innovation that has made U.S. capital markets the deepest, most transparent, and competitive in the world. I thank you for your time and be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Santori, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman Hill, Chairman Johnson, Ranking Member Lynch, Ranking Member Caraveo, and members of the subcommittees, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Marco Santori. I'm Chief Legal Officer at Kraken Digital Asset Exchange.
Ooh, here we go.
I was one of the first lawyers practicing in the area of digital asset regulation. I've advised clients in this ecosystem for over a decade, nearly since blockchains were invented. Today, I oversee all legal, regulatory, and policy matters impacting our global business operations. I oversee 50 lawyers and professionals around the world with deep and diverse experience and public sector and private sector backgrounds. Kraken was founded over 11 years ago. Since then, we have steadily grown into one of the world's leading global digital asset businesses. We are proud of our roots as a Bitcoin exchange, but We're equally driven by the societal and economic value that is developing well beyond financial services. Blockchains are transforming the way that we consume goods and services, secure data, and even deal in property rights. Our primary business is operating an exchange to match buyers and sellers in digital assets.
Check out Send.
Today, we serve over 10 million customers around the world.
That is an old school.
Through a secure and transparent, centralized platform.
If it would load, that'd be
As
ideal.
we've grown, our business has diversified beyond our exchange. We operate the world's leading digital asset index provider, which serves some of the largest futures exchanges and asset managers here in the United States.
She's a cookie.
We offer staking and futures trading in eligible jurisdictions.
Oh, look at GWH.
And we have founded a first-of-its-kind state-chartered special-purpose depository
Congrats if you hopped on
institution
this at 105 when we were talking.
Bank. Today, our global team of over 2,000 professionals is located in the U.S. and across more than 70 countries. We collaborate and advance our mission through contributions from many geographies, professional backgrounds, cultures, ethnicities, and, of course, political viewpoints. The diversity of our team is a competitive strength.
You fabs on
our
the list.
business with the global nature of our markets and
right?
the dynamic community of customers and innovators we serve. Security and customer asset protection has been central to our culture and our business model from our inception.
Was it on the watch? Yeah.
We hold regulatory
Jordan
licenses
called it out
here
the
in
other
United
day.
States and around the world, including the United Kingdom, the European Union, Canada, and other developed
I think it
and
was
emerging
Jordan that
markets.
called it out.
My team and I are thrilled to operate with a global perspective because many countries are advancing effective, practical, fit-for-purpose rules governing digital asset participants.
This guy's
Europe
making
and the
excellent
United
points.
Kingdom, for example, have focused on assessing the specific
Heads up on SNX,
real-world
guys.
characteristics of digital assets and advancing risk-based rules to regulate them. Although approaches differ by jurisdiction, there is a common thread through these efforts. Instead of forcing new products into old regulatory schemes, they craft more effective rules from tested
Hopefully it doesn't
principles.
we gotta watch
In
out
the
for
United
double top
States,
right here.
However, we face significant regulatory gaps. Those gaps are so stark that they have spawned seemingly an unending docket of both private and public litigation. This litigation has not protected consumers.
Litigation
This
from
litigation
Coinbase,
will
see
not
one of them.
protect consumers either.
Or name one.
Congress can fill these gaps with clear mandates. First, a functional standard and process for drawing clear jurisdictional lines for SEC and CFTC oversight. Second, a workable registration path for exchanges at each agency. Third, clarification of the role of the CFTC over spot markets. Fourth, clear direction for ongoing regulatory cooperation. And finally, workable transitional arrangements to avoid market disruption until then.
Back 6%.
Congress, led by these subcommittees, can fill these gaps to improve markets, empower consumers, and ensure the United States participates in the world's next wave of technological innovation.
If it was a green
As you've heard from other witnesses today, there is clear precedent for Congress here. Following the 2008 financial crisis, Congress passed Dodd-Frank, which set up lines of demarcation and joint supervision of swaps markets for both the CFTC and the SEC. Today's collaboration across committee members and staff and across party lines demonstrates both the willingness and the ability for Congress to get this right. I look forward to your questions and our discussion. Thank you.
Big dubs. Big mafia dubs.
Mr. Schoenberger, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman McHenry, Chairman Thompson, Chairman Hill, Chairman Johnson, Ranking Member Waters, Ranking Member Scott, Ranking Member Lynch, Ranking Member Caraveo.
Watch open, doesn't make another leg right here.
On behalf of the Web3 Foundation and the Polkadot ecosystem,
Bitcoin trying up again.
I would like to thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding blockchain technology and the
I feel the same way about
Web3.
TRKA.
I am Daniel Schoenberger, the Chief Legal Officer at the Web3 Foundation, and I've worked at the intersection of emerging technologies, law, ethics, and public policy for more than 20 years. The Web3 Foundation was formed with the goal of establishing Web3, a new and better internet
Cosm just had a
infrastructure.
block as well.
It wasn't about building a currency like Bitcoin or a smart contract platform like Ethereum. It was about giving siloed blockchains the ability to communicate with each other, and to realize this vision, the Polkadot network was built. Now think of Polkadot as the SMTP protocol of the internet used to send and receive email, and think of layer 1 blockchains such as Bitcoin or Ethereum as email providers like Yahoo or Google. Polkadot allows these distinct programs to communicate with a seamless connection and interoperability. Without this infrastructure, this would not be possible. The native token of the Polkadot network is a blockchain-based token known as DOT, D-O-T that is. It should be thought of as the orchestrating tool used to secure and govern Polkadot. To facilitate the creation of this ecosystem, a future DOT token was sold in private sales from 2017 to 2019.
Why is he pumping
the
DOT
foundation treated
and not
DOT
like
as a
Chainlink?
security in accordance with regulation SINT, and the foundation confirmed the
Pretty sure they
identity
do the
of the
same thing.
original buyers through KYC and AML checks. After 3 years of engagement with SEC staff, the foundation believes DOT is no longer security based on the Howey test. DOT also satisfies the factors indicating the token is less likely to be a security as set out in the framework for investment contract analysis of digital assets as it was issued by the SEC Strategic Hub for Innovation in Financial Technology, FinHub. Given DOT's functionalities and properties, the foundation thinks of DOT as merely coordinating software. The foundation suggests putting DOT in a separate category, for example, a class of utility tokens. The most important regulatory concern for the foundation is the classification of tokens. Both Switzerland and the European Union have created a clear framework distinguishing between payment tokens, security tokens, and utility tokens. Under the current US regulatory approach, a token is forced to fit into limited categories. However, it is not always clear in which category a token should be placed. As a simple example, the chair I'm sitting in could be tokenized. Also, there will be some tokens that will have the characteristics of a particular asset class, and at a time in the future will cease to have those characteristics. This is part of the nature and innovation of blockchain technology. Clearly, a legislative process to re-evaluate a token is necessary. The SEC staff has already outlined a path to evaluate the status of a digital token. The foundation suggests that Congress establish a procedure through legislation to authorize regulators to re-evaluate the status of tokens. Let me be very clear. If a token is used for fundraising purposes, it should be subject to all applicable laws and regulations. However, that same token may serve a functional purpose devoid of speculative investment in the future. We fully support putting into place a legally binding process of token reclassification. We applaud the subcommittees for undertaking the hard work and deliberation necessary to develop a legislative framework.
Is that on VRM? Watch for twist.
Do so with the understanding and approach that recognizes new technologies. To simply apply existing regulation would be inadequate to truly address this emerging technology. We look forward to helping the develop a comprehensive framework for all token classification.
Trying to take out 200, we'll see.
And our confidence that with clear statutory guidelines, the U.S. will continue to lead.
Oh, VIX down to 1674.
I look forward to answering your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Massett, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chairman McHenry and Thompson, Subcommittee Chairman Hill and Johnson, Ranking Members Lynch and Caraveo, members of the committees and staff, I'm honored to be testifying before you today. You know, since 2014, when I became chairman of the CFTC, I've talked about
DXY on a cliff, however, could double bottom a day low.
You've heard a lot about it today. Obviously, we don't have a federal regulator of the spot market in tokens that are not securities. And we have this classification debate, which makes that gap worse.
PBTS issued
so the question is, how do we fix it? And there are now lots of calls
measures to maintain NASDAQ listing
tinkering
status.
with securities laws definitions, coming up with a new category.
Hard down on TRKA.
Giving jurisdiction to the CFTC. The part that concerns me is that rewriting of the securities laws, creating that new definition. Because I think it is likely to generate its own questions of interpretation that may lead to lots of litigation and confusion.
I think it may also create unintended loopholes. And frankly, we don't have the information today to know how to classify tokens, to apply that.
Harbor Custom Development announces buyer
I think there's another
waives
approach,
all contingencies
and
on
which
30 million
is
sales
that
volumes.
we would
Thank you.
pass a law that requires that any trading platform or lending platform that uses or trades Bitcoin or Ethereum has to comply with a set of principles for everything it does, for all the tokens on the platform, for all of its activity. And those principles would be the ones we're all familiar with: protecting customer assets, preventing fraud and manipulation, requiring risk management, requiring reporting, requiring trade transparency.
Wow, Amazon's up 3%.
Preventing conflicts of interest, and so forth. Congress would direct the SEC and the CFTC to develop joint rules implementing those standards, or create an SRO that would develop those rules and implement and enforce them.
Do we really want another SRO, though?
I think there's several advantages to this. One is it's simple. The law would give us jurisdiction over all of those platforms that are important, because no platform can exist
Volume's already at
trading
an average daily
Bitcoin
on
or Ethereum
VRM.
without having to rewrite the securities laws, number one. And the principles would, as I say, apply to all activity on those platforms. Second, it focuses on the core of the problem. Over 90% of the spot market trading occurs on centralized intermediaries. Simply eliminating wash trading on those platforms would be a big improvement.
Agreed.
Third, it is practical.
Oh,
It would
FFIE
not
just
require
nosedived.
bifurcation of the existing market into one platform
Ooh,
for trading
FFIE
commodity
nosedive from
tokens
the
and one
jump.
platform for trading security tokens, which is helpful not to do that because crypto trading actually occurs in pairs today. In addition, by using an SRO, we would be able to require the industry to pay a lot of the cost and thereby reduce the federal budget impact.
Oh, God. They're going
To
to...
say the approach would not involve rewriting securities or commodities laws. The SEC and the CFTC would retain their existing authority, and the SEC could still bring a case claiming that a particular token is a security. But if it prevails, the platform would simply have to stop trading that token or move it to a registered platform. The SEC would not be able to shut down the platform as long as it was operating in compliance with these core principles.
Yeah, exactly.
So that assures that the platforms can continue on a more responsible basis while these classification issues are resolved. It would also, as I say, provide for some disclosure, which is important for investor protection and to enable us to decide how to classify things. It's an incremental approach. I think we can build on it. It's also a solution that I think can be bipartisan. Former SEC Chair Jay Clayton, appointed by President Trump, and I have kind of formulated this. I know he supports it. We also think it's a proposal that people can support regardless of how you value the importance of crypto. If you're a crypto enthusiast or a crypto skeptic, we don't have to debate that. Let's just put in place a framework that provides investor protection, lets us move forward, and we can always come back and do more.
Palt is now up 8.
Let me say there are other gaps in the law, such as on stablecoin regulation. I appreciate the efforts of these committees on that, and happy to talk about that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Blaugrund, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Subcommittee Chairs Hill and Johnson, Ranking Members Lynch and Caraveo, Chairs McHenry and Thompson, Ranking Members Waters and Scott, distinguished members of the subcommittees, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the regulatory future of digital asset markets. My name is Michael Blaugrund, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer of the New York Stock Exchange. National securities exchanges, such as the NYSE, serve a fundamental role in the capital markets ecosystem by providing a forum for companies to raise money, as well as a venue for investors to buy and sell the securities of public companies at transparent prices in a fair and orderly manner. Next week, the NYSE will celebrate the 231st anniversary of the signing of the Buttonwood Agreement, the foundational document that established our exchange.
The Buttonwood.
For more than 2 centuries since,
we
worked to establish and maintain the United States' position as the envy of global capital markets. In advancing this position, We focus on utilizing innovative technology to enhance
Gold
our
flag
nation's
right here.
vibrant
It's about to
markets
move up.
and remain competitive around the world. I'm here today to share some perspective from our experience. Although technology evolves over time, the obligation to protect investors does not. Whether trading occurs via open outcry, over telegraph, through pneumatic tubes, or pursuant to complex algorithms,
Carvana about to move
the
up
public
again.
rightfully expects that their assets will be protected from fraud, theft, and manipulation. The regulatory framework governing national securities exchanges brings transparency and a trusted environment for issuers and investors. As investors increasingly seek exposure to digital assets, it's never been more important to develop a regulatory framework around them that protects the public. This is not unlike the problem that Congress faced nearly 100 years ago that led to the establishment of the Securities and Exchange Act to address these same policy objectives. So, how best to protect public investors who seek to engage in the digital assets market? The lesson to be drawn from the more established markets is clear. The segregation of key functions within the financial markets ecosystem, brokerage, exchange, clearing, and custody, mitigates inherent conflicts of interest, promotes transparency,
That's the weirdest split
facilitates
that I think I've
competition
ever
among
seen.
service providers. This, in turn, benefits investors and results in a more fair, efficient, and safe environment. When investors trade on the New York Stock Exchange, they're represented by registered broker-dealers, whose trades are cleared and settled by registered clearinghouses, whose assets are held by registered bankruptcy remote custodians. Investors have recourse if they're harmed by any of their service providers, and multilateral clearing reduces counterparty risk. By comparison, some current-day digital asset trading models, as witnessed with the collapse of FTX, commingle the functions in a way that raises serious questions of risk management, financial resources, and investor protection. We believe that if investors could trade digital assets in a similarly regulated exchange environment, many of the problems we have seen in the last year would not have occurred. Competition among securities and commodities exchanges is fierce, and new entrants are a regular occurrence. There's a well-established process to launch a registered exchange, whether one with a unique listing concept, a unique trading protocol, unique operational features, or a unique market segment. To date, however, we've not seen a digital asset trading platform follow this well-worn path.
And MMT up 2%?
There's a dissonance between much of the current digital asset industry's practice and the standards of investor protection established under the law and regulation for traditional markets. Some have argued that the rules and regulations should be relaxed to accommodate current crypto practice, while others have asserted the market for digital assets must adapt to existing standards. Congress can determine its preferred course of action. It's our belief, however, that the exchange regulatory framework represents an established and well-known foundation that can be adjusted to accommodate the marketplace for digital assets. In this regard, there are several steps that can be taken by government agencies to facilitate practical oversight for digital assets. First, provide a tailored registration process for investment contract tokens. Second, replace the temporary SEC conditions for special purpose broker-dealers to custody digital assets with a more permanent solution.
VRM trying to come off the bottom here. Remember, they just had earnings.
Adjustment to applicable
that
rules
earnings
of
call
national
wasn't that
securities
bad.
Exchanges and clearinghouses to support securities or other digital assets that are not considered national market system securities. And fourth, evaluate the potential for dual registration or substituted compliance between SEC and CFTC regimes. Coordination between the two agencies would work to mitigate the costs, burdens, and uncertainty that can arise when more than one regulatory regime is implicated. American capital markets have long benefited from evolving within the parameters of well-established rules. Our experience over the past 231 years is a testament to the ability of market participants to promote investor protections while adapting to technological innovation. Thank you, and look forward to your questions.
We appreciate our panel's testimony. We'll now turn to our member questions. I recognize the chairman of the Subcommittee on Commodity Markets, Digital Assets, and Rural Development, Mr. Johnson, for 5 minutes.
I know this town loves kicking the can down the path, but there are times where it's just clear, even to Congress, that action is appropriate and needed. Mr. Durgee, I was so grateful for you to point out that a 13-year-old has only grown up in the Bitcoin era. We've learned a lot during that time, and in fact, every single witness that we have today and every single witness we've had before our subcommittee on digital assets have all said that there is a lack of clarity within existing law that is holding back innovation in the marketplace. It is holding back America's ability to be competitive in this development space, and it is not properly protecting consumers in the broader marketplace. And so we get to a point where we know that action is appropriate. I think the contours of what that looks like are beginning to come into focus, thank goodness. But I want to hone in on one of these central questions, and I'll come to you, Mr. Culkin. We know that the Howey test, one of the legs of the Howey test, is about whether or not a centralized group of decision makers have a substantial impact on the value of that thing. If they do, it's highly likely to be a security. In Mr. Schoenberger's testimony, he talked through the multi-year process that Polkadot went to be more decentralized. Why is that an important characteristic of when something can go from being a security to becoming a commodity?
So Chairman Johnson, thank you for the question. You know, the Howey test really looks at the issue or sale of a security. So you're thinking about it at the moment that the product is put out for investors. You know, I would distinguish that, as some of my panelists described, I would distinguish that from trading down the road after it's been put out, where you don't necessarily have the expectation of profits based on the efforts of others, and it becomes more fungible, or I might even say more commoditized. And then the trading in that market, in the secondary market, it looks a lot more like a commodity.
There's your gap on
HCDI.
And so as we're looking to try to help guide the SEC and the CFTC as they try to determine how to apply something like the Howey test to this question of decentralization, are there particular factors we should look toward? Are there particular triggers? Well, when do we know that it's substantial, that it's sufficiently commoditized?
Well, for starters, we can look at where derivatives markets already
UFAB
exist.
is at 270
So if there are
up?
futures contracts that have been certified by exchanges at the CFTC,
No, you're good,
and
bud.
we have people hedging risk on the commodity, that's a pretty good
IonQ
indicator
looks like a monster
something's
today.
been commoditized. The other way to look at it is to look at the action of the commissions as a body, as opposed to any individual chair or commissioner or a speech or a staff statement. In this case, we've seen the CFTC as a body take action against certain stable coins.
No, I hear you. It's just something that I have to listen to because of how heavy I am into
has impacted
crypto.
others. And so, you know, I look at sort of those sources first.
Watch out for a
determine
gap
whether or not
down
something
to
is a
fill that.
commodity.
I'm going to pull up GameStop because
Yeah, it
Sean's
seems that doesn't, I mean, looking to the regulators for an environment that seemingly everybody acknowledges doesn't have proper clarity for the regulators or the marketplace, seems like we could help them better ascertain when is that trigger hit. We're not providing a lot of guidance. Is there anything else you could say to help us find a way forward?
No, I think that inflection point,
Yeah.
it's a challenging
Looks
one,
nice,
I'll
Sean.
admit that. And so, you know, it's sort of easy to draw out the two ends of the spectrum in terms of a token being offered to raise capital versus something that's highly commoditized and hedged in the derivatives markets. That point in between is a challenging one to draw a very bright line.
Well, as you noted in your testimony, 71% of the market capitalization in this area are products that it seems like there's broad agreement that they are commodities. So the CFTC is generally the cop on this beat, but for spot market, you noted in your testimony that you're not suggesting the CFTC should have broad spot market enforcement authority everywhere, but just looking at digital assets because they're different. How are they different?
Good question.
So they're different in a couple ways, and if I could, Ranking Member Caraveo pointed this out at the last subcommittee hearing. Many of these digital commodities have a very strong
TRKA,
retail
Trion
component,
Super.
and so that is different than
Bitcoin
soybeans or oil or interest rates. We have a very strong retail market here that needs the benefits of customer protection. The other reason is that it's new, and so the other commodities that I just used as an example, they have years or decades or generations of existing spot market
in between the 48
whereas
and
digital
200.
commodities do not.
Thank you very much. Gentleman yields back. I recognize the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Commodity Markets, Digital Assets, and Rural Development, Ms. Caraveo, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again to our panel for being here this morning and for your testimony. Common argument, which I touched upon in my testimony, is a concern that the CFTC's relative size compared to other federal financial regulators and the impact that may have on the ability of the commission to engage in robust enforcement. So, Mr. Massad, you were the chair of the CFTC at a time when the agency was implementing Dodd-Frank, which provided the commission with additional regulatory authority over the swap market. Were there similar concerns at that time for the CFTC's ability to oversee those swap markets?
Absolutely. It's not possible for the CFTC, or frankly any agency, to suddenly take on a whole new area of jurisdiction without additional resources. In the case of the swap market, we did the best we could, but we were cutting a lot of other activities that we should have been, I think, spending more on. Oversight of a lot of the existing market, the existing infrastructure. You know, it's as if you all decided, you know what, let's have the Capitol Police not just do the Capitol, but all the airports around Washington, but let's not give them any more resources. It just doesn't work.
Thank you. I think that's an important an issue to point out, especially as we're facing potential cuts across the board to many agencies. To follow up, I also just briefly wanted to touch on the theme of today's hearing, which is cross-jurisdictional cooperation and collaboration. Sir, for you again, what are some measures that can be taken to ensure that the CFTC, the SEC, and Treasury and other financial regulators work cooperatively to further industry compliance?
Excellent question, Congressman. Again, I think the approach I've suggested, Congress would effectively require it. Congress would effectively say the CFTC and the SEC have to come up with some joint rules or create the SRO to do it, give them a deadline, and that would
C3AI, strong chart.
force
Looks
the
like it's trying to move up
agencies
again.
to do it. I think, again, that's a better approach than trying to
Microsoft signs
rewrite
first
the
ever
securities
deal to
laws
purchase fusion
create this new
energy. That's a
definition.
big deal.
And, you know, I would take issue with a lot of the comments that have been made that, you know, about the indicators. I mean, there's a comment earlier about the fact that, you know, something is commoditized means it's not a security. No, it doesn't. I mean, you can have a futures contract, something that's therefore a commodity, but it's still a security. You know, Tether, we have futures contracts on Tether. That makes it a commodity. Now, most of us may not think Tether is a security because it doesn't pay interest. We'd like to see it regulated as a banking product. If it suddenly paid interest, it would be a security. There's a group of people running Tether and profiting from Tether. But the fact that those futures contracts are traded on Tether doesn't remove it from being a security.
Thank you. I appreciate those comments, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentlewoman from Colorado. I recognize myself for 5 minutes for questions. Appreciate, again, the panel, and I really appreciate
TRKA
Mr.
still trying
Durkee
at that
commenting
19%
about
level.
the progression of technology and its adaptation by the American people. I thought that was good perspective because sometimes we're lost in this debate here about blockchain and distributed ledger technology. We forget that it is a technology and we're off chasing the rabbit of a particular digital asset or commodity, and I think you make a good point.
I think he's talking about XRP.
And I remind my colleagues that in 1996, the Congress, under the leadership of former SEC Chair, then Congressman Chris Cox, passed a resolution that said we're not going to tax the internet. We're not going to over-regulate the internet. We're going to let this technology progress, and we're going to tax and regulate and consider things on what people do with the internet as a technology, and I think that has created 25 years of amazing
guys, everybody look at
growth
live
as a
chat.
result
Thank you,
of
Greg.
For forward-thinking consideration. So I think that's the spirit in which we work today. The SEC disclosure regime is designed to provide reasonable investors with information needed to make informed investment decisions. Thus, if the existing disclosure regime for digital assets isn't producing that kind of result, then the ultimate purpose of the U.S. securities laws is in fact not being met from an investor protection capital formation point of view. Current disclosure requirements, however, do not cover a number of the features unique to digital assets that would undoubtedly be considered important to any potential purchaser. Mr. Santori, what are some of the features of digital assets that are not contemplated in the existing securities disclosure regime?
Thank you for the question, Chairman. First of all, we agree that the existing disclosure regime does not contemplate most of the characteristics of digital assets that make them rewarding for users, but they also don't they also don't account for the characteristics of digital assets that can make them risky for users. And that is where
every investment is fucking risky.
That is where the primary gaps exist today. Some of the elements of digital assets that users want to know about, and indeed the people in this room are likely to ask about if they were to ever use digital assets, include the number of nodes operating on the network, how many developers are actually developing on this network, whether these developers are associated or whether they are operating independently, where those nodes operate from. These are highly technical and digital asset specific characteristics that frankly I could probably list for well in excess of my time or your time, Chairman Hill. I think
it'd be useful if you just expanded on that in writing and just talk about those specific disclosure gaps. I think that would be helpful to me. Mr. Culkin,
look at
to the extent
wow.
that a digital asset project is sufficiently decentralized, there's not an issuer disclose this info, such as Bitcoin or Ether.
Cents.
So how could an intermediary provide disclosure to investors?
So Chairman Hill, there's a couple pieces to that answer. First, for the intermediary, there can be disclosure to the customer about how the intermediary conducts its business. And on the product side, and I look at the CFTC's model for futures and swaps right now, where an exchange needs to certify the product to the CFTC, provide commercial details about the product, explain how it's not readily susceptible to manipulation, how the financial integrity of the product is protected. There's a model there that can be used, but maybe at its core, disclosure is only as good as it is accurate. And so it's got to be policed for fraud.
Well, in this regard, SEC Commissioner Peirce proposed a disclosure framework in her safe harbor proposal that would have accounted for some of these differences. The framework would include disclosures related to source code, token supply, governance mechanisms, and other aspects unique to digital assets. Mr. Santori, do you think Commissioner Peirce's approach would be a workable one based on our conversation?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Hill. I do. I think Commissioner Peirce's approach is thoughtful. It is well tailored to the risks and the rewards. I think that Congress has tremendous discretion in this regard, but Commissioner Peirce's proposal would be light years ahead of what we have today in terms of protecting consumers and allowing us, as a global business, to continue to plan to invest here in the United States.
Thank you. And I think an important concept, Mr. Schornberger, that you raised was token reclassification.
Mullen got some key levels here.
Of this issue, no matter whether you're taking Tim's approach or somebody else's approach. And I think if each of you would submit for the record your ideas on how one thinks about that idea of token reclassification, that would be helpful. With that, I yield back. The ranking member of Digital Assets Financial Technology, Mr. Lynch, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Massard and Mr. Blaugrund, I was heartened by your testimony, and I offer my cooperation.
So you're going to bounce up 200 now.
With some of the ideas you've talked about with former Chair Clayton, and love to be part of that conversation. So the U.S. financial system is indeed, as a number of you have said, is the envy of the world and a source of strength, not only economically, but in international relations, in the geopolitical sphere. But it is built on trust, right? It's built on trust at its very core. And every time a crypto firm explodes, whether that's FTX or Terra or Voyager Digital or Genesis or Silvergate, which is a crypto bank, and as a result of those explosions, investors get locked out, and now we have millions and millions of investors who are trying to get their money back, unsuccessfully so far. We lose trust. We lose trust in that system.
We've lost trust in the SEC, not blockchain.
We also know full well that criminal enterprises, it's a favorite tool of some of these hacking episodes that we see. Criminal entities, foreign and domestic, actually capitalizing on the anonymity there and using that to further their criminal enterprise. So you've got all that going on, and now we have an effort by some to import all of that instability, all of that risk, all of that volatility into the previously stable financial system. And as my colleagues, Ms. Caraveo has pointed out, there's a suggestion that, well, we'll move this over to the CFTC, which has about 600 employees, get away from the SEC that has about 4,500 employees and has a hard time keeping up. So, Mr. Massad, what are some of the, you've talked about it a little bit in your opening statement, but what are some of the measures that would be necessary?
Wow, Boyle to 275.
Try to share jurisdiction here or shift those
VRM coming back a little bit
over to the CFTC. And just as a heads up, Mr. Blaugrund, I want to ask you, the same question with respect to the SEC and what that would involve and what gaps you see in that exercise. But Mr. Massad, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Congressman. Well, obviously, resources. You cannot expect, frankly, either agency to really tackle this market in a much more substantial way, in the way that we need, given the lack of investor protection. Without significant resources, it would be very, very significant in the case of the CFTC. I often said to Chair Benham when he was suggesting they get spot market authority, I said, be careful what you wish for. But secondly, I think it still goes to this question of what exactly would they be getting jurisdiction over? And that's where, again, I would rather see a system where we force the two agencies to work together, to work through an SRO, and that way the industry could be basically have to pay for it.
389 on sticks.
Can I ask you on that, on a self-regulatory organization, are there examples out there that you think would offer?
Please say FINRA.
Sure. I mean, first of all, by self-regulatory organization, I mean something that is closely supervised by the agencies. It doesn't simply go off on its own, like FINRA, like the NFA. We do have a precedent for jointly recognizing those SROs. And so what I'm suggesting is sort of going the next step where we say, all right, we're going to have a joint one that is mandated to do this common task, if you will, and develop rules that would then have to be approved by both agencies. But again, I think it's a good interim step forward. It would allow us to bring this sector within regulation, which I think is better than pushing it out.
I want to let Mr. Blaugrund get in on this a little bit from the FCC perspective.
Thank you. I would agree that finding a path forward that in some respect renders moot the question of whether a token belongs on one side of a perimeter or the other seems like a sensible path. With respect to the process of doing that, we think potentially dual registration of exchanges or broker-dealers that would allow for example, a national securities exchange that decides to trade digital assets to also trade Bitcoin and ETH, if those are determined not to be securities, would be essential, as those are, as was noted, the lion's share of the market activity today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your courtesy, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize the chairman of the full committee on agriculture, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Well, Chairman, thank you so much, and thank you to each of the witnesses for being here for this joint hearing. I want to echo my fellow colleagues' comments and thank our members and witnesses for being here today. When Chairman McHenry and I first met to discuss the digital assets framework, we set our eyes to a bold plan. We sought to put forward the best policies we could by developing together. While both our committees have been considering digital assets for several years, over the past few months, members of both committees have engaged in robust and collaborative debate and education on the current securities and commodities laws and regulations. This joint hearing is a culmination of those events, which have shed light on a couple of key points, including the current process to determine if a digital asset is a security or not is unclear, unworkable, and impractical. The CFTC lacks the essential regulatory authority over retail serving intermediaries in the digital commodity spot markets, and the treatment of customer assets held by intermediaries needs to be strengthened. I'm proud of the thoughtful approach that members of the Agriculture Committee have taken to considering these questions thus far, and I look forward to the work ahead with our financial services partners. It is that thoughtful curiosity that makes for the best regulation in the end. And I hope we're able to work together in a bipartisan manner on a substantive legislation to address the issues that are being discussed today. Now, our committees have a historic opportunity to work together to create a comprehensive digital assets market framework that will provide a pathway for developers and users to engage with digital assets in a safe, compliant,
looking for a handle on inbox.
Productive manner.
Nice cup formed.
First question I have
Send,
is Mr.
still
Culkin,
headed up.
from Mr. Culkin. Mr. Culkin, Mr. Masad suggests that the CFTC and SEC should establish a joint self-regulatory organization, SRO, to regulate pursuant to core principles established by Congress. Do you think a CFTC-SEC joint SRO construct is an efficient, effective, and a practical solution?
No.
So thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. I agree with a lot of the diagnosis that Mr. Massad has offered. I worry that creating a new SRO from scratch would take time. I don't know. I think about this in terms of incremental progress, and I don't know that we need to recreate the wheel here. And so I noted in my opening statement that more than 70% of digital commodities currently being traded are commodities. And so by expanding the CFTC's authority beyond just enforcement authority, which is reactionary, to regulatory authority and requiring those exchanges, those intermediaries to be registered, regulated, examined, and then subject to enforcement, that's probably a quicker path to providing the investor protections that are currently lacking in these markets.
Can you please tell me about past instances where the CFTC and the SEC has shared jurisdiction and whether there are any lessons learned from those experiences?
Good question.
Sure. So I think the biggest success case
is now up 11 all of a sudden?
Dodd-Frank, when the SEC was
given
given
a gap right there?
or asserted jurisdiction over security-based swaps, the CFTC over swaps, and through that, the SEC and the CFTC adopted joint rules together that really set the fundamental baseline for swap market regulation. I think that succeeded because Congress led and gave direction. And I would contrast that with the work that's been done on security futures contracts.
It's that time of the month for the market.
Future regulation, where the agencies work together, but not with the same direct clarity from Congress, and it hasn't been as successful.
Mr. Masad cites the National Futures Association as precedent for this construct. Are you familiar with NFA's role as a joint CFTC-SEC SRO? Well, let's start with Mr. Culkin, if we could.
Yes, Chairman. So when I was at the CFTC, part of my portfolio included working with NFAs. So I think it's important to note, NFA has 500 employees. Post Dodd-Frank, they built out from scratch a complete registration and examination program for swap dealers. And we're a decade out now, and it's fully operational. And so when I think about an SRO model, we've seen in recent years NFA do exactly what we're talking about today.
Very good. Just a few remaining seconds. I want to thank our two subcommittee chairs for doing such a great job in this space. Appreciate your leadership. I yield.
Thank you. The chairman yields back, and now I have the pleasure of recognizing my friend from Georgia, the ranking member of the full committee on agriculture, Mr. Scott, for 5 minutes.
You give the XY moves up. Oh.
Thank you. Am I on?
Look at Vex.
Okay. Thank you very much, and I want to thank all the witnesses for joining us and being here. This is a very important and timely hearing. As some of you may know, I have long been concerned about the risks and the pitfalls of cryptocurrencies and what they pose for our retail investors. And also, as some of you may know, as chairman of the House Agriculture Committee, I provided leadership on this issue 1 year ago. On May 13th, 2022, we held a hearing examining fintechs and its proposal to trade margin products through a non-intermediary model. And in that historic and monumental hearing in our House Agriculture Committee, I raised my serious concerns about this proposal because I believed it made an already risky market even riskier for investors. I was concerned that FTX was playing fast and loose with our markets to the detriment of the customer. And I have been proven right.
I might have to get in
and I
on
continue to be concerned, as are now many other members of Congress who have followed my leadership
Going for the gold cross on
this
VRM?
issue about the vulnerability and the volatility of cryptocurrency, which we have seen time and time again. And now, FTX's stunning collapse has revealed extraordinary mismanagement, misappropriations of customer funds, a complete failure to adhere to basic measures of corporate control, and quite honestly, an arrogant example of corporate deceit. And FTX, while certainly the most prominent example, is not alone. Bennex Holdings is currently under investigation for violations of our sanction laws. And we have seen countless other examples of this type of misuse and abuse. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we have seen time and time again, these sketchy types of offerings provide little to nothing in the way of disclosures to investors.
A lot of Credit Suisse blocks just came through.
Who quite honestly are being used.
No
and now,
else
ladies and gentlemen, our cryptocurrency markets are rife with fraud, misuse, and volatility that seem to pose all risk and no reward for our everyday investors.
I mean, I think we'd be doing a lot better if it wasn't for them holding us back.
This supposed benefits of digital assets that we have all heard about have yet to be seen in real life.
What do you mean?
It doesn't work as a currency. And I ask you, do everyday Americans pay for goods and services using cryptocurrency?
No, because you won't let us.
The answer is absolutely not. And importantly, it does not advance economic inclusion. And as so many platforms claim they do. Ladies and gentlemen, I have spent 20 years as a member of the United States Congress fighting for true financial inclusion. And that means ensuring that consumers are protected from fraud, are protected from scams, and are not subject to hefty fees for their transactions. Also, it means improving the overall financial health of all consumers, especially low-income consumers.
Yeah, we probably wouldn't want to pay with we would want to most likely invest in it.
Regularly left out of our financial system. So let me ask you, how does pushing these same consumers
Bitcoin, come on, baby, find your bottom.
Risky, volatile markets advance these goals?
Would you please?
There's no way they do. So, Chairman Assad.
Mr. Scott, I would like to ask you to direct that question to somebody to respond in writing because your time's expired.
All right. Please, Mr. Assad, respond to in writing.
Gentleman yields back, and now call on the gentleman who is the chairman of the Housing Subcommittee and Insurance for Mr. Davidson for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman. I think our witnesses, and I think in spite of all the narratives up here, the market's really clear. I think of any number of companies that have experienced.
I have no idea who's
Gary Gensler's Hotel California approach to crypto regulation, where there's no path to leave. You come in and you ask for the clarity that he says is there, and there's just no path to escape. Several of the companies who have witnesses here today have experienced that, and you're like, oh, if I only knew to click the link to file. I think the Kraken CEO said we could have saved millions of dollars. So, you know, the reality is not shaped by what the members of Congress are saying up here. The market is very clearly speaking, and we do need to react to that. So, Mr. Santori, in a Politico interview you gave last month, you were asked what you believe is an underrated idea in this space. You said
but that's just my speculation,
exit,
obviously not financial advice, and
explain how we don't have such an ability to exit from intermediaries in traditional finance. This would be the ability to have self-custody. So in your testimony, you also explain how your exchange complies with Know Your Customer and anti-money laundering laws. Can you explain for some of these members of the two committees how it's possible to reconcile the idea of self-custody while simultaneously adhering to Know Your Customer rules?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. I do think the two are compatible. I think that we as an ecosystem can both walk and chew gum at the same time. I think that KYC is not incompatible with self-custody. I think that the important factor is who is best placed to collect that information. Kraken is a centralized service. We are a custodian. We are an intermediary. We are here today to,
thank you, Doc,
to reinforce that we are indeed well placed to collect that information. We KYC every single customer that uses our platform in the United States, from South China to South America to the South Bronx. We KYC everybody because we are well placed to do that. But part of the promise of digital assets is the ability to self-custody. We don't offer self-custody products, but other participants in the market do offer self-custody products. Those are pure software, that is pure speech. They are publishers of software. They are not in a position to collect KYC information, and they shouldn't be required to. We don't require KYC for every single transaction in the U.S. economy. It doesn't make sense to require every participant in the U.S. economy to KYC. We, as a centralized exchange, are happy to do that, and we would expect that be included in any action that Congress takes as a result of these hearings.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification. I think custody is just so important. Of course, self-custody is just the ability to own private property. And I think it's also important that we recognize when are capital gains, if any, triggered, and it shouldn't trigger whether you move from one custodian to another, including self-custody. So, Mr. Schoenberger, in your testimony, you mentioned that Polkadot is ranked as a top industry participant when it comes to your protocol's level of decentralization.
Why are they pumping dot?
In my bill, the Token Taxonomy Act, one of the bright line elements I propose for defining whether a digital asset is a security or not is the degree of control that an issuer would have over the digital asset. So when this body writes laws that will help distinguish between what is and is not a security, do you believe that we should factor in the level of decentralization that protocol has, like proof of stake?
I very much think so, that this is a crucial point, because community consensus, which goes back to decentralization, is at the core of the idea of Web3.
Bitcoin.
And if you look at the DOT token, what it does, it's essentially
size of 40?
A piece of orchestrating software. It's
39.5 to be specific.
It's a piece that helps access and participate in the broader network bit. And I think
sends to 15%.
Look at what these tokens do if we want to regulate them, as opposed to like what they're called. And the foundation launched the network and gradually gave up control. Like that was a launch process that lasted a year and a half, but ultimately seized central control, be it at the technical or a governance level.
Yeah, I think that's an important distinction. And how do we measure when that point occurs? I think of Protocol Labs and Filecoin in a similar path where they've very overtly used our existing framework to launch the project. But at some point, this is the Hotel California they can't escape from. When is Filecoin actually a digital asset and no longer part of the entity Protocol Labs? I hope we resolve that here today, and I yield back.
I thank the Vice Chairman of the committee for yielding back and turn to my friend from Illinois, Dr. Foster, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to our witnesses. Estimates that were referenced in the testimony indicate that anywhere between 50% and 95% of Bitcoin transactions are fakes, that is, wash trades and similar frauds on the market. So for the first question, does anyone on the panel believe that it is possible to conduct a well-regulated futures or derivatives market when the underlying asset is subject to this level of market manipulation? Let the record show that no one believed it was possible.
Sir, you have two people with their lights on.
Oh, is that right? Okay, yes.
Well, Congressman,
also describe how you can have a well-regulated derivatives market when the underlying asset is subject to massive market manipulation.
Well, I think that question supports why the CFTC, which is limited right now to simply monitor
the spot
fraud.
market, right? Yeah,
that's right. And so,
I agree completely. That's the point. You agree with the point that we've got to do a better job. We have to eliminate manipulation of the spot market to have a well-regulated derivatives.
Yes.
Okay. So everyone concurs with that. Great. Now, if we wish to prevent wash trades, insider trading, front-running, money laundering, ransomware, and everything else, is there any alternative to having both sides of every crypto transaction associated with a traceable digital identity and have that digital
identity? It already is, you
jackass.
I hate how they have no idea what they're fucking asking questions about.
Is there any alternative to that? All right, let the record show that no one came forth with an alternative.
Sir, are you asking whether there is an alternative to a digital identity?
How do you prevent wash trades without associating both participants in any crypto transaction with a
Watch that double tap on CleanSpark or on UFAB? Sorry.
I do believe there are alternatives to that. I believe the alternatives are numerous.
Could you describe one example of something that can prevent wash trades that does not have traceability of digital identity to both participants?
Kraken, for example, monitors our exchange for abuse and market
on your exchange, but you accept Bitcoin, which gets traded anonymously on the dark web without that. So you're basically a portal to that. You can't, you're not preventing.
I wouldn't say that at all. I think we play an important role as gatekeepers in this industry.
But there are wash trades happening with self-custody that you cannot control, for example.
This guy sucks.
I would be surprised if wash trades happened in any meaningful sense. Trades cost. They are expensive to do on-chain, and particularly in mass. Wash trading on-chain is regularly detected by forensics platforms.
For some crypto assets, there are crypto assets where the identity is much more difficult to trace, and I believe this is not possible, and the market will no doubt move to those. If it is driven by the desire to do
this guy sucks.
Anonymous and fraudulent trading.
Just saying.
So I think that really, to my mind, the place that we have to go, well, actually, Mr. Culkin, you mentioned on page 9 of your testimony that various industry participants have suggested that various KYC solutions, including even at the wallet level. And so this strikes me as where we're going to have to end up here. Now, if you just look at the automobile industry and how essential it has been to the correct and the development of the automobile industry to have license plates mandatory on every car and have the license plate issued by a registered driver. That it would be completely unacceptable to have unlicensed cars with unlicensed drivers cruising through your neighborhood or coming across your international borders. And so for the same reason, I believe we will have to issue a trusted digital identity associated with every, at the wallet level, every crypto wallet. You'll have to say, I want a wallet. Go to a government that we trust.
A government that we trust. You hear that? The government's going to hold the crypto. That's his plan.
So that's personally, could you describe some of the proposals, concrete
what
proposals
for wallet
level identity?
Oh my God.
So Congressman, I'll defer to others. I think someone else on the panel made the point about KYCing wallets, but I would, to build on Mr. Santori's point, note that if the CFTC had regulatory authority over the spot market, it would be able to impose on registrants through core principles in the same way that it does for futures
Exactly.
swaps markets, that the exchanges conduct surveillance, that they KYC participants as part of their onboarding, that they submit to the rules and jurisdiction of the exchange, and those exchanges essentially act as an SRO in addition to the CFTC and NFA.
I know you did.
Okay, Mr. Schoenberger, in your testimony, you made the comparison with Web3 and SMTP, the mail transfer protocol, with the idea that people would somehow be interacting with the blockchain. Excuse me, out of time. If you could respond to the Moxie Marlin Spike article that you're no doubt familiar with on my first look at Web3 and respond for writing, I'd appreciate it.
Gentleman yields back. Thank you to respond to his question in writing. Now we'll turn to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Thank you to our distinguished chairman and our ranking members for holding this hearing, and thanks to the witnesses for sharing your time today. Mr. Chairman, I kind of feel like a NASCAR driver, but I'm not sure which cap to wear, my ag cap or my financial services cap today, but I'm honored to get to be a part of this hearing and hear from these august witnesses. We'd like to begin today with Mr. Culkin. Under Mr. Massage's suggested approach, exchanges that don't list Bitcoin or Ether would be excluded from regulation. Mr. Massage testified that U.S. exchanges collectively list around 400 digital assets. The SEC has indicated that there are nearly 10,000 digital assets being traded on hundreds of platforms. Do you think it is problematic if we don't regulate the trading of digital assets and exchanges that don't list Bitcoin or Ether for trading?
So, Congressman, thank you for the question. There are a number of digital commodities in addition to just Bitcoin and Ethereum. And I think, to Mr. Durgee's point earlier, that trend will continue. And so creating an artificial restriction to only include those digital commodities, I suspect we would be back here speaking with you again in the future.
Again, Mr. Culkin, I've heard some of my Democratic colleagues, particularly on the Financial Services Committee, claim that because Gary Gensler has declared that nearly all digital assets are securities, that we should just treat them all as such. Do you think this is the right approach, to do nothing and let Mr. Gensler just have full control of the space?
So Congressman, I don't, but I don't think that that's the best approach, because nearly 70% of digital commodities traded today have already been deemed commodities by the CFTC as a body, as opposed to any chairman, commissioner, or staff. And so I think we need to be thoughtful about which products are commodities and should be treated as commodities, just like oil or soybeans or interest rates.
I personally would liken Chair Gensler's approach to my son Sam's approach. He's 2 when it comes to toys. He wants to hold all the toys, but he doesn't want anyone else to be able to play with the toys at the same time. And so I thank you for your answer. Mr. Santori, Mr. Massad testified that Congress should not pursue legislation creating new asset classes under the jurisdiction of the CFTC or the SEC because it would generate confusion and lead to disputes. Do you agree?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. I don't agree. I think that what we have today is abundant confusion and complexity. We have
I guess he has your vote now, huh?
We have 2 of our financial regulators here in the United States alleging contradictory positions over the same asset. They have alleged that the same asset, one under oath, sworn in a complaint, is both a security and a commodity, but it doesn't fit into the narrow classifications of assets that can be both, the future. What we have today is the untenable position. What we have today is the unending complexity and litigation that is leaving consumers unprotected and leaving us as a global organization unable to plan and unable to invest here in the United States.
Mr. Culkin, would you like to respond to that as well?
No, I agree with Mr. Santori.
Thank you. Mr. Santori, it is essential for any market structure legislation to set rules for the custody of digital assets so that customers can have confidence that their digital assets actually are where an intermediary says they are. Digital assets raise, of course, several novel issues when it comes to custody that must be addressed. Mr. Santori, as we think about how to apply these protections to digital assets, do you have any recommendations for how we should address issues related to custody?
Congrats if you caught it this morning, though.
Thank you for the question, Congressman. Custody is something we believe that is critical to consumer protection. We believe it's critical to our ethos. It is part of Kraken's ethos. The failings that we've seen over the last year have had quite a bit to do with lax
so we have the gold cross on
controls among them being custody.
We'll see if we get through the Sonic R.
Kraken does offer custody for its users. We segregate our users' funds and their assets. But I will say that there is no such thing as physical segregation on a blockchain because these assets are digital. They are not physical. Custody is an important thing to get right for this Congress. I would say that the most important element of this is prescribing uniform standards for custody across market participants so the consumers know how their assets are being custodied and that they can have confidence in it.
Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Ms. Badinsky from, what state are you from?
Illinois.
Illinois. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the ranking members. And thank you to the panelists today. I appreciate your testimony. As we participate in, these important hearings on the future of digital assets, it's very clear that there is a pressing need to develop regulatory framework for this industry to protect consumers while also allowing room for growth. I was really happy to participate in the sub-hearing we had on the House Agriculture Committee not too long ago. But maybe zooming out a bit on this topic. At the same time, I hosted a town hall, my first town hall as a freshman in my district last week, and we talked about a whole host of issues from the Farm Bill to the debt ceiling. And yet I don't hear a lot about these issues from my constituents. I represent a very rural part of our state in central and southern Illinois. And so I'm asking to all of you as panelists, how do we frame this conversation for folks like myself back home when we're talking to constituents as it relates to the vision for DeFi to be a supplement to those who have been underrepresented in the traditional finance markets in particular? I'd be interested in your thoughts. Thank you.
Well, if I may address that, I agree with you, Congresswoman. These issues obviously aren't central to most Americans who are worried about whether they'll have a job, whether their incomes will rise, the price of goods, education of their families. What concerns me, though, is what we saw when crypto prices really rose quickly were a lot of people who thought, oh, I'm going to invest in this and I can quickly make some money. And, maybe they even understood that there was volatility to the assets, although I think a lot of them didn't understand that.
Yeah, okay.
But there's also a huge amount of risk in these platforms. And so it's maybe not that important an issue for most Americans, but I think we have a responsibility to create an investor protection regime so that they're not taken unfair advantage of. They're not risking their hard-earned savings.
They already are with their 401ks,
there's so much fraud and scam and risk.
Congressman, if I could just add, when I try to explain to friends and family that the CFTC has enforcement authority, which is really reactionary, but that they do not have regulatory authority in the commodity spot market, frankly, they're surprised. It's confusing, it's complicated. And so, in my mind, the best incremental step forward here is to expand the CFTC's authority so that participants, particularly retail participants, have the protections that a lot of them think they already have that don't exist.
Additionally, up until recently, unaccredited investors could really only participate in post-IPO offerings. Most of the larger gains take place pre-IPO. So when we look at access and inclusion, in particular in districts like yourself, where those individuals don't have the ability to even participate. Mm-hmm. And so due to U.S. accreditation laws, it creates an even greater wealth disparity between those two people. Mm-hmm. So when the crypto markets became activated, particularly in the U.S., and you started to see U.S. retail investors participating, it was almost their first glimpse at participating in what would be considered an early stage startup that they could never have touched otherwise. Mm-hmm. Now, if we had clear regulatory frameworks and consumer protections where they had the ability to participate within those markets and there was some level of oversight, then they would be sitting in a much better position than they are now and still able to participate in something that's early that otherwise they never would have been able to touch.
Those are great points. Thank you. I had just one other follow-up question with my remaining time for Mr. Massad. Your testimony touched on the resources that would be necessary to equip the CFTC should they be given additional regulatory authorities. Could you walk us through resources the agency identified or invested in during your time at the CFTC in relation to digital assets and any additional resources we should be looking at now?
Thank you, Congresswoman. It was still a fairly small market when I was in office. I left in early 2017, and we did not, under my tenure,
hopefully it fails right here.
Any futures products. There were only swaps trading on, platforms with eligible contract participants. So in terms of our regulatory authority, it was fairly small at that time. Obviously, with the overall growth of the market and the fact that we now have several platforms trading derivatives on crypto, it's a much bigger challenge. And if you then go and give the CFTC spot market authority, and I think they're very competent, they could do that, but only if they get adequate resources, because it's just a big policing job.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back my time. Thank you.
Gentleman from Illinois yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma, the former chair of the House Agriculture Committee and a great American, Mr. Lucas, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I very much appreciate that. The EU recently approved its markets in crypto assets regulation, and the UK is currently crafting its own framework. Mr. Santori, as other jurisdictions craft their own frameworks and more time passes without a digital asset market structure framework in the U.S., how does this make our job more difficult as we write the rules of the road here at home?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. Other jurisdictions are indeed
Twitter
pushing ahead. They
encrypted
have been
DMs.
pushing ahead.
That's
these are G20 jurisdictions with sophisticated financial services
Hopefully
markets.
they don't fuck up spaces
technology
again with this
industries. The U.S. is significantly behind in that respect. It's important that we get it right, not necessarily get it first, but I can tell you firsthand, as a global business with a global footprint, we have made plans to invest
to
in Europe.
19%
We are
now?
making plans to invest in the United Kingdom. Our plans to invest in the United States by hiring people, by expanding our boots on the grounds operation. Well, we're limited in that regard. We find it quite difficult to figure out just how much we should deploy in terms of resources here without a comprehensive federal plan.
As we continue this discussion and work towards legislation, we should keep in mind that the United States, of course, has the most efficient, most liquid, and the deepest capital markets in the world.
At the moment.
This is a result of our willingness to embrace innovative technologies, not stop innovation in its tracks. Mr. Blogrand, could you touch on this? You touched on this in your testimony, but from the perspective of the world's largest stock exchange,
It's already
could you elaborate
above daily volume
generally
as well. Yeah.
on both the difficulty and importance of balancing financial innovation with
2
investor
million over.
protection?
Certainly, thank you. I think you placed it very well. Balancing investor access and investor protection is a crucial exercise, and certainly the framework
trying
that
to
we
go
see in the National
vertical.
Securities Exchanges
20%.
Is one model which may lend itself well to this more nascent space. In particular, the segregation of roles.
I'll get UFAB down as much as it is. That's down like 50% off the highs.
Exchange and a clearinghouse and a custodian.
Which way Wednesday?
That's really basic.
I like the I just like the thumbnail
give
from Squid Game.
Public consumer, the public investor, confidence that they're not going to be, to use a crypto term of art, rugged.
Following up on that, you discussed how the regulators could choose to provide relief for exchanges that want to list digital assets. From your perspective, what SEC and, for that matter, CFTC rules should be altered to address this?
I think the first issue that needs to be addressed is really a chicken and the egg problem. Right now, there are prospective issuers who are reluctant to pursue registration
Come on,
because there
we're doing,
aren't
baby.
exchanges, sort of capital E national securities exchanges on which they could trade. And national securities exchanges are reluctant to enter the space because there are no
Send still pushing.
listings that have been effective under the SEC. So I think the SEC needs to consider some sort of on-ramp to allow for existing tokens to come into the regulatory fold.
Gemini just opened trading on
Find a way
PP
that we
coin.
can sort of end this chicken and the egg situation.
Mr. Santori, you discussed that a major barrier for digital asset trading platforms is to register with the SEC. Is the direct interaction with retail investors rather than through broker-dealers. In your view, what revisions are needed to current law as it relates to broker-dealers in order to have a digital asset trading platform to be successful? What are the characteristics of digital assets do you believe that make this necessary in my remaining time?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. We believe that the broker-dealer construct is a flexible enough construct to accommodate a great deal of trading in digital assets. Broker-dealers can interact directly with consumers and investors. They can elect under Reg ATS to operate essentially as an exchange. This flexibility is, I think, critical to the task in front of Congress today. And you can contrast that flexibility with the rigid regime that exists for national securities exchanges that require intermediation, require that assets not trade after hours because of the price pressure that occurs on that trading after hours, require transfer agents, which are one of the extractive
They can't stop crypto from trading 24/7. They
that
can't.
are obviated by digital
There's
assets
no
and
way.
blockchains. We think that the SEC still has a role over the future of digital asset trading, and the broker-dealers, specifically the ATS regime, is an excellent fit.
Thanks, Mr. Santori. Gentleman's time has expired. And with the committee is very pleased that the witness from the New York Stock Exchange used an ag analogy of chicken and egg. We're grateful for that today. And now I turn to the distinguished ranking member of the full committee, Mrs. Waters, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm going to address this question to Mr. Blaugard. As I mentioned in my opening statement, this committee has heard from a wide range of market participants about the need to address discrete risk posed by stablecoins, which would be subject to bank-like runs similar to what we saw with SVB and previously with money market funds. We have also heard about the need to enhance the SEC's authority because it is currently limited when going after firms overseas, and the need to enhance CFTC's authority because it currently lacks authority over so-called spot markets. However, there's a broader effort underfoot to establish an entirely new market structure for cryptocurrencies and their issuers. I think that we should first pause and consider whether our securities and commodity market structure is sufficient to address these issues. For 90 years, the New York Stock Exchange and other market participants have been highly regulated to enable American companies seeking capital to gain the trust of investors who have it. We often talk about how our capital markets are the envy of the world, and it is our securities laws that make that so. Your exchange must abide by strict rules about what it can and cannot do. This is a result of regulation designed to protect investor assets by providing the markets with material information, eliminating conflicts of interest and risk to our financial system, and promoting fair competition. In your view, are crypto exchanges meaningfully different from traditional exchanges such that they should warrant an entirely new legislative and regulatory framework? What would be the effect of crafting a new and separate legal framework for crypto exchanges?
Thank you very much for your question. I think it's a general principle that like functions should be regulated in like fashion. And while it is true that the digital asset trading platforms have commingled many of the functions which in the traditional markets are discretely highly regulated, like brokerage,
Kind of boring day so far.
clearing and custody. The fact that they've commingled
Ugh,
them
waters, yeah.
doesn't decrease risk, it increases risk. So in our mind,
TRKA to 200?
bringing those activities up to the standard that have been established for national securities exchanges is an appropriate posture. To your second question, we're certainly concerned that should there be an alternative lighter touch treatment that's developed for digital assets, that there's the risk of regulatory arbitrage that's established, and that would somehow diminish or degrade the investor confidence, the resiliency, the transparency, and the leadership
Excellent
of
answer.
our more traditional markets as well.
Excellent answer.
There's certainly adaptations that the regulatory agencies should consider with respect to digital assets and refining the way that they're supported. But we believe that they have the authority they need today to do so.
Excellent answer.
Thank you very much, and I yield back the balance of my time.
That's because she couldn't do shit. She couldn't say anything to sway him. That's exactly the answer we needed.
Yield back? Yeah. Gentlewoman yields back. Mr. Stahl of Wisconsin is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman. I thank both our chairmans and both our ranking members for calling today's hearing. It's great to see agriculture and financial services come together to address a really big challenge. Why? Because I think it's time for Congress to get to work on digital asset rules, because the current regulation by enforcement practice is not working. Last month, the Financial Services Committee, we asked the SEC Commissioner, Chairman Gensler, for his view on the future of digital assets regulations. And candidly, we didn't learn a lot. We didn't hear a path forward
I like this guy.
for digital asset regulation. Maybe one of the only things we learned was that Chairman Gensler's never traded a digital asset himself. We don't know what Chairman Gensler's plans are. There's not clear rules in front of us. And regulation by enforcement doesn't work. And the come in and register black box served, the register by black box is serving to chill the digital assets innovation. I don't think we can afford as a country to cede regulation to other countries. I'm concerned that it's going to move innovation outside the United States.
It will.
Move it overseas, costing Americans jobs and putting U.S. retail investors ultimately at a disadvantage. And I think this hearing demonstrates that Congress is ready to do the job. Let me dive in and ask a question, if I can, of you, Mr. Schoenberger. In particular, when we think about the global construct, right? So if we fail to do this here in the United States and we see innovation move abroad, I want to look at what other countries, what other regions are doing. And in particular, how do regulators in Europe view blockchain technology? And in particular, how does this attitude differ from that of U.S. regulators?
Thank you, Congressman, for the question. So I can speak for the Web3 Foundation that took a very deliberate decision at the time to be headquartered in Switzerland. Switzerland provided very early on for a very clear regulatory framework, distinguishing between payment tokens, security tokens, and utility tokens. And also the Swiss regulator, FINMA, issued a no-action letter to the Web3 Foundation back already in 2019.
So would it, only cognizant of my time, would it be fair to say that they took a much more forward-thinking approach in Switzerland and in Europe?
I would say so. I mean, this framework that they provided certainly provided the legal certainty to be headquartered there and have legal clarity around the classification.
Great answer.
Instantly.
Thank you very much. Only cognizant of my time. If I can, Mr. Durgee, if I can shift over to you, we look at the European Union recently approved its market in crypto assets regulations. What lessons can we take away from the EU's experience as we craft our own market structured laws here in the United States?
Yes, thank you for the question. As we look at the rollout of
We're
MiCA,
close, guys.
which won't take place actually until 2024, it really is the first large-scale jurisdictional regulatory framework that we've seen from a major market. It's very focused on retail investors, in particular protecting them in the earlier stages of these projects and the project development. But I would say it would be a misstep to only look there. If we look at other jurisdictions out of Dubai, like VARA, we look at MAS out of Singapore, we look at what South Korea is doing, particularly around security tokens and gaming, you start to get a much more holistic view of how the world is approaching the asset class as the United States starts to wait in the wings.
And is those countries have more stability, more clarity, not driving forward through a regulatory approach, but putting forward rules and regulations of the road, do you see more investment and innovation occurring in those jurisdictions?
Extensively so, and the real example is, I think I'm the only one here that actually runs our early stage venture funds. We have multiple out of Republic that we run, and in the last 3 years there's been a huge shift to offshore investments. I'd say we're doing over 3x investments now offshore as we worked in the U.S.
Thank you very much. Cognizant of the time, I'm going to jump if I can. One final question to you, Mr. Santori. We've talked about the Howey test, how it's used, and in particular, do you think this efforts of others requirement is triggered when you have a digital asset project where holders contribute to the development and success of a functional or decentralized network?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. No, I don't. I think that's actually quite rare. I think that the attraction of blockchain networks is, among other things, the ability to coordinate between large, otherwise disorganized groups whose efforts contribute to the code, but don't act together as issuers, who don't exercise managerial expertise over profits and losses. This is a very different environment than what was contemplated in Howey and its orange groves.
Thank you very much, because one of the, as we all know, the requirements of the Howey test is that the profits be primarily derived from the efforts of others. I think your comment there is helpful. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Davis, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I'll say good morning to all the witnesses today. Thank you so much for joining us, and especially
362 on 6.
My colleagues too on the Financial Services Committee, as well as those on our House Agriculture Committee. Looking at the Pew report or research that was done, and this particular data point is showing as high as 66% of minority communities using, and this is self-report, by the way, U.S. adults that are self-reporting having traded or used
167 on 8, grinding higher.
And my question here is, I've looked at different research that's been out there, just trying to get an understanding of what's taking place. And I'm just wanting to understand, as we're here trying to discuss regulation, how do we best understand right now in terms of the data and what's
ATLX hard down
place before us?
Well, if I may answer that, Congressman, I'm very concerned by the statistic you cited. I think it does suggest that a lot of people might be jumping into this space not being fully aware of all the risks. I think we certainly saw that as prices started
5%
to
on
go up
cosm.
in crypto. And I think it just speaks to the need to create a much better investor protection
3.5 up on
We do not have that
Coinbase.
today in this industry.
2.7 up on AI.
If I could add,
SMX
Congressman,
111.
This discussion is not just about people using tokens or people using digital assets. This discussion is about people using the product of those digital assets, the functional use cases that exist today. And this Congress has heard from witnesses who have laid bare some of those uses. I can add a couple to that pile, but maybe one in particular that I think illustrates that distinction between the use case and the coin. Today, when you watch a video on your phone, and we've all probably watched videos on our phone from time to time, those videos are recorded in far-off places using different standards, resolutions, color schemes, etc. Transforming that into a version that fits on your phone takes computing and processing power. It takes time and effort, and it's expensive. There are blockchain-based networks now that coordinate and incentivize that process. It's called transcoding, so that end users can see that video that's being recorded at a different resolution on their phone, on their screen, on a big screen, on IMAX, right? People are using that technology today to view videos of all kinds, mundane use cases that have nothing to do with blockchain technology, but those use cases are being provisioned and delivered because of functional networks in digital assets. Kraken doesn't provide that. We would be the subject of regulation. We only provide liquidity services, but we're a part of that ecosystem, and that's part of this conversation today.
When I think, broadly speaking, and we look at recent market, what's happened with the market in terms of crashes, and I come back to just trying to piecemeal and understand the dynamics of what's taking place, you know, it would be concerning at how we're able to identify, you know, certain trends in the data. And what would be important to me when we obviously are talking about safeguards, consumer protection, you know, fraud, scams that are taking place, at how we are proactively looking at any trend lines to further protect 10% back consumers. And I would love, with the time remaining, if anyone would like to just add another comment on what that looks like,
Bitcoin
identifying any trend lines.
See if it could hold.
That would be of concerning when we're talking about
Super
putting
trend
safeguards in place for consumer protection.
Yeah, Congressman, if I could, I'll maybe offer that. I think right now, market participants see press releases where regulatory agencies like the CFTC are bringing cases in the spot market for trading of things like Bitcoin, Ethereum, certain stable coins for fraud and manipulation.
It's about to break out of a pennant.
Or they think that the CFTC has full regulatory authority for those markets, and they don't. And so they later find out that customer funds aren't being segregated, the markets aren't being subject to surveillance, they're not getting specific treatment under bankruptcy. And so
Sends to 20%?
There's an effort that could be made to expand the authority, which would then go to further education of the market.
Thank you. Yield back, Mr.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
I'm thinking about making an
Mr. Timmons
entry,
of South
but
Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
I think I need Mullen to
Chairman.
push first.
The question, is a digital asset a security, really is a question of should existing securities regulations apply to digital assets? It seems to me that the answer is no.
Correct.
Blockchain technology enables digital assets to be created, stored, transferred, and transacted. The use of digital assets is essential to our discussion here. Some are cryptocurrencies intended to be used as a means of payment to buy goods
Bitcoin
and
up.
services. Some are digital assets intended to represent traditional assets, such as equities,
Hopefully
bonds,
this
or derivatives.
carries.
Some are digital tokens intended to provide access to and operate blockchain-based infrastructures. Further still, digital assets have different funding structures at their inception, different governance structures, different operational rules, and different marketed economic realities. Existing securities regulations simply do not have the appropriate flexibility to foster innovation and support the adoption of blockchain technology in all of its use cases, while also providing the necessary investor protections. Here in Congress, we face a daunting task in navigating these regulatory waters. I believe Congress must act to clarify the regulatory uncertainty. Digital assets will be a huge part of the global economy in the future. The strength of our markets and the rule of law in the United States gives us the ability to lead in the future of digital assets. That ability to lead is also often a burden. It is a burden that we are obligated to rise to the occasion and meet. So the purpose of this hearing is to identify what future framework will best meet the needs
Wow, look at you,
of the
Fab,
digital
down
assets
from the
industry
highs.
while protecting our citizens from foreseeable harm. Along those lines, I have a few questions around whether existing securities regulations should apply to digital assets. One of the hallmarks of digital asset that has reached its full potential is being functional and decentralized. Mr. Schoenberger, would you discuss what it means for digital asset to be functional and decentralized, and why these features have become the end goal for so many digital asset projects? Thank you, Congressman, for the question. Well, I would say this is certainly
TRKA
true
trying.
for DOT and some other projects, probably not for all. For those where that applies, we need to go back to the the Web3 vision that is based on community consensus, and this necessarily requires that there's no central entity controlling the network. And the Web3 Foundation, during the launch of the Polkadot network, gave up control over the network and handed that over to the community very early in the game. So that's the decentralization part. Being functional simply means some token needs to be more than simply a means of payment or a vehicle for investment. In the case of DOT again, this gives you access to the network. It's used for securing the network. It's used for participating in the governance, and also if you want to lease a blockchain on top of the network.
Thank you for that. One follow-up. In your testimony, you said that when the foundation removed the pseudo key, it was a pivotal point in decentralizing the Polkadot network. Would you explain more about that process and how it ensured that the foundation could not control the network anymore?
Sure. The pseudo key gives super user capacities, like gives you the abilities of a super admin. This key, together with the abilities, was given up, and since the code is all open source, this can be looked up by literally everyone. And once this was handed over to the community, the whole control over the network, to reinstate this would take a majority vote of the community.
Thank you for that. We've discussed today that either legislation or adaptations are needed. I want to discuss that more. Bitcoin is the most popular digital asset in the ecosystem. It is also the only digital asset that both the SEC and the CFTC can agree is a commodity. Mr. Santori, under the current securities laws, would it be possible for a national security exchange to list Bitcoin and a security alongside each other?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Timmons. No, it wouldn't. National securities exchanges are limited in the assets that they can list, and it's not just a question of amending the list of assets they can list. It's a matter of ripping the heart out of the rules that are in place that make that listing possible. The limitations on trading times, the requirement of intermediaries that can be expensive, the requirement that they don't list additional assets. These are fundamental to the structure of the National Securities Exchange that exists in the United States. It is not a flexible one.
Thank you for that. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Cassidy, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to all our witnesses here today. I have just a general request, and I feel like I make some version of this at all our meetings. If a carpenter asked you, why do I need a screwdriver, and you said, let me tell you why all carpenters need to use toolboxes, we'd say you're not answering the question. We're not here today to talk about whether or not Web3 or blockchain should be regulated at some entity. We're not here to talk about whether or not you can pay for things with a digital dollar.
It's literally like the name of the fucking...
We're here to talk about cryptocurrency. And so I'd ask you all to limit your conversations there, because that's the question, is about the token, not the ecosystem in which the token lives. I want to start with you, Mr. Durgian. I want to make sure I didn't misrepresent. If I understand your testimony, is it your view that that cryptocurrencies will help close the wealth inequality gap?
Indeed it is.
Okay. Do you know if you had invested in the S&P index over the last 5 years from 2017 to 2022, you know what the return is you would have earned?
It would not have been terrible.
Yeah, about almost 61%. There's been 12 cryptocurrencies that have existed during that same 5-year period. Do you know what the median return is if I'd invested
thousands
in
of percentage
cryptocurrencies over the same period?
I assume I know the basket you're talking about, and it would be less than that.
It's a lot less. In fact, I would have lost 46% of my money. It's a negative yield. Now, that's the median cryptocurrency, and we could talk about where the other ones are, but according to a recent report from the Bank for International Settlements, 73 to 81% of all of the Bitcoin traders during that period lost money. Do you want to revisit your statement about this being a great way to close the wealth inequality gap?
Yeah, because
I think when we look at the wealth inequality gap, we come back to the aspect of accredited versus unaccredited access.
Well, that's a different question. There is the historical data
These people are
is that
fucking
this
idiots.
is not actually a way to
I need to be
grow
on this
wealth.
panel or something.
I am really concerned if we are telling people who do not have the sophistication that this thing where they would have lost 46% of their money over the last 5 years is something other than, I don't know, a way to transfer wealth.
Yeah, I think when we go back and we look at that,
Today is my day.
we're all here to talk about
BRDS,
consumer protections, right? That is the goal of this conversation.
I asked the point because there is a myth about wealth inequality, and I am happy to debate facts.
Let's go Peru.
I'm not happy to debate lies. And I think we need to be honest about those facts. Mr. Blargard, I want to move to you. In your comments, you had mentioned that investor protections, such as segregation of roles between trading venues, market makers, asset custodians, are a hallmark of regulated exchanges. Totally agree. Thank you for making the point. I would remind us all that your comments, which I think are valid coming from your mouth, are virtually identical to comments that Sam Bankman-Fried made in characterization of FTX in his prepared testimony here last June. Do you have any way of sitting here, because many of those same statements...
At some point, this is going to become a very, very good buy.
Do you have any way to verify that those other
it might be right here,
statements
but
are
I
any
don't
more
know.
accurate than the statements made by Mr. Bankman-Fried last June, as relates to their exchanges?
With respect to digital asset trading platforms that assert that they have controls in place to enforce consumer protections, I don't know that there's any sort of third-party verification that's available.
Okay, so as you know well, because you live under these SEC regs, the current SEC regs do require exchanges and brokers to issue and provide investors and market participants with fair, timely, and accurate information on all that. If the crypto exchanges were subject to those regulations, would you be able to answer the prior question in the affirmative?
If they were complying with the regulations, then we would be able to answer it correctly.
For both the exchanges and the brokers, everybody in that ecosystem?
Yes, sir.
So then the last question, and I just want to build on the comment that Ms. Caraveo and others have made, is I think we've established the CFTC is the smallest of all our financial regulators.
A hearing about digital assets and like the framework that they should
It's great that we say let's increase the funding
basically
of these
like
organizations.
operate by.
To state the obvious.
Like who should
it's
handle it,
never
the
easy to raise
CFTC or the
the
SEC?
amount of resources that go to fund our organizations. If this industry is such a big deal, if it's such a great way to grow wealth, if it's going to be so huge in the future, would you care to speculate why the industry would like to be regulated by the smallest, least well-resourced organization?
I don't care to speculate, sir.
Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I too want to thank and acknowledge the fact that the two committees are meeting here today. You know, when I came to Congress, I may have been one of the few folks who actually wanted to have this conversation. I just listened to my colleagues suggest that this hearing is not about regulations.
Disney has earnings after hours today,
in fact,
too.
it is. This is an industry that one has been certainly pushing the expanses of innovation, creating opportunity to access capital and wealth, and doing it in a way that, yes, has enormous risk. We recognize that. But at the same time, enormous opportunity, in particular for those who don't understand or want to or can participate in the traditional banking infrastructure. That's all critically important. I represent a rural community upstate New York. We might as well be some banking island in any other place of the world. And so, yes, this hearing is about regulation. In fact, regulation of an industry that is asking us to do something.
Very cool.
And I
Go
appreciate
ahead.
the testimony
This
we've
is
heard
bid
already
spreads,
and the
set up on
progress
TRKA.
that we are making. My colleague, Mr. Timmons, started down the road of talking about distinguishing I want to get through that. Whether or not it's possible for the National Security Exchange to list Bitcoin and a security alongside each other. Mr. Santori, you started down that road. I wanted to add to that as a follow-up. Is the SEC working with trading platforms to account for those differences?
No. I bet she says no.
I can't speak for other participants in the digital asset industry or ecosystem. We did in fact try to work with the SEC. We had what I thought is good engagement with the staff. I won't go into the details of that, as I think building trust between the industry and its regulators is important. But at a point in those conversations, they were cut off, and I don't believe that had anything to do with the staff.
Wow.
So I can tell you that we tried. I can tell you as an attorney that's represented clients in the industry that other participants have tried.
You hear that?
I don't believe
that's big.
Anybody has really gotten anywhere.
Mr. Culkin, how would allowing an entity registered at the SEC to list a commodity for trading impact the CFTC's existing enforcement authority?
So Congressman, it's a good question. It would be challenging. Right now,
I just really
commodities
want
are
one
not
of my
traded
investments
on
to
stock
rip.
exchanges.
That way I could
They're
throw money
not
at
traded
stakes.
on alternative trading systems. And so it would create a lot of confusion.
Well, FFIE is
because
down
currently
20%
the
too.
CFTC can only look at the digital commodity spot market for fraud and manipulation. They're limited to enforcement authority only. And if the trading were to take place on a an SEC regulated exchange, it would probably further.
Wow, 106 on
restrict their ability
SMX.
to
I like that
conduct
all the way up
oversight.
until at least
So it
125.
was suggested a few moments ago that some of this is merely, or should be addressed simply through simple adaptation. Is it, in your opinion, that this is just an adaptation?
I think it's an adaptation in the sense that the CFTC is already monitoring spot commodity markets for fraud and manipulation, but they
Heads up,
don't
there
have
is a
their
gap,
full
though, right
regulatory
there.
authority that they have in the futures markets. And so when you think about it that way, it's an extension of the CFTC's jurisdiction to require registration, regulation, examination, and enforcement in a way that's not meaningfully available right now.
Mr. Santori, same question. Would you like to add to that?
No, sir. I think Mr. Culkin covered it well.
Fair enough. For all of you, I want to end where I began. It was suggested that this hearing is not about regulation. It seems to me it is. Is it necessary for Congress to move down the path of adequate guidelines and regulation? Simply yes or no?
Yes.
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 I don't think so.
Thank you very much, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Carvana's now up
Gentleman
13.
yields back. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Kazar.
Big
recognized
old
for
cup on
5 minutes.
Carvana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the leadership of the committees and subcommittees for bringing us together. I want to pick up my line of questioning where my colleague, Mr. Kasten, left off on the current state of play and the current rules that we're discussing. So several courts have determined that so many crypto assets indeed meet the Howey test and are securities. There are some, as we've discussed today, including Bitcoin, that seem to fall under CFTC jurisdiction. And so my first question is for you, Mr. Santori. Your platform is a cryptocurrency exchange. How many crypto assets are currently on your platform?
We support roughly 200 assets globally.
Thank you. And of about those 200 assets, to your knowledge, how many of them are registered with the CFTC or the SEC as securities? Or sorry, with the CFTC as commodities or the SEC?
Very low number.
To my knowledge, none of them are.
Or none.
And so why are none of them registered?
Because they don't have to be.
I can speculate on the basis of the projects that work on those securities. My belief is that that there is no workable registration regime for those projects. Any registration regime
EVgo, Prime Medicine, Fisker, Tattooed Chef, Circuit, and then
things
Shift,
like a transfer
SFT.
agent that would add nothing to consumer protection and would make the working of those digital asset blockchains untenable.
And in your view, does current law allow for y'all to list unregistered securities on the exchange?
Sorry, the question is, does current law allow for us to list unregistered securities on the exchange? I don't think so.
And so if some of these indeed are securities or indeed are commodities, you wouldn't be allowed to list them if they were unregistered.
You know, I have to tell you, you're getting into interpretations of the law of existing law as opposed to testimony that I can give on facts. I'd say that Kraken takes great strides in not listing securities, and we do not list securities. We have robust processes in place to
solid answer from this guy.
The assets that we do support. We review every asset for, of course, its business use case and its functional use case. We review assets for cybersecurity vulnerabilities. And of course, we have a process in place to evaluate these assets as to whether they could potentially fall into either the world of regulated securities or regulated commodity derivatives.
Thank you. I want to sort of ask a similar question now to Mr. Blaugren. So can the New York Stock Exchange have unregistered securities on its platform?
We do not.
And what would happen if it did?
We would be subject to enforcement action, I presume, by the SEC.
Right. So part of what I'm trying to understand here as far as the current state of play is that if an exchange wants to be in compliance with the law, it would have to delist any unregistered securities or commodities. And our current laws, as I understand them from several judicial opinions and decisions that I've looked over, that crypto assets,
I just don't know how they're going to try to take
them
control right now. Like they're going to try to take control somehow. I just don't know how they're going to try it.
Folks agree are commodities.
And I don't like not
very
knowing
few,
things.
And in some cases, none of them are registered with the appropriate agency. And so you don't have to be a crypto skeptic or a crypto enthusiast, I think, to come to the conclusion that I'm feeling now, which is some level of concern that even under existing rules, there are real concerns about, do we have folks that should be registered?
LiDAR's up 7.8.
We should have protections for investors not registering. And so it is hard to think about the path forward.
I could see that.
If right now I could be having this
But I could see that money going right into the accuser's side as well.
I think you're absolutely right, Congressman. If you look at even what the 4 largest platforms today list in the U.S., there's about 400 tokens in total on all those platforms. Only 60 of them are commonly listed. They're all making different decisions about what's a security or what's not. Now, maybe they're applying other filters on top of what's a security. Maybe they could all get together and say, oh, yes, we believe all 400 are not securities, but I doubt it.
Thank you. And so just because I have the remaining 20 seconds here, I appreciate it. To me, we had the SEC came out of the Great Depression and that enormous crash. I think it's so important for us to learn from those mistakes. And as FTX and others have collapsed, we need those kinds of protections to make sure we don't have the intermingling of funds, to make sure people have recourse against fraud and abuse. We want to make sure we're protecting investors. And the fact that right now I'm concerned that the laws aren't even being followed makes this really challenging. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Durkee, I want to just state for the record that I was very impressed by your opening statement regarding the standardization and the acceptance of emerging technologies. And I think it's important to remember how we need to look down the road. We need to understand where we're at and how these things work. We've been discussing the need for regulatory clarity and digital asset regulation for the past few months. There's no question that in the aftermath,
True, I messaged you back, buddy.
A company that cheated American investors from the Bahamas, and while some American firms begin to move offshore, an American regulatory regime for digital assets is needed. As it relates to digital assets, I firmly believe that we don't need more regulators. We need a way of clarifying when and where our current regulators should have jurisdiction over the existing market. In other words, we need to establish.
Good answer, or good question.
This is easier said than done. The
CFTC
lane and the SEC lane.
TRKA trying to reject the gold cross
space, which is easier said than done. I want to make a record today, Mr. Santori, regarding Kraken. You've testified here today. Does Kraken maintain accurate books and records?
Yes, we do, Congressman.
Does Kraken make those documents available to regulators?
We do on occasion, yes.
Does Kraken make appropriate disclosures to customers and ensure that its customer assets are protected?
They're very, very close. Just how are they going to do it?
Your answers to those simple questions. What is the best means, in your opinion, by which we can ensure those steps are all being taken?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. I think that the best means to ensure that digital asset participants are keeping records, that they are sharing those records when requested by regulators and law enforcement, to ensure that digital asset participants are being good stewards of their customers with regards to disclosures. We need harmonization across those digital asset providers, a set of clear rules for the road, so that we don't have to guess
AQST is up another 5.5%.
Standards and those standards and best practices.
ASNS 7
3/4%.
7.75%.
Why, as you noted, FTX was such a debacle was because it wasn't some small niche exchange that wasn't servicing Americans. It was an exchange that Americans
big old cup and handle set up on
because
AI.
of the environment here in the United States. Americans were driven to FTX because of the lack of standards here,
No,
because of the
that's
lack of uniform disclosure rules, because we are forced
It's like
to
ASNS,
guess
I think.
as to what those rules are instead of building compelling products.
Thank you, Mr. Santori. Mr. Culkin, does the CFTC regularly examine its registrants to ensure that they are keeping adequate books and records, making appropriate
Yes,
disclosures,
try back up.
and ensuring that customer funds are protected?
Yes.
A follow-up to that, did any customers of Ledger X, the CFTC registered clearinghouse owned by FTX, lose any funds because of the FTX implosion?
Not to my knowledge, no.
I think it's important we get a number of these questions on the record. We are trying to solve a problem. We're trying to make it possible for Americans to participate in an economy and in an exchange and a framework that's going to be worldwide. And today, I think we got some good answers. I'd like to ask one more question to Mr. Culkin. If we, and this is regarding self-certification process and how it could be applied in digital assets. Mr. Culkin, if a commodities exchange attempts to self-certify the trade of a product under current CFTC rules, what does that process look like for the applicant filing the self-certification?
So currently, if a futures exchange wants to list a product, they have to file the product with the CFTC.
Sticks now down 21%.
Basic commercial components of the contract, and then they have to provide pretty lengthy
I have a feeling that
explanation for how that product's not.
I'm not going to be able to get out of one of my investments and get into
Financial
Sticks
resources are in place to facilitate
time
that trading, and for
before
digital
Sticks
assets
lists.
specifically, the CFTC staff, excuse me, have put in place a heightened scrutiny review that's been in place now for 5 years, and those questions have to be satisfied as well.
I don't know if I have enough time for the second question on self-certification, but if the CFTC finds that an applicant's self-certification violates the Commodities Exchange Act, what recourse does the CFTC have?
So if a submission fails to comply with the CEA and its rules, then the product would be rejected, and it would not be able to be listed for.
Carvana still moving up.
I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Ms. Salinas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our ranking members and chairs for bringing us all together to hold this joint hearing, and thank you to our panelists for taking all your time today. Over the course of the conversation, even over the last few months, one area that hasn't really been discussed in the deliberation of how to fill regulatory gaps is the very real and very large impact on climate that the industry is also having. In my home state of Oregon, this has spurred state legislative action to require cutting carbon output. So my question for any of the panelists, as we grapple with how to regulate the digital asset industry, if, as with other fiduciaries, should we incentivize climate responsibility and penalize
This
carbon
might just be
emissions
the
from
bottom on
high-energy
SMX.
use facilities? And if so, do you have any recommendations for implementing a climate-friendly regulatory framework for the digital asset industry?
Well, Congressman, I think the energy usage of certain aspects of the crypto industry is a real cause of concern. It's not something that we would typically address.
Still trying to get the lift on VRM.
But that doesn't mean it doesn't need to be addressed. You're right that your state and other states like New York have tried to take this on, and that may be the path. Certainly, though, beginning with
New
some
Yorkers
sort of
are not happy
framework
about their crypto laws. Just
where
saying.
we have financial regulation.
At
that
least
includes
from
investor
what I've
protection,
learned here
and
in
that
chat.
includes disclosure about a lot of these things would be a step forward, and then one can decide who is the proper regulator to address the energy aspect.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Does anybody else care to answer? Because I can move on.
I'll just make a comment that the industry is very aware of that problem and is aggressively moving to more towards green energy solutions. I think there's actually
AI
been
is trying to hold on
extensive
20.
amount of innovation in that area and continuing to move. So mainly because it's business ready, right? We're seeing it save money along the lines. I'll give you
It was
a real-world
ASNS,
example.
kid.
Flare gas out of oil mines now is being used in order to run Bitcoin mines. There's a company called Caruso that's particularly adept at it. That is otherwise would have been pollution that's being converted into energy to run these facilities. So I think the need for that is driving innovation.
Thank you.
VS up
I'd also like
26%
to add
off.
that they're not all the same. According to a neutral study, Polkadot actually has the least carbon footprint in the industry, and the whole
They're literally
consumption
pumping
in a year,
Polkadot.
Equates to only 7 households in Switzerland. So that makes a difference.
Thank you. All right, so for many of you, there does seem to be some degree of consensus around needing
They're like
to
literally
regulate
sitting here
based on
pumping the shit out of
utility.
Polkadot.
But what concerns me is that the use cases
I don't
of
get it.
crypto assets are still pretty murky.
BLCM looks ready? Okay.
There also seems
You
to
got
be
EMA.
evidence by the lack of registered securities. Are issuers not able to describe the uses of their own products, or is that the potential product uses are substantially broad and vague?
Congresswoman, I think it's some degree of both, but in particular, it's the lack of any kind of regulatory framework that requires disclosure effectively. I mean, if you have basically a lot of industry participants claiming that what they're issuing is not a security, then we don't have a framework for disclosure. Now, the SEC did, I think, a great job going after the ICOs, these internet coin offerings, where people were just issuing tokens that were securities on the basis of very little disclosure.
We're talking about XRP right now.
There is also the element of exactly what is the use case. Sometimes you can have a token which has both a utility, but it is still a security. The SEC recently won they won a case to that effect, that even though it had a utility component, the token was still a security. So again, it comes back to needing a framework. What I've suggested is create a framework where we don't have to rewrite securities laws, but we get at the issues you're talking about.
Thank you.
I'd love to just add to that very quickly as well, that a lot of the disclosure requirements, especially in particular into the capital raising components, whether that's Reg CF or Reg A+, are quite counterintuitive. The goal is to find that these assets are decentralized. Most of the disclosure requirements are very centralized disclosures. Who is the operating team, audited financials, business plans. If these things are run by a community of developers, they don't have that information able to disclose. It's just not a viable framework. So we really need to look at potentially shifting that. That will also bring digital assets.
It was moving up pretty nicely.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Mr. Nunn's
Hopefully
recognized
TRKA.
for 5 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate the incredible panel. This has been a good discussion all day long. We've been listening to it as we go through here. Both the work of the Ag Committee and the Financial Services Committee, where I have privilege on getting to serve kind of in this nexus space between where we have digital assets floating between what guys in Iowa know very well on commodities trading and guys in downtown Des Moines know in securities trading. So as a simple Iowa guy here, we've got a digital asset that falls under the CFTC for all things commodities. But if it is a securities, it's going to fall under the SEC. We just had Chairman Gensler in here who claims that every other token than Bitcoin is under the SEC's jurisdiction, including a number of the ones that we've talked about today. In contrast, the CFTC Chairman Bidham stated that a commodity like what we call Ethereum would be under the Ag Committee's jurisdiction. So, Mr. Cullen, I'm going to talk with you first based on your background in CFTC. One of the simple questions that we asked before, Ethereum, is it a commodity or is it a security?
So I think it's a commodity, and I say that because
Good.
there are futures contracts trading on Ethereum, just like soybeans or different gas or energy products.
All right, well, that's good to hear, because I think that we've had a lot of people who have talked on it on both ways. My point here is that it's not clear under the current structure to be able to know truly where Ethereum should be traded on or other entities like it. I'm going to ask, then, given your experience at CFTC, would you pose the same question on, let's see here,
XRP.
this issue of, does the CFTC or any other federal regulator register commodity listings? Let's go back to this question on commodity listings. Does any federal regulator register commodities listings?
No, I don't believe so.
And let's talk about specifically, there's some conversation earlier on spot commodities listings. Why or why not do we list that?
So there's no federal regulator tasked with overseeing the digital commodity spot market right now.
Right, so we're in this open space. Let me
Coinbase
ask Mr.
3.3
Santori, you highlighted a great conversation here. In my opinion,
Bitcoin is
unique
getting
elements
tighter
of
right there on
crypto
that 48.
being a bipartisan issue, collaborating on toughening the top subjects. Not only is it bicameral, but you're seeing in here it's across multiple communities of jurisdiction in the United States. One of the issues that's most important to me is ensuring that bad actors don't attempt to utilize this crypto to evade enforcement. And that's why I partnered with Representative Himes in introducing the Financial Technology Protection Act, which would bring regulators and industry leaders together to ensure we have standards and regulations that were just highlighted in some places currently are lacking. So in your view, how would such a collaboration be helpful not only to regulators, but to the industry writ large?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. We applaud that effort. I should say that right out the gate. I think that that what we're here today asking for, these clear rules of the road, would allow us as a global organization to be able to prepare to make additional reporting to the CFTC and the SEC. We would have clear guidelines on what information to record about our customers and about the transactions that occur on our platform. We would have guidelines on how long
I think it was like
to keep
4.9.
it. We would have guidelines on how to share it. It's often lost in the shuffle, but the mundane details around actually sharing this much information with multiple regulators is probably the bulk of the discussion that we have today when we work with law enforcement.
It was kind of like on the money, to be quite honest.
Literally thousands of reports to regulators.
It was pretty much exactly what they were
around
forecasting.
The world. This can be a daunting task without clarity.
TRKA at Supertrend?
We've seen other entities work
I think we're going to need Bitcoin, though, to come off the bottom here with a lot
all
of these.
developing this area. The United States, currently we're still talking through a
SPY
very
is at
complex
411.20.
conversation. But to your point specifically, recently the CFTC enforcement action against a foreign exchange, the CFTC alleged in that case that foreign exchanges' compliance efforts are a sham and that the company deliberately chose over and over to place profits over the law. Mr. Santori, how does your firm differ in the compliance perspective compared to foreign exchanges with a bad
We've
record?
been in a recession, Scott.
Thank you for the question, Congressman. We
For like
do differ, and we
2
differ
quarters,
dramatically,
at
unlike
least,
foreign exchanges.
maybe
As you
3.
heard me say earlier, we make abundant reporting to law enforcement.
Anybody who tells you otherwise
we KYC every single user
is wrong. I
unlike
promise.
some other exchanges where.
Mr. Santori, thank you. I want to be able to highlight here that you guys are doing it the right way. My concern is that if we don't have clarity in this space, we're going to allow bad actors to continue to operate outside. With that, I yield my time back to the chair. Thank you.
No, so do I. I mean a technical recession, too.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
They keep
Thank you,
changing the
Mr. Chair.
definition of
Here
a
in Congress, we
technical
have
recession.
What I would describe as a anti-crypto derangement syndrome that clouds clear thinking about crypto regulation. Although there are too many myths to dispel, I will take the occasion to address a few of them. Myth, a statutory framework for crypto, would undermine 9 decades of securities law. Fact, the New York State Department of Financial Services has an alternate framework for regulating virtual assets. And far from undermining securities regulation, DFS has shown itself to be the most rigorous regulator of crypto in the world. Myth, there's no need at all for the SEC to provide regulatory clarity and guidance. And that calls for clarity and guidance are nothing more than a pretext for evading lawful compliance. Fact, even the Investor Advisory Committee,
which favors Gary Gensler's approach to enforcement, concedes that there is in fact a need for regulatory clarity. Quote, the SEC should consider issuing a request for comment regarding areas where additional guidance is needed related to the application of federal securities laws to crypto assets. Myth, it does not matter at all if crypto is driven offshore. Fact, offshore, deregulated, over-leveraged companies like FTX carry the greatest risk of losing customer funds, a point that Gary Gensler himself did not dispute when pressed under questioning. Myth, registration with the SEC is just a form on a website. Fact, the notion of registration as just a form on a website is patently false. So false, in fact, that it would come as a shock to all the securities lawyers and companies spending millions of dollars on SEC registration and compliance.
I just don't know if they violated the 10-cent rule. Can
Myth,
somebody,
the SEC
can
has
somebody
the right
look
to
up and
crack
see
down on
if they
crypto because the
violated the
technology
10-cent rule?
has no utility. It
AUD?
does more harm than good. Fact, the SEC is statutorily designed to be a merit-neutral regulator. Even if SEC chair were as omniscient as God himself, he nonetheless has no statutory authority to impose his personal judgment about the merits of crypto and blockchain on those of us who disagree with him. The SEC's only role is to correct information asymmetries and mandate disclosures
to
protect investors. So my first question, one can imagine a digital asset that begins as a security, but then over time morphs into something else as it becomes decentralized. Ether, for example, was arguably a security at the time of the ICO, but then arguably became a commodity as it became decentralized. If a digital asset no longer has a central team from whose efforts investors expect to derive the profit, should there be a process by which that digital asset transitions from securities regulation to commodities regulation? Mr. Culkin, do you want to take a shot at that?
Congressman, so first, thank you for your remarks. I agree with your sentiment, and I think about these issues as being a former markets regulator. And so it's really not so much whether I think that there's merit to the product, but more that market participants need to be able to come in and know that the market has integrity. There's not fraud, there's not manipulation, activities being surveilled. In terms of transitioning
TXAI 813, Bitcoin up again. Coming up on that key level, that key red level
earlier,
there.
there's sort of the obvious two endpoints, a
Thanks,
token
Chad.
being issued for a capital raise and something
Thanks, brother.
that's a good or an
I appreciate
article,
that.
that's
I keep forgetting that I
relatively
changed
fungible.
where my
The
camera
point
is.
at which something
so
transitions
thank
is
you.
really the challenging, it's challenging to identify that specific inflection point. And so we can look at the different characteristics of the security.
You would agree that whatever regulatory framework we develop would have to delineate that process?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
But you have no clear sense of how that process should unfold?
It really depends on the facts and circumstances. And we've talked today about how these products and these markets are different than traditional debt or securities or equities and so I'm reluctant to point out a clear, bright line here.
So we typically, maybe with the exception of stablecoin, which we think of as a currency in the strictest sense of the word, we typically think of digital assets as a binary, either a commodity or security. Are those two categories exhaustive, or are there other categories that we should keep in mind? I see you
by
waving
contract.
your head, so that's
by contract.
Well, Congressman, first of all, something can be a commodity under our laws, such as ether, by virtue of the fact that there is a futures contract traded on it. That doesn't necessarily mean it is not a security. You can have something that's both. And the question for a lot of these tokens is there still that enterprise behind it that is affecting its value? I'm not saying ether is still a security, but I'm saying those questions still exist. Yeah. And yes, we need a transition.
They have no idea what the fuck they're talking about.
It's really a transition from when should
I mean, it sounds
all
like
the
some of them
securities
do.
laws
But
that go to capital raising stop applying because you really don't have an entity behind it, an enterprise behind it. We should have a process that addresses that.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Houchin is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the panel. Establishing a clear and thoughtful regulatory framework isn't just important for the digital assets and technologies that already exist. By creating much-needed clarity, we would be facilitating the development of blockchain, expanding the potential uses of all sorts of tokens, and creating safeguards for new technologies created by innovators here in the United States. I have
smart.
said before in the Financial Services Committee that I view the digital assets as the new space race. Like the challenges of the last century, there's no reason why the United States should not lead the way.
I agree.
Mr. Schoenberger, I'd like to ask about distributed ledger technology. Distributed ledger technology has been described as a foundational technology like the internet or electricity, in which the adoption of the technology is gradual, incremental, and steady, but utterly transformative to society and the economy. What does this idea tell us about the future of distributed ledger technology and the digital assets that power them?
Thank you very much for the question, Congresswoman. I think the comparison with the internet is the best one here, because if we look back, what made the internet really take off was the open standards and protocols that were enabled by a framework of regulation that allowed this. That framework tried to
thank you for keeping me in
the
mind.
potentials of these technologies and cater to them.
Thank you very much for keeping me in mind.
We think that Web3 technologies offer the same potentials and benefits. And we also think...
Also, let me, if you're doing shit like that, dude, let me know what you're playing, and I'll even chart it, for you.
From this, but the potential is huge, and what we need is certainly legal
that wouldn't bother me at all
around these questions. And I'd very quickly like to comment on what Congressman Torres mentioned, because that was exactly our journey here. We tried to go a process together with SEC staff from a security that DOT once was when we sold it for fundraising purposes to a non-security. And while that process sort of worked, it took 3 years, and still after putting in all that effort, the Web3 Foundation in the end was left without any tangible validation in its hands. So this very clearly shows that
AUD just reported 260 million quarterly revenue on $18 million market cap.
Switching to our securities laws, the ultimate
do
purpose
they,
of
do
U.S.
they have
securities
any,
laws is to solve for the problem of information asymmetry.
How do I
Thus, if
explain
an
this?
existing disclosure regime is not producing information
Yeah,
that is valuable
but
to
Trish,
digital
do they
asset
have any, what's it called? Do they have any
the ultimate purpose of U.S.
deficiencies
securities
that are
laws is in fact not being met. Mr. Durgee,
due now,
and then Mr. Santori,
or next week?
Do you agree with this characterization?
Because that might,
Very much so, yes.
that might affect the price movement.
Yes, Congresswoman, I do.
And for you both, how can we create a disclosure regime that will actually solve the
If
problem
TRKA pops
of
off 1%,
information
might be pretty
asymmetry?
nice. We'll see, right?
I'll go ahead and start. Sure. Yeah. I think you're hitting the nail right on the head. We're in a situation that's extremely problematic. The disclosure regime is contradictory, and it makes it incredibly difficult to build a business in the United States with that level of contradictory regulatory frameworks.
Wow,
so
great
until
point.
those disclosures are made clear, we're going to continue to have a lot of ambiguous frameworks that companies are trying to build on, which is ultimately why they're leaving the United States and moving offshore.
I would add that, in fact, there is precedent.
Can somebody else look it up real quick?
Marks and cryptocurrency.
If AUD has any
regulation
deficiencies?
That's developing in Europe lays out clear disclosure rules.
AUD.
And they put those disclosure rules on the people who are best suited to make those disclosures.
About to
the
come out of
projects
a
themselves. And they require the exchanges
channel
like
there
us to make those available
muln.
To our users. It's a sensible approach.
TRKA, COP.
Actual risks of digital assets.
See, is VRM recovering at all?
And finally, in 2020, the Federal
After
Reserve
earnings?
Bank of San Francisco determined that
down?
1 in 8 Americans purchased digital assets. The study also found that Americans would strongly prefer to engage with digital assets through regulated institutions. These statistics make it clear that digital assets are here to stay, and Americans want to engage with the digital asset ecosystem in a safe manner. Mr. Culkin, Mr. Durgee, Mr. Santori, given these statistics, how important is it that Congress act to establish the well-regulated digital asset marketplace?
Every day that we don't act, we continue to fall behind all the other jurisdictions that
Love it.
are not only
Great
moving
answer.
past us, but accelerating.
I think it's very important.
Great
and
answer.
I think we can draw from the experience of the Dodd-Frank Act, where jurisdiction was shared between the SEC and the CFTC in a successful way.
I agree. And moving forward now allows us here in the United States to crack into
AUD's already at 23%.
for the future, which is coming quick.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Nickel is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Hill. Also, thanks to Chairman Johnson, Ranking Member Lynch.
Can anyone look that up or no?
Carveo for holding this
All right,
hearing.
fuck it, I'll do it. If no one else
for
will.
joining us today. I know you've been here for quite a long time. And maybe this is too soon, but I'm glad to see a member of the House Financial Services Committee with the gavel today, and very glad to be in this committee room, which is very convenient for me because my office is literally across the hall. We need to work together in a bipartisan way to develop a framework for regulating digital assets so that we can protect our constituents and harness the benefits of this technology. Burying our head in the sand is not an option, as inaction will only serve to exacerbate the risks associated with this rapidly evolving asset class. We can't expect a law written almost 100 years ago to seamlessly work with this new technology. Mr. Durgee, first question to you. I also have to say, I am also an attorney, so you are surrounded by us. But Mr. Durgee, could you please talk more about the rules and requirements for securities exchanges that are
You're not seeing a
incompatible
deficiency?
with blockchain technology, and how you'd improve them?
Yeah, I mean, security exchanges are evaluating blockchain now. I mean, in fact, they're implementing it in a number of cases. The problem that we're just going to continue to run into is there's a risk factor.
On first Google search, I didn't see anything on
how much they want to
AUD.
expose their business to it. And until there is clear regulatory frameworks for those exchanges to build on, particularly within the United States, they are going to be limited in their capacity to innovate and roll out more holistic products.
Thanks. And Mr. Santori, next to you, SEC Chair Gensler has consistently said that crypto companies need to, quote unquote, come in and register. I'd like to learn more about what that process actually looks like. In your role as Chief Legal Officer at a crypto exchange, have you tried registering at the SEC, and what has that experience been like for you? And
Please say hell. Please say hell.
Thank you for the question, Congressman. It's become this this meme, this oft repeated saying that we should cryptocurrency and digital asset companies should just come in and register, that it's just a form on the website. It is not. It's unclear to us, and I believe it's unclear to the regulators as well, just what registration means for a digital asset exchange, and for, I would say, every meaningful provider in the digital asset ecosystem. Registration is typically the filing of an S1 statement, which is the form by which companies spend millions of dollars and many years to go public and become a public company. Frankly, there are a number of securities practitioners in the room. I think we would all be lying if we had any idea how that could possibly work for the products that digital asset companies offer today. There is no realistic path to registration under the existing regime. This is why we're here today, to say that Congress ought to act to clarify that path, to give regulators the tools that they need, the tools that
Bitcoin,
they need
come on, baby.
foster this ecosystem, to create fair and efficient markets. This is not 2015. This is not 2012 when I first got into this industry. This is not a question of education. The regulators are just as smart. They are just as educated. They are just as up to the moment as the rest of the ecosystem lawyers are. This is a question of tools.
So, thanks. And when SEC
IMPP
Chair
up 14.
Gensler was here last month,
Watch AUD here, guys.
Ether,
Not financial advice. Unfortunately, I don't have any cash to throw on it.
When you're
but
evaluating whether digital assets are securities before listing them on your platform,
what's really
what's your
interesting-
process, and would clarity from the SEC help?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. We do have a robust vetting process for all assets that we support on our exchange. It includes an assessment of the business use case for these assets. I talked about one of them earlier today. It involves a cybersecurity audit. Many of these assets exist as smart contracts on publicly auditable blockchains. It's one of their benefits. And third, of course, we evaluate these assets for whether or not they would fall under any particular regulatory regime, either here in the U.S. and the United States. But the reality is that Exchanges do not come out on the same side of that analysis 100% of the time. They should be able to.
Thank you so much, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Illinois is next, Mr. Jackson, who's coming forward to the microphone with great haste. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Thank you all, the ranking members, and thank you panelists for coming out today. I have a concern being in Chicago, Illinois' 1st District, where we have the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, Chicago Board of Trade, Chicago Board of Options. And I would like to see this technology continue to stay housed in the United States of America to make sure that we have a competitive edge.
I'm jealous.
And I am concerned about MiCA and the platform, a regulatory framework that's been negotiated out across the European Union. It seems like we're lagging. What is it that we can do to make sure with all alacrity and due speed that we can keep this where the world looks at this as the safest, deepest, best marketplace to continue to invest in crypto and innovate this technology? Anyone's certainly welcome.
Yeah, happy to start. And if you're scared of what's happening in Europe with MiCA, you're going to be terrified when you see the UK regulations come out next, which are going to have substantially more weight and be far more robust. So as we start to look at all the different jurisdictions, whether that's UK or European Union as far as MiCA, and I had mentioned VARA and Singapore with MAS, Tokyo, etc., collectively they're looking at what each one of them is rolling out and figuring out how they're going to be able to work together ultimately to move this industry forward. This might be the first time that we see an emerging technology that ends up finding its way outside of the United States predominantly, in a technology that is still very nascent. As I mentioned, it's only been around now for 13 years, but growing and accelerating at a pace that we really haven't seen before.
It's actually been around longer than that, but not publicly.
I caution everyone here that if we don't move forward and we don't do something, and if MiCA is something that you're worried about, the next book to drop is going to be pretty severe.
Oh,
if I may add, I think there's a lot of reasons why we have the strongest capital markets in the world.
That is very strongly worded by that gentleman.
Financial system regulation is part of that, but there are a lot of other factors that contribute to it. So I think it's important not to exaggerate the risk here.
We're going to climb over this key level
in place a regulatory framework, but I'm not that worried yet about the U.S. losing its leadership ability in a lot of these areas. On the regulatory framework, there's going to be interpretive issues under MiCA as well. Frankly, when you look at MiCA, it applies to crypto assets and it excludes anything that's a financial instrument. Their definition of a financial instrument includes sort of what we define as a security. So they're going to have some interpretive questions.
DXY down a little bit.
So I think we need to move forward with a sensible regulatory framework, but let's not get too worried about losing our edge yet.
My concern, following up on that, if you would, is that when we look at the weekend collapse of an SVB, look at Republic, this isn't the bank run of old where someone's standing outside around the corner. These are people that are picking up their phones and pulling out $100 billion in a day, in 2 days. So I do think that there's a certain heightened sense of urgency. I'm sorry, Mr. Durji.
Yeah, no, I was just going to comment, we're talking about the U.S. as, a financial superpower. I don't think that's going to change. What we really need to be talking about is from the innovation perspective, the technology components that are going to be leaving the U.S. in developing other technologies outside of potential financial frameworks that the U.S. will not be the ones that own.
TRKA trying to go green?
That is the area that we are certainly the most concerned about. It's when in the opening testimony I discussed that we're going to talk about the speculative nature of the industry, and that's all well and good, but it's the technological innovation component is the area that we really can't forget.
I yield back my time. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. The gentleman yields back. Mr. Green of Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mullen's trying to pop.
Thank the witnesses for appearing as well.
And it might wait for that 48 to come closer to that 2 or to that 13 before we see that move back. Either that or a Bitcoin pop.
And today,
how's VRM look?
A litigator.
DXF. Okay, hold on a second.
To utilize a technique that we employ when selecting a pettit jury from among those who are in a veneer. It's a process called voir dire or voir dire, depending on where you're from. In Texas, we say voir dire. It's a French term that means to speak the truth. So
You keep
let's
mixing up your
proceed
letters
with this
today?
process of raising hands. Let's start with this.
Welcome to
And I
dyslexia.
regret that we've lost a member of the panel, to be quite candid. He's back. Very good. We talk a lot about
103 on
diversity and
SMX.
inclusion and how
Hopefully that
this will
doesn't go
be a
back down to
part
penny
of
algo land.
this new era of technology that will make millionaires and billionaires.
Besides TRKA, what?
And I'd like to ask you a few questions about diversity and inclusion. Does it include both males and females? Diversity and inclusion. If you think so, raise a hand so that I don't have to ask each one of you. You think it includes males and females? All right, let the record reflect that all hands were raised. That would be 2, 4, 6 hands up. Do you define yourself as a female? If so, kindly extend a hand into the air. Let the record reflect that none of the witnesses would be defined as a female. Do you know any females who would be capable, competent, and qualified to sit on this panel? One hand's up already, there. They all know females who would be capable, competent, and qualified to sit on this panel. Would they bring something to this debate that would be not only of interest, but that would be beneficial to what we're trying to accomplish? Hands up, all agree. Now, does diversity and inclusion include people of color? Raise your hand if you think so. Let the record reflect that they all think so. And do you know any people of color who would be capable, competent, and qualified to sit on this panel? Hands up, please. A nodding of head won't do. All hands have been raised. Let the record reflect such. I'm asking these questions because, unfortunately, we tend to see diversity and inclusion at the end of a process. I think it starts right here today with you.
GNS 108.
But I don't have time
Just
to
in,
go
federal
on with this. Let's go to
prosecutors in
another
D.C.
area
are
that's
looking into
exceedingly
short seller
important.
activity around the recent volatility in U.S.
It's been
bank
said
shares.
that whether the SEC
ISPO
or the
missed it. I don't even want to
CFTC
pull it up if you're saying you
is
missed it.
empowered to do this, that there will be a need for additional tools. That's what's been said by Mr. Centauri. Let's talk about additional funding. I think, Mr. Massad, you've said as much. Additional
EMAs
funding.
are starting to collapse.
It appears to me that my colleagues would propose cuts to align with the 2024 FYI, 2024 with the 2022 FYI levels. And in so doing, this would impose a $91 million cut, or about 22%. Mr. Massad, would such a cut hurt the CFTC?
More than 570,000
and its
option
functionality?
contracts on AMD
Absolutely.
traded. 65% of
Would
them
it
are
hurt
calls.
the
Thank you.
SEC if it is cut?
Absolutely.
Do you think that there will have to be an increase, regardless as to how this is done, there will have to be some increase in funding?
Yes, if you're going to increase an agency's duties and responsibilities, you need to give it additional resources to do that.
All right, I have 18 seconds left. If you agree with Mr. Massad, would you
Still
raise your
trying
hand,
to
please?
claim this level.
So, Mr. Centauri, you don't think that there would
TRKA
have
down
to be
towards
additional
VWAP.
funding?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, but that's my question.
Sends.
Do you think
Ooh,
that there
gap
would
down
have
on
to be additional
TRKA.
funding?
I think it would depend on the jurisdiction
Here we
that
go.
ultimately was granted to the SEC and the CFTC. There could very well be areas where that jurisdiction ought to be changed.
All right, I'm sorry I can't pursue this more, but thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now you.
The gentleman yields. Mr. Sherman of California is recognized for 5 minutes.
I want to thank Mr. Green for pointing out the need for diversity in gender, diversity in ethnicity and race. We also need diversity in viewpoint. We've got a whole panel here none of whom have said the basic question is, should we allow cryptocurrencies to go forward in the United States? The purpose of our capital markets for working American families
MMT's up 4%.
is to finance factories and businesses where they can work at blue and white collar jobs and create products that help them in their daily lives.
167.
The purpose of our capital markets is to harness the animal spirits, the willingness to invest, and to fund
What's the volume on
housing and
TRKA
factories
actually?
and jobs.
Volume's only
What
3.6
this does is it diverts
I
that
gotta tweet this.
to something that is a system of a new hidden money system. It says so right in the name. Cryptocurrency literally means hidden money. And to create a tool that has its announced purpose by its most prominent supporters to defeat our sanctions laws, to defeat our tax laws. And it's not that all of you who are in this industry are unwilling to abide by our sanctions laws and our tax laws. It's simply that you think you can make billions of dollars by building a valuable tool for those who do want to cheat on our taxes and do want to evade our sanctions laws and our money laundering laws.
Sorry. I hate having to tweet and shit.
We're gonna fear of missing out. Other countries could get ahead of us. Peru is ahead of us in cocaine cultivation. China is ahead of us in organ harvesting, and the Cayman Islands is ahead of us in innovative tax haven fraud. I do not see the need to catch up. We speak as if this whole idea of creating tools that will turn the
TRKA
income
on
tax
Supertrend.
into just a tax on wage earners and make it voluntary for the
I see
very
some green
rich.
there on VRM.
It's something new because you guys are using the internet, because this industry uses the internet. It's nothing new. We had tax evasion tools last century, and we blocked them. The most
On the
valuable
48,
tool was the
just above the 48 for
multi-billion-dollar
Mullen.
bearer bond. One piece of paper earns interest, totally untraceable, and we prohibited people from issuing them. We, of course, have a $100 bill. It's worth $10 from what it was 100 years ago. The $100 bill, the bearer bond are no longer good tools for tax evasion. We need a new one, and you can make billions of dollars if you can create it. All the money and power in this town is on the side of the crypto billionaire bros.
The
There's
crypto
no
billionaire
lobbyist in
bros.
this town. There's no executive.
Oh, I
Nobody's
love
making
it.
$1 million to advocate for tax
Love it.
enforcement.
guy's a
Nobody
fucking
is
idiot.
being paid to make sure that we enforce our sanctions laws and our money laundering laws. At least not to be lobbyists and not to make millions. And I think it was Mr. Kasten who reminded us of Sam Bankman-Fried. He still haunts these halls. His purpose was give a patina of regulation to this industry by defeating the SEC's efforts. I don't want to say
POAI,
that I'm
United,
against
okay.
blockchain. It's an accounting system. I'm against multi-million-dollar bearer bonds. I'm not against paper, and I'm not against ink. Mr. Mossad, if many of these crypto
Let me know if
tokens are
something happens
securities.
with Mullen, please.
Many of those sold on exchanges are securities. If
Down
in any other
to the
field of our
48 to
capital
eat supply
markets,
on Bitcoin
if you
at
had
a
an
resistance line.
unregistered exchange where you could buy and sell unregistered securities, wouldn't that be a violation of just about every securities law we've got?
Yes, sir. That would be a problem.
So why is the SEC that would immediately shut down a stock exchange where you had unregistered stock being publicly sold?
No, they
which
wouldn't.
An unregistered.
What about
They seem
MMTLP?
unwilling to enforce the law in this area, whereas certainly if it was stocks and bonds, they'd enforce it immediately. Can you explain why they're not enforcing it?
Well, I think the SEC has brought a number of enforcement cases. I think it's important to remember.
But they haven't shut down the businesses that are represented here. And if these businesses were doing unregistered equity securities, they'd shut them down.
I can't comment
It just
on-
shows the power of the billionaire bros, and I yield back.
The billionaire bros.
Gentleman yields back. Recognize the chairman of the House Financial Services
chose his
Committee,
words very,
Mr.
very
McHenry from
carefully
North
there.
Carolina for 5 minutes.
Well, I want to thank the panel. I want to thank the Ag Committee members, the Financial Service Committee members for a vibrant discussion today. I think one thing that was talked about is the efforts of other
One
countries.
second, Talal. I see your message. Let me.
And Mr. Schoenberger,
Let me throw something
what does
out.
it mean for the U.S. and Americans that the UK and the European
Pull
Union
up again.
are ahead of us on regulatory structure for crypto? What does that mean?
Thanks, Congressman. I would add Switzerland to this because this is simply where the Web3 Foundation is at home. I said this before here. It was a very deliberate decision of the foundation to be headquartered
Mullen just gonna
there
go
because of
down.
the
Those 2
legal-
billion
what does
shares
it
are
mean
looming
for the
over
United
investors. I won't
States
forget.
and
Hence why I'm buying
Americans
zero Mullen right now. Many people thinking the same way
we're
I am. So.
behind in a regulatory structure?
I think it. I think
only
it
speculate
goes.
what others would do, but if
I think
the
it has
foundation
one run
perceives
in
that way,
it
that,
before it drops
might be better
hard.
to be somewhere else,
If that makes
others
sense.
might think that too.
So the innovation happens somewhere else.
I think it has. I think it has a
value
solid
accrual
run in it, and then
the
I
jobs
agree with
accrue
you.
somewhere else. So
Thereafter.
Mr. Culkin and Mr.
And I'm gonna try to get out on that
Santori,
run, of course.
Based on the discussions today,
and
what are the
see what
most
happens.
important next steps that Congress can take, and is there urgency?
So, Chair McHenry, I think in terms of incremental next steps, clarity from Congress that CFTC has oversight over digital commodity spot markets would bring a number of protections to those markets and participants. Things like segregation of customer funds, clarity on treatment of customer property in the event of a bankruptcy, surveillance of the market activity. Those, in my mind, are the next logical steps here.
Okay, consumer protection, fostering innovation, the tandem.
Yes.
Okay.
I agree with those themes. I'd say specifically a functional standard and a process for drawing clear lines between the SEC and the CFTC, a workable registration path for exchanges like Kraken, clarification that the CFTC does have oversight over spot markets, and of course, putting in place workable transition arrangements for exchanges like ours
Is there
and other
urgency
participants.
in your view?
I view this as urgent.
Why?
We cannot plan. We cannot plan how to put in place the tools, processes, and procedures that we use to protect consumers, to make reporting to law enforcement. And we cannot plan to hire new personnel, to expand our physical presence, to develop software tools. Planning is key for us. We've been around for 11 years. We plan to be
Tether, the
around for a
operator
lot
of
longer than
stablecoin,
11
says it
more.
recorded a first quarter profit of 1.5
That lack
bill,
of planning, what does that
more than
actually
double the
mean,
forecast.
though?
Wow.
Because you're talking about your
I
problems.
hate
Tell me
Tether,
about
though, to
the
be quite
American
honest.
people's problems if this is the case.
I hate Tether.
What are we missing out on?
Yeah,
Consumer protection is what we're missing out on.
I definitely
Number
trust
one, there's not
USDC
clarity of
more than
this
I trust
stuff.
Tether.
There's not clear rules of the road on whose rights there are for these assets. There's a lack of clarity.
He just almost said
Lack
asshat.
of clarity doesn't mean better things for the consumer. Is that fair?
That's right. It means a worse environment for consumers. We cannot build the tools that we need to protect them. We cannot invest to build.
So if my colleagues think that there is nothing to the digital assets, there is nothing to be valued from there, that there is nothing from an open, permissionless exchange that is visible to all, that law enforcement can track, there's no value to that. You would still want to have consumer protections. You would still want to have rule of law here
AI.
to make sure there's enforceability of rights.
Guys, I've been
and
saying
protections
AI's
of
chart
consumers'
looks
property,
very,
right?
very strong
Even
for
if you hate
quite
it.
a minute.
And if you love it, then you're missing out on the innovation, the job creation, the
Quite a
technical,
bit of time. I've been
transmission
saying it.
of new value. All right. So what are the takeaways today? I think to recap on today, a couple things are clear. The current Securities Exchange Commission approach to disclosures don't work for digital assets. It doesn't conform with the nature and properties of digital assets. The CFTC needs additional authority over non-security digital assets.
SFT down 2%.
The Securities Exchange Commission needs to modify its rules for broker-dealers and securities exchanges. Those things have to happen because the CFTC and the SEC alone can't do this. Congress must act.
FRCB trying to go for the gold cross.
I want to thank Chairman Hill for his leadership and the bipartisan cooperation we've had from many on these subcommittees and these committees of jurisdiction. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the chairman for yielding back. I'd like to ask to submit for the record an investigation summary of what this committee has done thus far as it relates to investigating the collapse of FTX, inserting that in the record without objection. And I'd like to say that a couple of takeaways I have from listening today is that, you know, I've heard from the panel, we're not tying the hands of the SEC or the CFTC. In fact, just the inverse. We're trying to provide clarity and direction and statutory authority for those agencies to do their job and do it more effectively.
1348 on
that in
VRM.
turn clears up the confusion that, for example, the Binance case has, that there is confusing statutory jurisdiction between those two agencies. And what a great way to summarize it by the fact that we've had a collaborative joint hearing of the House Agriculture Committee and the House Financial Services Committee to illuminate exactly those points and the need for a framework to be put in place. I want to thank my colleagues for their participation today on both sides of the aisle in both committees.
RS has a 46 on Bitcoin.
For allowing us to slum here in their beautiful facility without objection.
Will you yield for?
I will yield to my friend from California.
I'll just point out, if we want clarity, let's just make it clear, and the industry should lobby for this, that the SEC has full jurisdiction. If the CFTC wants to have full jurisdiction, that's fine. I can't think of an industry more in need of double regulation rather than zero.
I thank the gentleman. Reclaiming my time, without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit additional written questions to the witnesses.
That wasn't that bad of
chair,
like an interjection
which will be
by
forwarded
that guy.
to the witnesses for their response. I'd like to
I don't think that we need to be double
respond as promptly
regulated,
as you are able.
but I think that we need
This
to be
hearing is
regulated
adjourned.
once. All right. Cool. All right, we have our narrator back on as well. Bitcoin just underneath the 48. All the EMAs are collapsing on it. TRKA still with that gap down. Still at the same price level though. S&P is up 0.05%, NASDAQ is up 0.67%, and Dow is down 0.48%. And UFAB is down about 100% off the highs. Kind of critical. What's VIX doing? VIX is on its way up with the gold cross. Don't like that. I want that down. I mean, that should be a good thing. In theory. Right? Dollar strength to... Ooh. Key level here for dollar strength. We want that down. Plug is under $8. EV goes at 6. VRM
So
might
tell
be
us
getting
now
ready.
we did get
Whoa.
the 10-year note auction, so the US selling $35 billion of 10-year notes with a prior bid to cover of 2 to 36 and a prior high yield of 3.455%. So just taking a look at the preview of this auction then, so given rich valuations and long positioning, JP Morgan strategists see the auction as requiring a further concession from Tuesday's closing levels to be digested smoothly. Latest JP Morgan Treasury client survey showed net longs rising up to the most since March 2020. Meanwhile, in futures, The latest CFTC future positioning data showed speculators net short 749,000 10-year note contracts and net short 218,000 ultra 10-year note contracts. So
I was single and yes, but I'm married, so it was just the wife and mom wanting to talk for like an hour each.
The primary dealer positions in the 7 to 11 year sector was net long $4.4 billion in the week ended April 26th versus the $1 billion net short over the past year.
Mine won't call me unless it's an emergency. Tops is up 4%. Bitcoin's so sliding. Bitcoin sliding is what's killing us. We need to form a solid bottom here. Nice little floor and move right back up. MMAT's up 4%. Ape's up 3 at 167. AI is up about 3%, 20.5. 2045. Coinbase up 3.2, sorry. Big is up 2.5. SBNY is up 4.5. SDIG's up about 4.5. Open is just under 6%. BBIG 1 to 20 reverse split just announced. Thank you, Young Ma. BBIG reverse split. Can somebody let me know if Vroom does anything funky, please? I just have a lot of money on it. Did it halt? Hold on, I gotta look and see on the screen if it halted. No, it didn't halt. I see some green right there. I'm almost wondering if it's a buy there at 16.5 cents. Like, skirt, suwoo. It might come down more, but then I would just DCA it if I was making a new position. Yep. Let's see. I think we're getting close. Close to the end of the fucking rainbow, guys. IMPP is up almost 15% now. Whew. Oh, AUD dropped. Interesting. There's DD in V2 about AUD. No, I have not recently. Not recently, Justin. Can you maybe, like, I don't know, inform everybody? Watch it rip off this, though. I wouldn't be surprised. Didn't it just trade here like 2 days, like a couple days ago? It's on a double bottom.
Right now, we get the 10-year notes auctions to the US selling $35 billion of 10-year notes with a private cover of 2 to 36 and a prior high yield of 3.455%.
BBIG's on a double bottom, just so everybody knows. Now it's probably V2. Pack W back at day lows. Love it. That meeting shouldn't have been held, so if they reverse split, that's another cherry on top. Yeah, thank you, Vivian. FOA down 10%. Oh, BBIG down. See, that's what I was talking about. It's probably going to fall more. See, I'd buy it again right now. All right, cool. My order would have went through. All right, so I would have bought it again right there if I was just creating a new position. And watch it come down again. If it comes down again, I'd buy it again. Most likely. Yep. Let's see. Bitcoin towards the 48. Let's see. Are you gonna come down more? No, that might be it. Wait. That might be it right there. Let's see. What does Bitcoin have in store for us? That might be bottom. About 14 cents. They might bring it down to like 14 cents flat. Yeah, they missed on earnings. I don't have to do DD on it, Con. They missed on earnings. Well, AUD just went from 11% up to 19% up. Real freaking quick. TRKA.
Yeah, we do get the Treasury when issued for the 10-year yield following a minute or so after we get the results for the 10-year notes auction. I'll lead with the bids cover.
TRKA is doing that thing where it's trading in between a thousandth of a penny again. UFAB about 100% off the highs. IMPP about 15. Are we going to lose 14 cents on big? No? Okay. Carvana 10% off the highs.
Treasury when issued 10-year yield 3.439% before the $35 billion.
Bitcoin leading the way. 14 cents might have been bottom there on BBIG. Congrats if you guys got snipes. You got to fill at 1432.
Could be extended for at least 2 more months.
Good shit. That's an excellent fill, dude. Excellent fill. Sends just off 20% now. BBIG, what doing? Bitcoin still underneath that 48. I am going to take this off the chart here. I'm just looking for something else. AMC went green. Q's at 323.34. Netflix pretty much unch. DCFC still struggling to hold a buck. Plug 792. Bitcoin trying above the 48 still. Oh, yeah, FOA is down 8.8 now. Oh, FRCB, interesting. Hold on a second. Oh, I was about to click it and then it just popped back. I thought it gained on us.
Bids cover 2 to 45, 2 to 45 at a high yield of free spot 448%. Free spot 448%. So the US selling $35 billion of 10-year notes and awards 70 spots 7% of bids at high. So primary dealers taking 13.04% and direct taking 19.46% and indirect taking 67.5%.
Watch out on VRM, guys. They just had earnings this morning, and the call did not sound that bad. Also, SFT and Carvana, which are their direct competitors, are ripping.
448% versus the 3.439 pre-sale when issued yield.
Oh, and please like and sub for the algos. I'd appreciate it. It's free. Totally after Google's money, not yours. I mean, I will take it if you want to give it, but the goal here is Google money. Ooh, Coinbase is 3.5. Yeah, but you never explained why. You never explained why. That the meeting shouldn't have happened. I did read your comments, you just didn't explain it properly. Man. Pack W down? Good. Man, you guys in Boise are like kind of hard sometimes.
US 10-year Treasury
Look at
yield
Sens.
changed after the auction at 3.454%.
Look at Sens. Did I overtake this? Did I not read your comments? Of course I read your comments, Justin. Just watch out that it's not a, what's it called? Make sure that you're paying attention to it, like, very actively, because it could end up dumping again. Like, that might not be the floor, essentially. It might not be. It could be, but it might not be. So just make sure that you're staying on top of it. POAI up 10.3. Bitcoin's trying to spin. Super trend. Carvana, 10%. Sorry, I just have so much fucking VRM that, like, It's very important to me that this moves up. Very, very important to me. Boyle, 283. Wow, SINT to 138. Jesus Christ, is that undervalued in my opinion? TRKA with the super trend, if it'll hold. Volume picked up by about 1 million since the last time I looked. Are we ready to take the cake or what? Like, subscribe, share. Yeah, thank you very much, Mark. The 13 and the 24 are now under the 48 on Bitcoin. A lot of muln blocks coming through on the ask. TRKA follow up. Oh, hard short on Bitcoin. That's gonna engulf, I bet. Watch. Let's see. A lot of blocks just came through on Credit Suisse and muln and cosm. More muln blocks. BBIG shareholders retain Hutchinson. All right, good. But does that doesn't necessarily mean that they shouldn't hold any shareholders meetings, correct? Or was that already like found in court that because they've obtained counsel? Okay, all right, you're copy and pasting. Beautiful. Okay. The letter demands that the company not proceed with its shareholder meeting scheduled for April 27th, 2023, and warns that the shareholders will take legal action to nullify the company's actions and hold board members, officers, and the chairman personally liable. Thank you. Okay, now that's a full explanation, Justin. Now I get it. However, even though I understand what your point is, I still like that snipe, and I still think that there could be money to be made on, obviously on those snipes, if that makes sense. So, thank you very much for explaining, and now I understand it. But yeah. muln trying for the 1348. Bitcoin's continuing to fall. Let's see. How is the NASDAQ holding up? Not dropping like a rock. We have that going for us. This is about to grab support and spin around somewhere. Yeah, thank you, Mark, for all that data. I apologize. Guys, always look in live chat, especially if you're new here. Always look in live chat just because there's nonstop DD. Thank you very much for that data, Mark. TRKA, what are we doing? Probably waiting for Bitcoin to spin. Vroom, kind of pissing me off a little bit.
House Advisor Sperling, it says, seeing a productive process on the debt limit talks.
mmat 3.6 up. Snap 3% up. Coinbase 3.5 up. FSR-RF maintains buy rating for Fisker. Okay. Damn, Google at 111 almost. Yeah. It's almost like we knew what we were talking about when we said watch out on Google and GGLL. Almost.
Just taking a look at some market commentary from analysts as seeing the S&P 500 completely erase gains earlier from the CPI print. So they say a jump in US stocks lost steam while treasuries held onto gains after the report showed inflation moderated slightly in April, and swaps traders up to bet the Federal Reserve will cut rates this year. So the S&P 500 erased the advance while the tech-heavy Nasdaq 100 touched August highs before pairing to a 0.6% gain. The so-called FANG names, Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, bolstered the benchmarks. Other stocks on the move included Airbnb, which slid after a cautious forecast for second quarter sales, and Rivian Automotive, which rose after reaffirming production plans.
Bitcoin trying to hold VWAP? No, I did not see that, Doc. Mark, thank you for all the data. Do you guys like my camera here better, or did you like it over there more? Can somebody tell me? Anyone? Any? Like any suggestions? Because when it's over here, I feel like I'm like, I don't know, I could read chat and then look at the camera. When it's over there, I read chat over here and it's like I'm talking to this screen. You like the camera here? Okay. Bitcoin still sliding? Woo, Bitcoin. It's good. I just mostly listen and read DD from our talented chat. Word. Chat is very talented. Watch this completely engulf and come right back. I pissed myself. I wouldn't be surprised, though. It would just be kind of funny.
Shortly expecting the results from the Federal Reverse Repo operation.
Yeah, I'm watching futures right now. Nasdaq's still up about 0.5%. Wow. Woo! On the slide. On the slide with Bitcoin. RSI is a 6 right now. Hey guys, last time that the RSI was this low on Bitcoin, TRKA went nuts. Just saying. Like when
104 counterparties take $2.233 trillion at the Fed Reverse Repo operation.
When TRKA went insane, RSI on Bitcoin was a 7. It's currently a 4. That would make your average on BBIG like $60. Jesus Christ. Oof. Info is key. Yeah. Info is definitely key. Oh boy, Bitcoin. Ouch. Ouch. RSI on Bitcoin is a 2. I feel like I have to take a picture of this. Or like a YouTube short or something. Hold on a second. But have you ever seen the RSI on Bitcoin at a 2.5? But have you ever seen the RSI on Bitcoin at a 2.5? I feel like that works. And Bitcoin up. Let's see, are we gonna engulf? Hold on 1 second. Okay. Go with that. Sort of knew that was coming. Yeah, I had a feeling. Ooh, TRKA hurt a little bit. I just think that's gonna come back pretty strong as well. Ooh, room. Ouch. Well, that was room. Room towards 200. I gotta do something real quick on my end.
Whatever you do,
Ooh.
do it for less at Harbor
Oh,
Freight.
no. Okay. Bear with me. Hold on 1 second. Why would something go wrong? What the fuck? Bear with me, guys. I'm sorry.
SEC Chair Gensler warns of a lasting effects of a U.S. debt default. So in 10 minutes' time now, we do expect to hear comments from Biden, who speaks on avoiding a U.S. debt default. So we put the video to this on the newsfeed for those of you that are interested.
Bear with me, guys. Almost done. Oh, VRM down even more. Personally, I'd be buying all the way. You guys know how I play. done with that. Crypto fire sale, yeah. It's an everything fire. It's an everything sale. And now is where I wish I had capital. Notice how all this is happening and muln is staying flat. I find that kind of odd. One second.
So just seeing Bitcoin extend its decline to below $27,000.
TRKA might have just got news. Hold on a second. Hold on. Is this... I gotta... Hold on. We might have some news on TRKA. Oh, wait. No, never mind. I read that wrong. Ugh. You made 50 cents? I mean, making 50 cents is better than losing 50 cents. No, it's okay. It was my own fault for misinterpreting it. I misinterpreted somebody's tweet, and then I reread it, and then, yeah. Let's see. Be right back. Okay, Hatter, take your time, buddy. Wow, Coinbase just gave up like 3%. AI still holding on at 2%. Ape still holding 3%. I'm waiting for the snapback. Yep, snapback. Snapback, baby. Go ahead. VRM back to 200. GNS still at 108. Pack W down to 580.
So in about 5 minutes time now, we are expecting to hear comments from Biden, who speaks on avoiding a US default. So the video to this is on the news feed for those of you that are interested.
Alright, hold on a second. Let me get that video up now. 1 second. He's always late, though, just so everybody knows. Alright. So it's on. As soon as he starts talking, it'll just automatically click on. Go to 0, Pack W. Bitcoin's RSI is now at 28. UVXY to 373. Apple 172.20-ish. MCOM still green. That right there was a sniping opportunity for a lot of different companies right there. So long as it holds, of course. Coinbase just went red.
Extended downside movement in Bitcoin, seeing it hit a decline below $27,000.
Holy data.
So we did see an article come out earlier by The Telegraph saying Binance, the world's most popular cryptocurrency exchange, has attacked Biden administration crackdown on the industry and said it hopes to gain regulatory approval in the UK. So this did come out a little while ago.
AUD now up 21%. Volume in VRM definitely dried up.
So Binance saying Biden's crypto crackdown makes it very difficult to do business in the US.
Yeah, it does. BBIG on a curl. Alright, so 15 cents is... Alright, 15 cents is a key level for them. It looks like. Let's see. 15 cents flat is kind of, like, crucial here for BBIG. I think any order under here does well. But that's just my opinion. The fuck do I know? FRCB. Killer snipe off 31 cents, guys. Killer snipe. Seco went green.
So surely expecting comments from Biden, who's speaking on avoiding a US debt default. Videos to this is out on the newsfeed for those of you that are interested.
As soon as he starts talking, I'm gonna go ahead and mute our co-host. On the bright side, at least they will get a new QSIP. There you go. Ape to 166.
So we did see this piece by The Telegraph come out at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time.
Why is this taking forever to load?
So we've put the Telegraph piece on the newsfeed for those of you that are interested.
I'm just hoping that legal team can do something before the RS happens. But these crooks move so quick when it's to screw over shareholder. Yeah. NVOS is very, very tight, and we looked at their 4-hour before. It kind of looked pretty bullish. It's up 10% at the moment. AQST up another 8%. Sends 18.5. And AUD is up 21. That was up 11%. At one point there. The Ranger will start at $34,000, up nearly 20% from the current model. And the all-new Ranger Raptor will start at $56,000. Jesus Christ. And that right there is why I think that companies like Carvana, Vroom, and SFT are going to succeed. Because of new car prices. GoCo is mentioned yesterday, up 6.6 today. AUD, interesting level there. EMA is getting in line. Bitcoin up. IonQ's up 6.4. Ape to 165. Coinbase 1.4. This might have just been a trap on Bitcoin. Let's hope at least. Ooh, AI hard down. Hard down on AI. AI is looking for a spin with everything else. I'm assuming Coinbase is doing the same thing by the looks of the movement. MCOM about to go red. Apple pretty much unch.
So adding to this crypto news, yesterday we did see Jane Street Group and Jump pull back on crypto trading amid a US crackdown. So as well, Binance crypto crackdown makes it very difficult to do business in the US.
Yes, it does. FRCB. Google announces its new language model for AI. One second. Hatter, is it their own or is it like, is it their own or is it like modeled off somebody else's AI? MCOM has earnings today. Interesting. Spy lost 410. Lucid down to 721. SINT 139. BBIG. Oh, BBIG. Like, subscribe, share, be happy. Amen. Oof. Sticks to 360. FFIE is down 17%. That hurts. Not me, but I can feel the pain because I know a lot of you guys are in it. NVAX 911. Bitcoin trying towards 24. Q's 322. Also trying to wrap. Would you looky here? Is that a bull trap? We're headed up. Up, 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 up. Trying to hold the 200 on 8. AUD up 21 still. Sens up 18.5 still. I want you guys to take it kind of seriously, though, that muln didn't move out of the barcode on that Bitcoin drop. Like, that's important. That's important. TRKA is trying the 48 as well. Watch that disappear on us. Hope not. Oh, there's a gap on VRM now. Fuck. Ooh, TRKA is following up that big candle here with another candle up to VWAP. It wicked to the 200, but it is... Oh, now we are back at the 200 on TRKA. Not liking that gap, though, on VRM. muln, along with other highly manipulated tickers, do not follow main markets unless if that ticker is in an uptrend, just from me watching from a couple weeks. So I've noticed, though, that sometimes they will, what's it called? Like they'll front run. They'll front run Bitcoin sometimes. Or they'll lag behind. But I think I might disagree with you a little bit, and say that I think that Bitcoin does influence some, manipulated tickers.
Bitcoin now last down 1.2%.
Agree to disagree. That's fine.
$310 after trading as high as $28,328 earlier in the session.
Totally, we could totally agree to disagree. That's fine. Carvana well off the highs. Still has 6.3 up. Yeah, but Mark, you have to keep in mind though that that's like post reverse split though. Wow, UFAB way down. That was like up to 220% at one point, and now it's at 105. $181 million in old volume on muln. Word. Thank you, sir. RSI on Bitcoin is now A43. Oh, he beat you to it? Nice. Dollar strength to 101.58. VIX up to an 1825. TRKA trying the 200 again. I wonder if this is going to come down to 80 cents. Where that floor was. TBLT to 98 cents. Off to the doctors. Like and turn on notification bell, newbies. Word. Thank you, Mark. Tell the fam I said hello. GoCo called out yesterday, now up 10%. Of course. IMPP up 15. And off the highs. Tesla trading below max pain. Interesting. Wow, UFAB is like a rock right now, it looks like. Woo! UFAB. Alright, here's the half hour. Is that support right now? If not, it could... You're looking at like 25 cents. Ish, I think. Heads up on AUD. I don't know why this is taking fucking so long. Drag. Okay. Jot on AUD. Bitcoin trying 24 again. CXAI down to 809. My UVIX I bought yesterday is holding water. Word. I mean, you should have just done very, very well on it, and then I mean, like when Bitcoin fell off the map like that, was it great? Hey, Lucky, can you chill out, buddy? When Bitcoin fell off the map, right? Like, was your UVIX way up? I was good and down earlier today. Word. Okay. SPY 409.23. I'm still waiting on Biden. By the way, he's supposed to be be out at like 1:30 or 1:45. Or it has to be at 1:30 at this point. 16 minutes late. Glad to see my hunches paying out. Yeah, I like when that happens. I just have this thing where sometimes I get a little bit too greedy if one of my hunches is like right on. It's my one issue. Snap up 2.7. Another attempt here at 24 on Bitcoin. TRKA to the 200. Nasty looking chart. The debt ceiling. Which could end up being a you know, interesting thing to listen to. Bitcoin through the 24 has resistance, and then the 48. I was thinking something very, very similar. Bitcoin on top of resistance, still underneath the 48. SFT back under 2. Novavax has $9 back. VIX just lost 18. Cosm is at 5.5. Maybe a whale went cold wallet on their Bitcoin. That'd have to be a fucking major whale. GoCo to 11%. Wow, SINT 137. That fucking hurts. That hurts. VRM down 10 now. No mas.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Brian Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan teaches 7th grade science at Highlands Middle School in White Plains, New York.
My name is Brian Sullivan, and I am a proud 7th grade science teacher and member of the New York State United Teachers. I'm joined today by my wife, Amy, my 4 children, Brendan, Eleanor,
So in 10 minutes time
Shay,
now, we
and
do get the
Layla,
US
my
federal
mother and
budget
father,
balance
Nancy and
forecast.
Tom. Over 20 years ago, I came home to this community in Valhalla, where I was welcomed by former teachers and coaches and began working with young athletes. There, I discovered my passion for engaging with children. I enrolled here at Westchester Community College to begin accruing the credits necessary to become a science teacher. I could not have chosen a more fulfilling career, the entirety of which I have spent in the wonderfully diverse community of White Plains. In White Plains, the children have always been my why. They are why I love my work, and I am inspired by them daily. I am humbled to be here representing the thousands of educators who provide knowledge, joy, comfort, safety, and stability to so many children.
Come on, Brian.
That's why I'm concerned about harmful cuts in the recent House bill. Cuts that would result in teachers losing their jobs and more students in every classroom. These cuts would make it harder for me and my colleagues to educate our students. Forcing these harmful cuts through the threat of default won't help us train our future leaders. Luckily, we have a president who is fighting for us, for teachers, for students. He knows our students are the future of our country, and being married to a fellow educator, He knows that better than most. It is my privilege to introduce to you our President of the United States of America, Joe Biden.
All right, good. They're not playing music. I hate this entire administration. As soon as I say that, bang, music.
What position did he play? It looks like he spends a lot of time in the gym. Please sit down, sit down, sit down. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Governor Hochul, thank you for welcoming us to your state. And she's helping New York lead the way in making things in America. And I mean making things in America, not importing them, making them, sending products out, bringing jobs back. My friend, the Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer, can't be here today. I don't know what he's doing. He's just down there trying to settle a crisis. He's the best there is, man. I want to thank him for working so hard for the people of the state, and for being such a great partner. Nobody's been a greater fight for women's rights in the Congress than Senator Kristen Gillibrand. God love her. I've been backing everything she's wanted to do for a long time. I tell you what, when she comes in and asks for something, it's easy to just say yes. Don't even start discussing it because you're just going to give in anyway. She's taken on the military and she's a game changer. And it's great to see Representative Jamal Bowman, lifelong educator, champion of the next generation. And Republican Congressman Mike Lawler's here as well. Mike's on the other team, but you know what? Mike is the kind of guy that when I was in the Congress, they were the kind of Republican I was used to dealing with. But he's not one of these MAGA Republicans, which I'm going to talk a little bit about.
Oh,
I don't want to get him in trouble by saying anything nice about him or negative about him, but thanks for coming, Mike. Thanks for being here. This is the way we used to do it all the time. And I want to acknowledge all the state and local officials as well. The President, Belinda Miles, thanks for hosting us, and Madam President, my wife teaches full-time at a community college in Northern Virginia, and she's been teaching for a long time. She says two things. One, the community college is the best-kept secret in America. Well, they are. And two, equally as important, any state that out-educates us, any country that out-educates us is going to out-compete us. It's a simple proposition. This is a really important moment. There's a big debate going on in this country about protecting America's hard-earned reputation as the most trusted, reliable nation in the world, about how we fix the long-term fiscal health of this nation. The debate is with enormous implications for the American economy and, quite frankly, for the world economy. And that's not hyperbole, for the world economy. It's important for the American people to know what's at stake. This isn't just a theoretical debate going on in Washington. The decisions we make are going to have real impact on real people's lives. And that's what I'm here to talk about today. So let me tell you a story about what's going on. There's a very extreme wing of the Republican Party, and the House of Representatives refer to themselves now. I've been calling them this for a while, but now they refer to themselves as the MAGA Republicans. And they've taken control of the House. They've taken control. They have a speaker who has his job because he yielded to the, quote, MAGA element of the party. They're doing the best, to the best of my knowledge, what no other political party has done in the nation's history. They're literally, not figuratively, holding the economy hostage by threatening to default on our nation's debt that we've already incurred. We've already incurred over the last couple hundred years, unless we give in to their threats and demands as to what they think we should be doing with regard to the budget. This would be incredibly damaging. Here's what the Speaker has put forward for the Republican proposal. He says he's going to take the funding, how we fund government, back to what the levels were in 2022, before the omnibus bill. And they exclude any cuts in defense. He said we're going to go back to spending what we spent in 2022, but we're not going to make any cuts in defense, which we spent in 2023. We're calling for in 2023. You may remember in the State of the Union, I got our Republican colleagues to agree somewhat spontaneously to protect Social Security and Medicare from any cuts. Remember I said, now let me get this straight. You're not going to cut Medicare, you're not going to. So they said, that's right. I said, well, you know, you're on camera, they can see it. Well, so far, they're not cutting Social Security so far. And not only do they rule out any new revenue, they're still determined to make permanent the $2 trillion tax cuts which due to expire, the Trump tax cuts, without paying a penny of it. Now, here's what that leaves us with. It's just basic sort of math. It leaves us with the requirement to cut 22% of everything else in the budget in order to meet the requirements they're demanding that we live at the 2022 budget numbers. The Speaker and the Republicans don't like that I point that out. But that's not my opinion. It's just basic math. And here's what it does. It makes huge cuts in important programs for millions of working and middle-class Americans, programs they count on. According to estimates, the Republican bill would put 21 million people at risk of losing Medicaid, including 2.3 million people here in New York State and 78,000 people right here in Westchester County. It's devastating. It's not right. The Republican plan would cut federal law enforcement officers, 30,000, including 11,000 FBI agents, 2,000 border agents, DEA agents, and so on. They would cut. That's what it's, in order to meet the requirement, they'd have to cut that many law enforcement officers. It risks shutting down 375 air traffic control towers, including 5 right here in New York State, like Westchester County Airport, because we don't have enough personnel. And I've long believed that we have many obligations as a nation, but you've heard me say this before, I apologize for repeating it, but we only have one truly sacred obligation. We have many obligations, one sacred obligation. And that's to equip those we send to war and take care of them and their families when they come home. It's a sacred obligation. For real.
Watch out for a bounce here. Just throwing that out there.
I fought so hard and I was so proud to sign the Bipartisan PACT Act that takes care of millions of veterans who are exposed to toxic materials. That take care of their families as well. My son went to Iraq for a year, was one of the healthiest guys in his outfit, came back with stage 4 glioblastoma, having lived just less than a quarter mile from one of those major burn pits. And you saw what happened in the trade towers that went down, what happened to all those firemen, and exposure to toxic chemicals. But under the Republican bill today, they would cut 30 million veterans' health care visits. The way they do that, that's including nearly 2 million health care visits for veterans in New York State, because there's not enough personnel. There's not enough personnel. The difference between the 2022 budget, which they want to get back to, and the 2023 budget is I increased the funding for the Veterans Administration by $22 billion. And the reason I did it, and probably some of you know these folks, the number of, more veterans are committing suicide than are being killed in battle. And so they pick up the phone, they call the VA in their area. I need help. We'll come in 6 weeks. Come in and whatever. Well, we ended that. Now they want to go back to the levels where we cut those folks that now provide that kind of help. This amounts to a $22 billion cut in veterans' health care. Now they dispute this. They, nowhere in their actual proposal are there exclusive protection for veterans. But they say it's unusual language we use with presidents these days. They say I'm lying when I say that. Well, the truth is, why do so many veterans groups, why have they spoken out in opposition to the Republican proposal? They're not all Democrats. They know what's going to happen. Folks, that's a game Republicans are playing. Anytime you single out the impact
roughly
of
94%
their overall cuts, they tell you,
dark
no,
pool on
it's not
BBIG.
true.
That's wild.
But they're wrong. They want to protect something. They would have written it down and say we're protecting it. You can't cut this program. You can't cut it. So you can see it. Here's another example. Under the Republican plan, nationwide, 100,000 teachers and support staff would lose their jobs at the very time we're attempting to overcome the incredible deficiencies that occurred as a consequence of what happened with the pandemic. So many kids, the average student out there is about a year and a half behind.
Oh, God.
We don't need fewer teachers, we need more teachers. And by the way, I'm not being solicitous. What we should be doing, and I'm proposing when I try to finish this job, and proposing that we, for example, if we start, instead of Head Start, which they want to cut 21,000 Head Start spots in this state alone, we should be sending, all the studies show that if we send, no matter what the background of a child, if we sent that child to a school at age 3, learning reading, writing, arithmetic, to age 3 and 4 and 5, we end up increasing by 56% the chance they'll graduate from high school and go on beyond high school.
Guys, I have a better idea. Let's just print a bunch of money and give it to everyone.
We're here at a community college. And by the way, this is one beautiful community college. No, it really is. The property here is made. And the consequences here would be severe. Here in New York, it would cut the maximum Pell Grant that millions of students use to get to community college by nearly $1,000. It would eliminate Pell Grants entirely for 5,000 New York students. And here at another devastating consequence they don't want you to know about. Moody's, not a Democratic outfit, a respected Wall Street analytical firm, said the Republican plan would cost the country 780,000 jobs. Yesterday, I brought congressional leaders together at the White House to make sure America doesn't default on its debt, and for the first time in our history. And by the way, I know the speaker keeps saying, 93 days ago, I said to Biden, I want to talk to him. And I said, fine. I said, you put down your budget, I'll put down mine. I laid mine down in detail on the 9th of March. He didn't put down his so-called budget. I don't know what you'd call it. His connecting the two items. He didn't do that until 5 days after he did it. I invited him to the White House. So, folks, look, let's be clear.
So?
The debt we're talking about is accumulated over 200 years. The last administration alone, the last guy who served in this office for 4 years, increased the total national debt by 40% in just 4 years.
Double bottom on C3AI.
Over the last decade, the single largest contribution to the debt, aside from the pandemic, were the Trump tax cuts skewed to the wealthy and large corporations. For $2 trillion, it made it clear, I made it clear, America is not a deadbeat nation. We pay our bills. And I was pleased.
I don't know about you guys, but like, I think the economy was a lot better back then. And I'm not even playing politics here, I'm just saying.
And he went to the press, he said, the United States is not going to default. It never has and it never will. We shouldn't even be talking about it. And folks, Republicans in Congress used to understand this. In fact, under the previous president, Republicans voted to avoid default 3 times. This is not your father's Republican Party, though. You know, here's what's happened if MAGA Republicans get their way. America defaults on our debt, higher interest rates for credit cards, car loans, mortgages, payments for Social Security, Medicare, our troops, veterans could all be halted or delayed. According again to Moody's, 8 million Americans would lose their jobs, including 400,000 New Yorkers alone. Our economy would fall into recession.
We've been in a recession.
Will be damaged in the extreme. We shouldn't even be having this situation, talking about this situation. As you know, I do an awful lot of foreign policy with my stint as a senator for all those years and then as vice president. And I've traveled the world. I've met with over 88 heads of state so far. They all are looking at me. Are you guys serious? No, I'm serious. Because
I bet you are serious.
Debt, the whole world is in trouble. This is a manufactured crisis. There's no question about America's ability to pay its bills. America has the strongest economy in the world, and we should be cutting spending and lowering the deficit without a needless crisis. In a responsible way, I believe in cutting spending and cutting the deficit. In my first 2 years in office, I'm the only president in history that's lowered the deficit in those 2 years by a record $1.7 trillion. $1.7 trillion. And the budget I proposed back in March would cut the deficit again by nearly $3 trillion in the decade ahead. For example, my budget cuts $30 billion in wasteful spending on tax subsidies to the gas and oil companies. They earned tax subsidies aren't all bad, but they earned $200 billion last year. Do they need a $30 billion subsidy? Well, look, it cuts wasteful spending for big pharma. We pay more for our prescription drugs than any nation in the world, any advanced nation in the world. You can get the exact same drug if you fly to Paris or London or to Germany, anywhere you've traveled, Canada, and you pay here, you pay a lot more. On big pharma, we cut that spend by $200 billion by expanding the Medicare's power to negotiate prescription drug prices and making drug companies pay rebates when they raise prices faster than inflation. And we've already cut by $160 billion in savings, the bill we passed last year, and it has 3 parts to it, by the way. One part didn't kick in until January 1. We said the price of insulin and other drugs, the price of insulin would be reduced to $35. How many of you know someone with type 1 or type 2 diabetes? And you know, it's needed to keep, they need insulin to keep themselves alive or their children alive or in good health. Well, guess what? The price of insulin went from $400, $500, $600 a month down to $35 a month.
Trump tried to do that, and the Democrats blocked it.
For those on Medicare. And here's the deal. It's not just that it made it reasonable for people to be able to stay healthy, but it saved the government $160 billion because they're paying less out. And by the way, the other cuts that are coming up because of what we did with regard to being able to negotiate with Medicare, it's estimated we're going to save another $200 billion. For example, any of you know someone who's on Medicare and also on a cancer drug? Well, guess what? They're paying right now sometimes $12,000, $14,000, $16,000 a year for the cancer drug. Well, beginning this next January, the most any senior is going to have to pay is $3,500 for all of their drugs. And beginning in 2025, they've paid no more than $2,000 for all their drugs. Well, by the way, that saves the government another $200 billion because you're not paying out for all the drugs come forward and they come at a reasonable price.
The Coinbase.
My budget also cuts tax loopholes. Look, I don't have anything against Wall Street or hedge funds executive, but just pay your taxes, man.
Infineon. I don't know if there's any news about AMC.
No, I'm serious.
Nobody said anything.
Hedge funds executive pay a lower tax rate than the middle-class worker who works for them. No one earning less than $400,000 is going to see a single penny in increase in their taxes under me. Not a single penny. They haven't yet, and they won't. If you're making more than 400, well, start to pay your fair share. Look, instead, we're making the biggest corporation begin to pay their fair share. I'm not talking about 70% tax rates. For example, at least pay something. Folks, let me ask you this. Does anyone think we have a fair tax system in America? No, I'm being deadly earnest. I'm not being a wise guy. In 2020, you got tired of hearing me say this. I pointed out there were 50 major corporations of the 55 of the Fortune 500 companies that paid zero in federal income tax after having made $40 billion in profits. $40 billion. So we instituted and got passed a corporate minimum tax of 15%. Well, guess what? Y'all are paying more than that. Just 15%. And it paid for everything we did. Look, I proposed a billionaire minimum tax. There are now went from about 760, I think the number was, to around 1,000 billionaires in America. Well, that's great. If you want to be a billionaire, you can make it. I'm not one of these guys that say you shouldn't be able to do that. And if you're a multimillionaire, I'm not trying to say that can't happen.
POAI, steady grind higher.
The average tax paid by the 1,000 billionaires in America, individually, the average tax paid is 8%, EIGHT, 8%. No billionaire should be paying a lower tax rate than a school teacher or a firefighter. There's nothing radical about this. That's why my budget also fully funds the Internal Revenue Service. You know, it's kind of interesting. Republicans have been consistent for the last 10 years, cutting the number of IRS agents. I wonder why. So we now have legislation that passed that's in our budget that says we're going to beef up the number of IRS agents to thoroughly look at the taxes of billionaires in America.
And we're going to give them guns.
According to the Congressional Budget Office, a bipartisan office, they estimate that just that alone would raise another $200 billion a year. Larry Summers, who's not what you call a wacko liberal out there, right? Former president of Harvard, he says it's more like... My kids who went to Penn would disagree, but that's okay. But I went to a great school. I went to a state school. I went to the University of Delaware. But anyway, but all kidding aside, estimates that it would raise another $400 billion a year. And they still wouldn't be paying very much tax relative to their income to begin with.
Pretty much, Neil.
My budget also has some of the strongest anti-fraud proposals ever. You may remember when we had the legislation to help deal with the pandemic, what Trump used to keep doing is cutting the number of inspectors general to be able to find out whether or not this money's actually not being wasted. Well, guess what? Turns out there were several billions of dollars that were being wasted. People were getting money they didn't need or didn't deserve, and they were playing the system. Well, you know, I think that we should have inspectors general again, looking at what in fact we're spending and whether it's going where it's supposed to go. It calls for an unprecedented effort to combat identity fraud by tripling anti-fraud strike forces to prosecute pandemic fraudsters and seize back stolen funds. There's billions of dollars in stolen funds that we haven't gotten back yet. It strengthens inspector generals and watchdogs for taxpayers' dollars. It's estimated for every $10, every $1 we spend in hiring these folks, it's going to save $10. $10. This debate is about fundamental choices. Would you rather continue a subsidy of $30 billion for big oil or cut $30 billion from veterans? Would you rather cut big pharma or cut health care for Americans? These are real world choices. That's what's at stake, literally.
Quiet. Thank you for the super chat, but I can't answer that question with certainty.
Folks got an even shake. I was raised in a family that was a typical, we weren't poor, typical middle-class family. My dad, we lived in a 3-bedroom split-level home in a housing development. It was a nice
Please
area.
don't say Scranton.
That was when they were developing suburbia with 4 kids and a grandpa living with us. I look back on it and wonder how thin those walls were for my mom and dad, but at any rate. But, you know, the
did Biden just make a sex joke?
That, you know, my dad did fine. I guess by the time he retired, he managed an automobile dealership. He was probably making the equivalent of $20,000 a year, which would be like, what, 60 or 70 or 80? I don't know what it would be. But my point is that I've always thought the middle-class folks are getting the short end of things. I think the trickle-down economy, not much ever trickled down on my dad's table that I can recall. And so when I ran, and my whole career as a senator was about making sure middle-class folks get an even shot. That's why I believe we should grow the economy from the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down.
Well, you're doing a bad job.
Still do very well. Because when the middle class does well, the poor have a ladder up, and the wealthy still do very well. And that's fine. We all do well. We've made enormous progress. Just look at what we've done so far. Over the past 2 years, we've created a record 12.7 million new jobs, more than ever in that period of time, including 800,000 manufacturing jobs. Unemployment is at 3.4%, the lowest in 50 years.
You hired back everyone that you
Black
fired.
unemployment is at one of its lowest levels. Hispanic unemployment across the board. In part, our policies and the pace of our annual inflation has been coming down for 10 months in a row. We still slowed by 45%. We still have more to do. But, you know, when we're in a position to invest in America, in all of America, the way we do that is we buy American products, we hire American workers. I get to spend a lot of money that Congress passes. So if I have $60 billion to spend, and I'm going to have to put new decks on aircraft carriers, I don't outsource the work. There was a law back in the 30s that said, buy American, buy American. So they have to use American products. They have to go out and make sure that they hire American workers. For a long time, in Democrat and Republican administrations, it was cheaper to go get the cheap labor overseas and bring back the expensive product. No more. Not on my watch. Not on my watch. Instead of importing jobs abroad for cheaper labor and importing product, we're exporting product and buying American workers the opportunity to make a living. Folks, I signed the American Rescue Plan, which sent $27 million to this community college to keep students enrolled and keep this school afloat, helped vaccinate our nation, got immediate relief for folks who needed it the most, and got our economy back in track.
So how many people did you kill with that vaccine?
Didn't have a single solitary Republican vote. Then I signed the bipartisan infrastructure law, which had some Republicans voting for it, to build the roads, the best roads, bridges, airports, water system, high-speed internet, get rid of all those pipes that are polluting water, et cetera. You know, how can we be the most prosperous economy in the world without having the greatest infrastructure in the world? We used to be ranked #1 in the world in infrastructure. You know what we rank now? 13. 13. Next week, this is Infrastructure Week. Remember all for 4 years in the last guy, we had Infrastructure Week every week? Well, under my predecessor, Infrastructure Week became a punchline. On my watch, we're making infrastructure a decade, a headline. We're already announced over 25,000 projects in 4,500 towns across Westchester County. It's projects for better water, wastewater, and sewer systems, repairing dams, and doing so much more. I signed the CHIPS and Science Act, which I felt very strongly about, to bring back key parts of our supply chain back to America. Remember when we had real trouble when automobiles, Detroit said they had to stop making automobiles? You know, they take 3,000 chips.
That's what happens when you shut the economy off and turn it back on.
They were all being made in Asia. And when the pandemic hit, they shut down. So we were in trouble. Folks, these are the small computer chips the size of the end of your little finger. Nearly everything in our lives, from cell phones, automobiles, refrigerators, most sophisticated weapon systems. America invented these chips. We invented them. We made them better. But over time, we went from producing up to 40% of the world's chips to producing only 10%, despite leading the world in research and design. Now we're turning that around. The private sector, I went around the world and at home when I convinced people that they had to invest in building the chip factories here. They call them fabs, F-A-B-S, factories. Investing, guess what? We've got a commitment for investments of $470 billion by American companies home and abroad for manufacturing clean energy. Like Micron in Syracuse investing $100 billion over the next 20 years to build semiconductors, thanks to the hard work of Chuck Schumer and Governor Hochul. IBM and Poughkeepsie investing $20 billion over the next computer chip. Putting America back in the game and creating thousands of good-paying jobs. Many of these jobs, first of all, the construction takes a lot of jobs. They don't require 4 years degrees when you're in these fabs. You know what the average pay is going to be? Close to $100,000. You don't need a college degree.
That's because you raised all the...
That's progress.
He raised the prices on everything.
Folks
I don't
are
understand
still struggling with inflation. The way I think about it is the way my dad used to talk about it around the kitchen table, for real. He said, how much
COVID
is
killed more
monthly bills?
Americans than all the world
At the end of
wars
the month, you
since
have
and
enough to
including
pay
World
for
War
all your
II.
bills and just have a
Wow.
little breathing room left, just a little breathing room.
Thank you for that knowledge,
Well, that's why I
Neil.
wrote and signed the Inflation Reduction Act. Americans pay more in prescription drugs, I said, than any advanced country on earth. We're fighting for years to allow Medicare to negotiate those lower drug prices. Well, we finally beat Big Pharma, and we did it without a single Republican vote. It'll have a profound impact and save lives. It's already happening. As I mentioned earlier, it's going to reduce the deficit by $160 billion just this year. And how many of, like I said, diabetes, 1 in 10 Americans have diabetes. Millions need insulin to stay alive. Insulin has been around for 100 years. Costs $10 to make it, $10. Package it, a total of $12. And they're paying hundreds of dollars, making record profits. Well, we capped it at $35, as I said. And we're going to make sure it's capped at 35 for everyone, not just those on Social Security. Because guess what? It saves the taxpayer money. The federal government doesn't have to write a check for $400. It writes a check for $35. Look, Inflation Reduction Act also makes the biggest investment in fighting climate change anywhere in the history of the world. And it's creating tens of thousands of jobs. It's a giant step towards saving the planet. Tax credit for consumers to weatherize their homes. Many of you have done it. Purchasing energy-efficient windows, doors, appliances, electric vehicles. Can save an average of $1,000 a year. Look, tax credits for states and businesses to deploy renewable energy, solar, wind, hydrogen, and more. Not a single Republican voted for it, this law. And now they want to get rid of it all. Why would they want to repeal a law that's creating American jobs and lowering costs for American families?
Because it crashed the economy.
When we ever heard of a Republican opposing tax credits for businesses? Well, that's what they're doing this time. Take a look at the New York Times yesterday, what they wrote. I think it was the front page. Texas now is becoming one of the leading states in the nation in renewable energy. The number of wind farms they have, solar farms, and hydro.
Texas is a Republican state.
But now the Republicans want to get rid of this law and these tax credits. Well, why do you think that is?
So they could pump oil?
Because the fossil fuel industry wants to get rid of them. That's why. Even though they're creating jobs, taking on climate change, they don't want it because it's so much more costly to go the other route.
No, it's more costly to not pump gas.
The truth is,
Jesus.
it's too successful.
We need our
Here's
own
the real
oil.
truth. Big oil doesn't want it, and Republicans are carrying their water. That's what this is all about. Let me close with this. We made so much progress, but there's so much more to do. We're on the cusp of a major change. We're creating jobs again. American manufacturers are booming again. Where's it written America can't lead the world in manufacturing? We're lowering the deficit. Towns that had been forgotten and left behind are coming alive again, bringing back a sense of pride. All those chip factories, fabs I talked about, they're going to be all over America. They're not just going to be in the Northeast and the West Coast. They're all through Central America. You know people who come from the people like, for example, up in Scranton where I came from.
Oh, he said Scranton. I knew it was coming.
Or other states.
He lives here for like 4
country,
years.
where all of a sudden the factories that employed 700 people for years shut down and went abroad. Not only did they lose the jobs, they lost their sense of pride. They lost their sense of belonging. How many folks do you know folks in the Midwest who had their kids come up and say, Mom, Dad, I got a good education, but I got to leave. There's no jobs here. No reason to stay. We're bringing jobs back all across America. This is no time to put all this at risk, to threaten a recession, to put at risk millions of dollars.
We're already in a recession for the 5th time today.
Republican threats are dangerous and they make no sense. Folks, we have to keep going and finish the job. I've long said it's never, ever, ever been a good bet to bet against America. Never. And I can honestly say, as I stand here today, I've never been more optimistic about America's future than I am this very day. Because yesterday we have to remember who in God's name we are. We're the United States of America. There is nothing beyond our capacity, if we work together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. We got to fight for...
I hate that guy. I'm sorry. I don't even know why I recorded this. I just wanted to see if it was going to affect markets. God, that guy. I lose brain cells listening to him. It's painful. Talal, that just sounds like a bad deal or a bad negotiation on Canada's part. We have oil as well, and we're not exporting it, which is something that we should be doing, in my opinion, at least. Talal, you should actually like look into that deal and see what you guys got out like of it. And honestly, if it's anything other than maple syrup, I'm going to be disappointed. Bitcoin. Yeah, but then we get Kamala Harris if we impeach Biden. So like, do we really want to do that? Yeah, I didn't think so. Q's way up. Going for the gold cross. Oh, has the gold cross. Have you up on the Q's? Google's up 4%. Google's just an animal. Holy smokes. Google's a dog. Bitcoin's trying to pop. Sends up. Sends 20.5%. Actually, sorry, let me rephrase. 20.5%. Wait, let me read what Talal said. Let's see. Oh, and Neil. Hold on a second. And Al Gore writes checks for multi-millions to union-only green companies that support Biden. Buffett got low-interest multi-billion-dollar loans to buy up railroads. Guess who's transporting pipeline oil? Yeah. Neil, you should run for office. I would vote for you. No, dude. With the oil we're sitting on, we could keep it all and be better off than the rest of the world. Geologist specialists in uni here. Trust. We want to keep our oil. Okay. Then how come you guys are paying us to take your oil? That doesn't make any sense. I get why you guys would want to keep your oil. That makes 100% like sense. But I just, what kind of deal was struck that way we would receive your oil for free? That's the question. Well, no, there has to be a better answer than that, though. Carvana, back above VWAP as well? Only the Koch factory can process a tar sand oil. RCAT receives order for 200 long-range high-speed drones for Ukrainian deployment. Oh. Okay, RCAT got news. Not good news for them, but I think it's BS for the country. BBIG after the reverse split will have a float of only 13 mil, but the obvious currently shows 244 billion. This will be fun to watch if they actually do it. It's gonna be a shit show, I think. We're idiots that have no idea how to turn a primary resource into a... Yeah. Well, the U.S. is like right there with you now. It's like we got dumbed down a little bit. RCAT has already halted up. Jesus. Sends 20%. Still trying to hold. POAI is 17%. GTII. Nice bounces there for GTII. Good old bounce. $106 on GNS. Back to about 820 on CXAI. FOA now down only 6.5. NVAX just dropped $9. Try again for the 48 on Bitcoin. FRCB green. And moving. Of course, the reason that oil companies are banking billions is because they aren't spending cash on pumping refinery maintenance. I know. Like, I don't know. In my opinion, it doesn't take somebody to specialize or that specializes in finance in order to realize that the policies were going to drive us into the ground. Now, my opinion may be wrong, but that's my thought. FRCB. What doing? DXY coming down a little bit to 101.50. You're also the global leader in maple syrup as well. Bitcoin just looks like it wants to do something. It's on top of the MACD, RSI's at 52. $24 is trying to cross the 48. 13's already on top. TRKA to VWAP. Yes, of course. Maple syrup too. It's liquid gold here. No, wait. You're joking me. You do not actually pay pensions out in maple syrup, right? Like, that part has to be a joke. Oh, okay. I mean, in theory, though, you could sell the maple syrup. Well, hold on. In theory, you could sell the maple syrup and then pay pensions that way. So I feel like that wasn't completely, off topic. You ride polar bears to work? Okay. Right. I didn't know that you lived in the Yukon. Sticks at 366. FRCB moving up again. Trying to, at least. $105 on GNS now. NVEX 898. FRCB, what are you doing? VIX still sliding a little bit. All right, Talal, I get it. I get it. In Masonic R on TRKA, slightly above you up. I can't believe that I'm sitting here watching a lecture on the separation of variable in the Schrodinger equation as part of my class in quantum physics. All right. Now you're talking a little bit too intelligent for me. Like, once we go into quantum physics, it's a little bit over my head, Neil. Bitcoin, can you do it? GTII is now up 16.8. Here we pull it. I just use it as a brain teaser. Okay. Let me do that. UCAR just popped to 18. Wow, UCAR. Oh, TRKA is trying to follow. POAI up 18.8 now for you, Talal. GoCo off the highs. Still trying to get that lift off the 48 on Bitcoin. Q's lifting. Gotta overtake that though. $320. We gotta get about $325 back. Approximately. Thank you, Sean. Just took a look at that. Look how tight that is on with the EMAs. Carvana is 10% back. GWH 10%. Cosm just under 7%. Ape 167 still. AI is 2% back. On top of the 200. Snapchat. Snapchat. Yeah. Wow. Look at that trajectory on Snap. Guys, remember, Snapchat has a lot of gaps to the upside. Just throwing that out there. Ooh, 802 on CXAI. Coinbase at 3%. With the gold cross on top of VWAP. I think it's not showing my chat again on my computer, laugh out loud, or you're just ignoring me, so I'm trying on mobile. Are you doing space call? No, I actually canceled that for this week. Just because we've been having, like, connection issues. And with the vote coming up, I told him that we should probably, I told him that we should probably skip this week and then pick up, like, right after, like, earnings or the vote. But I told him that we should do it on a different platform because I told him that like, I don't know, Twitter Spaces was just being too unreliable. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but I'm not getting chats from your computer, apparently. I would, like, the vote for, the vote for, ERL. Entrepreneur Resorts. I don't have a like button and stuff again. What? I have no idea. This is my work PC that you're on now. That's so weird. Mobile, wait, oh, okay, so mobile has it and is fine. It's a desktop that is weird. Yesterday my home computer was fine, and today my work PC is doing that YouTube weirdness. YouTube just kind of hates me. I don't know if it's because of the stocks that I'm covering. I don't know if it's because I'm not paying like a shit ton of money for YouTube ads, so then my stuff is seen more. I don't know. I've come to the conclusion that YouTube just hates me. Suns now is 21%. IMPP bouncing around. What are we doing? The 200's coming down on Mullen right now. Biden left out the part about your 401ks are worth about half of what it was 2 years ago. Yeah. Yeah, he did fail to mention that aspect. Oh, look at that Snapchat trend. Snap's trends are pretty pronounced. Snap's chart is actually pretty easy to read on most occasions. I don't want to go ahead and I don't want to butcher the exact definition, so why don't you Google that one? Basically, it's a form to it's like a way to save up for retirement, essentially. UCAR now 22% up. Bitcoin trying off of a resistance line. Support resistance. UCAR 23. UCAR up. Oh, okay. Kind of like our CPP, Canada pension plan. Basically, if you work in Canada, you paid into a... There's more detail, because we have pensions, too. Just look into what a 401k is. Like, if I were you, I would just Google it. That way you get the exact definition, because I'm going to butcher it if I go that route. and try. Literally Investopedia and then 401k. Good old U card. U-Car is just going straight up Viagra. No erectile dysfunction here. My secret to keeping my 401k values up was avoiding anything heavy on Tesla, heavy Microsoft, and Google plans, or what I put my money in. I can't say anything negative about that. Not at all. Alright, they want to play on TRKA now. Let's see. Must getting Twitter was my cue to avoid. Made Tesla a target. Yeah, but he also, what's it called? He also vowed to make it so Tesla owners would benefit from his purchase of Twitter. That was one statement that he did make. How, I don't know, but yeah. Let's see. Looking for a handle here on Bitcoin. Does not want to break the 48 for whatever reason. As soon as Biden got elected, I sold all stocks and bought bonds, gold and oil. Well, you're also the smartest person in the room, most likely. TRKA down, eating supply. Not worried about it. RSI on Bitcoin is a 51.5. Tesla's not a car company, they're a technology company. They're also an information company, too. So not only technology, but data as well. I said to do that to all who listen. Yeah, unfortunately, our paths have not crossed at that point. Hindsight's 2020. Yeah. Exactly. BBIG almost at 14 cents flat. CXAI almost at $8 flat. Ooh, VRM, can you do it? $200 is within spitting distance on VRM. GNS 106. Boyle all the way down to 278. MCOM just, wow, 69.5 cents now on MCOM. Sub 70 cents. SFT still under $2, 198. MCOM just grabbed 70 cents back. GNS 105. Sticks to 350. Ooh, sticks to 350. That's intriguing. Nice candle on TRKA, but I doubt it'll hold. We'll see. FFIE's down 18.5%. RSI is 51.57 on Bitcoin at the moment. And it's pretty much inside the MACD. VRM is trying in between the 48 and the 200 at the moment. Remember their earnings were this morning? Google says firm is building AI watermarking to curb misinformation. Truist reiterates NVIDIA buy rating price target raised to 322 from 289. God damn. And then there's, check the option flow as well in chat. Thank you, Greg. PGY up 12% now. Wow, look at PGY. Interesting. Look at that chart. Let me stick Bell outside real quick. Okay. Jeez, it's already 3 o'clock? PGY. Guys, PGY could be a banger. Just throwing that out there. Like, it could be a nice one. Just look at the chart history here. I'll actually pull a daily for you. That could be a nice one. That's a daily. Bitcoin on a super trend. Sends now is 23.5 up. Bitcoin pushing. Short seller Marco Hody is considering betting against regional banks. All right, so that means. Wait, let me ask you this: what's the source on that one? Sends just keeps cupping as well. Yeah. Bitcoin. At resistance. Gotta clear this now. We'll clear this stuff. Oh. Almost there. Oh, there goes Bitcoin. Come on, baby. Right up to the 2. Dexcom gonna be pissed once their market share on CGM. Ooh, Bitcoin apart. Bitcoin through VWAP. And the Sonic R. This is a level of supply. RSI and Bitcoin's now in 86. SPY is 412. IMPP now 17% up. Gaps on the chart though. Sends just keeps on trucking. Freestyle Libre already had to recall thousands of units due to being faulty. Freestyle Libre and Dexcom are the 2 leaders in the CGM market. ECB officials are starting to think that interest rate increases might need to continue into September to bring inflation fully under control. Wow. Okay. So much for pausing rate hikes. That's what I'm saying. Like, why say it and then retract your statement, or then say something completely I don't know, opposite. It makes no sense. Ooh, GTII is now up 27. GTII is running for those that are in it. Good for you. Bitcoin down to the 200. Eating supply in between 200 and VWAP, from what I gather. Carvana to about 11.5. GTII to 30% up. Nice. Whew. A block just came through on GNS at 104. They always use that narrative in opinion pieces so they can avoid major pushback on the statements. Yeah. Kind of aggravating. Over average volume now on GTII. On the 10-day. Bitcoin fighting for VWAP still. RSI is a 71. Wow, open went red. That was up like 20. I think it was up 20% at one point. Plug 785. Sticks 353. I think that sticks for me would be like a long-term hold though, rather than like a swing or momentum at this point. I mean, I could be wrong though. It just depends on chart movement. Hard down on muln. A lot of blocks too. Oh, and right back. Bitcoin through VWAP in Sonic Oregon. SMX went green, 113. Congrats if you guys grabbed it in the like dollar range. I believe it hit like 104. Q's just off 325. 1 minute. My bad. You ever look at the top losers list? Octo is the worst performing ticker in the market that's still trading. Oh. No, I haven't done that in quite some time. Palantir is 5. FRCB up almost 5%. TRKA back to a trend line that I'd previously drawn. Coinbase now has 4% again. A lot of green muln blocks just came through. Bitcoin's RSI is 67. AI 2% still. Carvana 12.5. I kind of don't want to like pull off the chart for GTII for the like all the homies that are in here that are in it. Bitcoin, can we move? Ugh. 13's trying to cross 200 right now while we were at view up. VS to 19, sends 23, UFAB back over 100. Well off the highs on UFAB. To 200 again on Bitcoin. Apple at 173. Yeah, isn't that crazy, Justin? I absolutely agree. Q still off 325. Bitcoin sitting just underneath the support resistance line. And VWAP. Percentage-wise, Octo is the best at being the worst. Are you sure that Excel isn't king of this shit? Oh my lord. Mullen trying back as well. Yeah, Excel is pretty bad, I think. But that's just me. Q's just took 325. Hard up. I mean, if you're a short, it'd been the best thing on the market. Yeah. Basically. Mmat went red. Q's RSI is 68. we're looking to form a floor here. Hopefully this doesn't slide on us. IonQ might retest that recent high for the third time soon at 690. God damn. IonQ is a mover. They just tried to move muln up to the 200. Got rejected. Trying it again. FRCB is in a big old cup. We don't want to lose that level. Not one bit. Bitcoin's on the 200. SPY to 412.60. Carvana, big old cup. Bitcoin wicked above the VWAP. Didn't take though. Look at the wicks. I think that's gonna spin and clear 200. Oh, trying 200 again. %8% on cosm, 7.6. Bitcoin trying above VWAP. And rejected again. 13's over the 200 though. GTII. Yes, sir, Jack. Yes, sir. She's up. Potential double bottom on TRKA. RSI and Bitcoin to 61. 5 times a tap that on the 1 minute chart. Jesus. 11% on GWH. Trying again here on Bitcoin. We'll see what we could do. Mullen in between the 48 and the 200. Jack, let me know if GTII jumps again and opens another leg. Please. Pretty please. And Voss over VWAP with the gold cross. Snapchat. Nice trajectory there. Bitcoin now has to go through the Sonic R. Cup. Heads up on FRCB. But remember, guys, this is a bankruptcy play, so like the bottom could fall out like whenever. Just be very, very cautious. Mullen trying to super the 200. We'll see how that pans out. FRC close to breaking. Bitcoin has to clear this nonsense. Mullen's trying to hold that 200. RSI on Mullen is 56. RSI on Bitcoin's 67. RSI on FRCB is a 58. RSI on TRKA 43. What is the volume on TRKA now? Only 6 mil. Surprise. My volume theory seems to be accurate on TRKA. Whoa. 4 1/4 on Coinbase. They are trying TRKA on a super trend. Blackberry just off 5. Clean Spark, 15.5 up. IMPP almost 18. 25% on GTII. And 24% on UCAR. Oh, man. Ion Q, retesting a high. Man. Never mind. I highly suggest these desk chairs that are heated and massaged. Just saying. Highly suggest. Alright, so 6.24 million as we're trying back up. Let's see what happens. About a half hour left in the day. Down to the 48 on FRCB. Bitcoin off VWAP to the upside. At least for now. 325.5 on Qs. Sends volume is increasing as well. Shit. Ooh. TRKA to the 200. Ooh, FRCB hard down. Hard down on GTII as well. Yeah. IMPP up 18.2. Gotta grab the pumper. 1 second. Okay. Bitcoin in the Sonic R. Eating supply in between the 48 and the 200 on TRKA. Watch that engulf right back. Bella, I'm almost done, okay? I'm almost done for the day. Lay down. POAI RSI never broke 72 in past couple day uptrend. Not sure how to take that either. It will dump on relative strength or it will gain relative strength and go bang. I kind of like CXAI, I think, more than I like POAI at these levels. If I was gambling. But I don't know. C3AI is still my favorite AI company. followed shortly there by LIDAR, which has not been performing whatsoever. In fact, it's done terrible. TRKA back to 200. Yeah, 8.7 up on a high on Q. IMPP, what you doing? Mullen just off 200. Bitcoin, get out of that Sonic R. RSI is a 61.6 here on Bitcoin. LIDAR is up 7.3, even though it hasn't been performing here in the past. 13.3 up on GoeV. 13. Microsoft shares hitting 52-week high. Word. SPY has nice volume in the last 5 minutes. Beautiful. Dollar strength is dropping as well. SPY to 413.51. Go ahead. Go ahead. U.S. budget surplus declines to 176 billion in April. Aren't we supposed to like run out of money on June 1st? Throwing that out there. Snap, still grinding higher. Look at that trajectory. It is a thing of beauty. Some Credit Suisse blocks just came through for us. Let's see. Not much else there. And Matt, back to green. Our cat is up 18%. Jesus Christ. Why is this taking so long to load? She's twisting. to 200 on TRKA. Down on muln, hard. Hard down on muln. It's probably just going to engulf right back, but yeah. Come on, baby. Right back. TRKA just looks like it wants to go bang, but it's been looking like that for like 2 weeks now. Solar flares, no cap. Big one hit the U.S. yesterday. That's why connection from East Coast to West Coast were spotty all day. The magnetic poles are inversing on the Earth, currently making us more susceptible to feeling the effect of solar flares. Wait, really? Or are you just saying that? I doubt that you're just saying that. But, like, where can I look that stuff up? Just straight up Google? Solar flare yesterday. Like, is that my best option? Bella, come here. I don't know why you're crying. 100%? Okay. I'll do that after. It had a name that NASA released? Okay. Oh, come on, Bitcoin. Just lift us already. GTII up 25%, yeah. Off the highs a little bit there on GTII. Let's see, can Bitcoin do anything? Can it pop this flag or no? RSI on Bitcoin is a 55 now. Our magnetic field is what protects us from the sun. The auroras are our field interacting with the sun's radiation. The visual effect of our solar shield, the poles, when they do flip, will fuck us. Okay. That was very optimistic. Go ahead, you dirty whore. Go ahead. Last time it happened was 780,000 years ago. Cat, what are you doing? Coinbase 4.5. Look at Coinbase. That's CONL. Oh, God. Guys, if you're not in V2, I'm sorry, but, like, you're missing out. There, like, literally, like, three individual different mentions would have paid for, like, I don't know, 2 years worth of V2. Saying. NOAA is a source. Thank you. Ion Q to 9%, just off $7. GTII filled the gap right there. Like, subscribe, share, 15-minute PDT if you're dealing with it. Thank you very much, Mark. Estega's 5%, 95 cents. Q's 325.67. Alright, let's pull up the Q's. Singapore Sovereign Wealth Fund has emerged as the frontrunner to buy a stake in German industrial gas maker. Okay, thank you. Bitcoin is with that VWAP now. Atlanta area prosecutor has backed off her effort to disqualify a lawyer from representing alternate electors pledged to T-Man in the 2020 election. Okay. T-Man CNN town hall comes a day after the verdict against him. The network seeks more conservative viewers. What is the likelihood of CNN getting conservative viewers? Think about it. Like what? The likelihood can't be good. And I think that was one of, honestly, I think that was one of Fox's biggest screw-ups. They didn't take into consideration their competition with letting Tucker Carlson go. Excuse me. Tesla's Japanese supplier Panasonic previously planned to start volume production for Tesla between April 23 to March 2024. Thank you. And which way we going Wednesday? NVIDIA up 1.6. On the 48 for Mullen, rejected. Tried down with TRKA, rejected. Right back. saw a Mitsubishi SUV the other day, and I thought it slipped into an alternate. Yeah. Yeah. That's funny. Palantir over 10. Nice. Bitcoin back to VWAP. Q's at 325.72. MMat pretty much unch. To the Sonic R, trying to break the flag on Bitcoin. We'll see. Labu up 5.6. About 10 minutes left if you're dealing with PDT. 7.5 up on cosm. Ooh. Sliding a little bit here on Bitcoin. No mas. Oh, it slid down because it's trying to avoid a death or a gold cross. We need some pressure up to try to solidify that. Q's hard down to the 48. Bitcoin, ate that supply. Let's see. Have you up? Now we need the Q's to spin. Probably the internet. I will say, when I was in high school, I almost bought an Evo. I went with a Subaru instead. Because of the all-wheel drive. But I did almost buy an Evo. Bitcoin. Still underneath the VWAP. Oof. Apple 173.5 almost. The STI is a god killer, yeah. BBIG is trying. Just don't be greedy with the trade. If you're, you know. Bitcoin through VWAP. Lucky, be quiet, please. Zola just went green. DXY dropping 101.45 now. AQST up 4%. Nice, 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 nice. Oh. Bitcoin's still struggling to get that gold cross. AUD 13.5. Alright, I think I'm in chills like mood now for the rest of the day. Last 6 minutes. See how we do. I had a 95 Integra RS. Nice. Good old Integras. It was pretty sweet, but it was a breach car, and I didn't want salt. 5-minute warning if you're dealing with PDT. Got T-boned by a Chinese lady, totaled my leg. Or my tag. Oh. It sucks. Nope. And I'm not even scared a little bit. Never buy a northern car or one for beach area. You know, absolutely. So I used to work in that field. You want to buy from Utah, California, Arizona, places like that. On maybe to scalp, to momentum play, to DCA, but at the same time, if they do a reverse split, it could be bad. So I don't know. Like I don't have an answer to your question. I have a lot of TRKA, and yeah, so my day was just kind of like in that account. The other one I refuse to look at because I know it's going to be down because of muln and fucking BBIG. Google unveiled AI-centered features tied to Gmail and Workspace. Nice. GNS might be a buy. Might. I like GNS. BBIG. Ooh, SFT is down 5% now. If you go back under 6. Bitcoin's in a battle VWAP all the way into close. Watch. I'm trying to push for some sand salt mix, at least 50-50. Some municipalities are doing. Studies show that our Great Lakes are becoming brine. It's awful. Life is dying. It's our fault. After the bell, yeah. Oof. I would have bought that. Bitcoin up. 10. Oh, it's over. Today doesn't deserve a clap. We talked about how it was up 30%. At one point. Golf clap. The divvy on TD got merged into the... Yeah. Can we look at it now? Yeah, here. Hold on. You missed this at like 140 though, just saying. When I was yelling about it at 140. Look at the cost to borrow average. 223%. It's only short 15 on 100% utilization, but yeah. I like it. I don't know. I like that entire sector. I think people are lazy, and I think that car prices are going up. So, I'm going to like that sector. Julie, I'm telling you this one last time. If you use that vocabulary without sending me a super, like I'm gonna hide you from the channel. I don't even want to see that word anymore. Like it just like it's I don't even know. It's so clickbaity. What are we gonna do? Well, I've told you that several times though, and the reason why I first started that was because it was clickbaity, and then I was just like, no, I'm gonna change that. And I've already explained. I've already like told you what you wanted to hear like 8 different times, so it's just annoying to hear to just be like repetitive with it. That's all. GFAI did an offering. Whoa. They literally just completed selling shares, and they're doing another one? That's wild. They like literally just completed one though. That's what I don't get. Am I losing my mind here, or like are OTC stocks not supposed to be traded in after hours? Later, Steve. Yeah, no after hours for OTC. What? Yeah, like then why is FRCB showing me negative 3.8? I don't understand that. What does it depend on? Oh, okay, all right. I thought you were leaving. I'm sorry. Oh, you just got. Yeah, I'm hanging out for a few. Don't worry. IT. What does it depend on? What kind of stuff? I want to know what kind of stuff. One second. Bella's crying. I don't know what she wants. What? You want to go back out? Okay. Ooh, man, oh man. Certain broker-dealers / certain accounts can trade OTC outside market hours. Huh. I actually did not know that, IT, so thank you. Bitcoin? Go ahead. But typically retail cannot utilize this. Thank you. That was the point that I guess I was trying to make. It was like, since when can we trade OTC after hours? You know what I mean? It just didn't make sense to me. APP is moving after hours because of earnings. Okay. Please feel free to verify. No, I believe you. Because I've been seeing it like the last couple days on FRCB and SBNY. Bitcoin, super trend. Bitcoin at the Sonic R. Boy. Guys, I'm going to go invisible here because I just want to be invisible. There we go. All right. Come on, Bitcoin. DXY 101.44. too big. Just right. Bitcoin. Carry us to the promised land, please. Oh, and please like and sub if you haven't already, guys. It's free to help me out. You guys know my saying. I want Google's money, not yours. Hard down on APP. Sorry, my hands are full. 1 second. Ooh. Did they beat or did they miss on earnings, Steve? Or was it not even released yet? CXAI, after that $8 call out, went to 827. Right. Bear with me here while I do some chilling out. Bitcoin trying to get out of the Sonic R. Fuck did I put my lighter? Oh, there it is. Bitcoin RSI 54. Up and out. Preferably over this trend line. All right. APPP missed earnings by 114%. Revenue was up almost 90 mil from the same period last year, though. Past earnings performance last quarter, they missed by 26 cents, which is followed by 20. Interesting. So even though they missed on their last one, they still went up as well. It's an interesting trend. Good eyes. Can you please let me know if it like bolts? and does some, like, I don't know, like Usain type shit. I feel like I should have BBIG up. Doji on muln right there. 1 second. They also got a Truist Securities maintain buy recommendation. Okay. What was that other company that they... Oh, yeah, that was... Truist did NVIDIA. Never mind. I answered my own question. See if muln could hold it. Yeah, it made a nice move back. There's a video on Reddit that caught a tornado on top of a mountain peak. Can you send it to me or send me a link on Twitter? Please? Because I kind of want to see it. I don't know what that line is, but... Or when I drew it, but usually my lines are pretty important. So I just want to overcome that. You know? Looks like it was out in the Rockies based on the people in the video. Oh. So what are you, judging people nowadays, Doc? I'm sorry. Bitcoin up. Come on, baby. Up and out of that Sonic R, please. All right, now over trend line. No, it was in the background with... It was in English with the news report in the background. Okay. Word. I was just honestly just playing with you. Okay, back to honey to-do list. Take care. Later, Steve. Wow, Steve, you might have to leave more often, because as soon as you said that, bang. No offense. Yeah, I'm just completely ignoring it, Doc. I don't care. I mean that in the nicest way possible, Steve. Wow, watch us go ahead and like retake all the gains that we just lost throughout the day. I would not be surprised. know you do. I sometimes do that. I leave and then it runs, just like when I sell and the ticker moves. That's life, though, right, bud? It's life. Mullen. Weird flex, but okay. Excuse me. TRKA. Nice green bar there off support resistance. Mullen back to the 48. DXY still dropping. Can somebody, like, yell at me if BBIG does something, please? Oh, wait, Disney had earnings today. Hold on. Oh. Cap, what do you mean? Oh, hold on. They probably got that, you know that deal that they were gonna, oh no, sorry, that's Activision Blizzard. If I had to guess, I'd say an acquisition. Wait, what's their cap? Hold on. It would have to be a big acquisition. It'd have to be someone big. Let's see. Come on. Yeah, like, if it was an acquisition, it would have to be big. Oh. Yeah. So they missed on earnings, but they're going up. Odd. It's alright. Look at the floor that Mullen's putting in right now. At 140. Well, 139 to be more precise. We'll see if that holds. TRKA, what are you doing? Look at all these dojis. Let me show you. Hold on. Alright, that right there is a pure doji. That's a doji, that's a doji, that's a doji. Okay? And then they came down and they ate all the supply down to this resistance line. And then they ate what they could on this one, but the bid just slid up because nobody was willing to sell at that lower price tag. And now it's back to dojiing. Like that's what, all right, and then now, see, they ate it right back to the same level. Just watch out, it might move. Mullen trying again. Oh, man. I gotta, like, stretch out shit. Is there like anything else going on that I should be watching or no? Eating supply in between the 48 and the 200. I'm mulling. Bitcoin, hard up. Whenever you guys see a moment like a candle with momentum like that, right? Typically that's either A, a fuck ton of buying pressure, or B, it hits somebody's order, basically, and it triggered it to, you know, go ahead and eat like the ass. See what I'm saying? Like up to a certain level. Sit down. I said sit down. Good boy. Can you stay? I don't know, guys. I think that we printed way too much money in order for the market to drop like this. Illegally. In a lot of cases. I'm not going to say which ones or what I think that we just, I don't know, we printed way too much money. We gave a lot of it away, so then we devalued it. And now it's just like, to me, it's acquisition season, it's accumulation season. However, there is always the uncertainty that it drops further, at which point then you'd have to be in a position to DCA. Not financial advice, yada, 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 yada. But that's my opinion, at least. And everyone's entitled to one, right? Bitcoin off to 13. You don't want to lose that. Nope. Come on. I mean, I'm not even in Unity, but yeah. I like to see my friends win, you know. Bitcoin, come on. Come on, Bitcoin. Get out of there. Outside again, bro? Alright, see, this movement is to be expected off of a miss. If they missed on their earnings, this makes sense. And they should fall right through the 48 if they missed. But this is a weird-ass market, and you never know. Yo, does anyone want to make a friendly, like, gentleman's, like, guess? Like, against me? Anyone? It's about AMC. Just start, okay, like, I'm just giving you, like, a premise. Anyone? Guess not. Yeah, make sure that you guys, like, yell at me if there's something that I gotta be, like, watching, okay? I only have Unity up right here for Cap. Bitcoin I just have because it's gonna control the overall market, as you guys know. But, like, we could flip shit around. See, like, GTII, why is there buying an... Like, I'm not complaining because the price is going up, obviously. But... See how it's extended hours and it's OTC? Like, I just don't understand that. I don't know. Maybe I was wrong this entire time. MCOM is in desperate times. No, what's the news? Can you copy and paste it for everybody here, please? That's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing at all. I might wait for the news to sell off. Where is it? Let me see. I think Unity is going to go down, but hold on. If this would load, I can't wait to get my new internet stuff. It might be a buy. Not financial advice. Just as like a, I don't know if I'd invest in it long term, but like just as like a swing or momentum play. There's definitely money to be made there. I think. But again, what the fuck's my opinion, right? I just think they will partner with anyone at the moment to try to get. No, I think that they're trying to build like a super app. You know how? All right, so you know how David Michery, and I complain about this all the time. You know how David Michery like just like got too big too quick, right? So I feel like Sal did the same thing, but I don't feel like he had the same intentions as Dave Michery. I think he just found himself in a very similar situation. Does that make sense? I don't know. I hope it does. Sonos stock tanks 21% after audio equipment maker cuts guidance on softening demand. I love my Sonos system. Yo, just saying, my Sonos system, A1. But I have like pretty late like up to date gear, and it's like the whole subwoofer kit and everything, with like the larger soundbar. But definitely A+ to Sonos for their products. Just saying. Don't know if anyone's in the in the market, but if you are, I would take them over JBL all day long. The price is worth it. A judge ruled Zuck and other former Facebook directors must face claims to turn a blind eye to rampant privacy violations. Well, are you surprised? I'm not surprised. Stablecoin issuer Circle says it is focusing on short-dated U.S. Treasuries to avoid getting caught up in potential U.S. debt default. Okay, so that's basically BlackRock saying that. Let's be very, very clear. So instead of saying just Circle, just assume BlackRock. So BlackRock says it is focusing on short-dated U.S. Treasuries to avoid getting caught up in a potential default. Interesting. Very, very fucking interesting. Guys, check the option flow. Greg's throwing it in chat now. Thank you, Greg. Holy fucking puts on HYG. Yo, tomorrow's gonna be green. Not financial advice. I mean, if that's the closing numbers. 1 second. My bad. What are we doing? Bitcoin just busted, and now I want to see if it's gonna retake like all the gains that we lost because of that drop earlier. And we are starting to twist up, so I mean, and DXY is dropping, so yeah, I guess there is some stuff happening. Is VRM doing anything? Because that would be fucking ideal. Stock market collapse shortly. Wait, what? Well, isn't that funny? Also, we're trying to go for gold cross here on VRM. TRKA is at the 200. Through the two. See if we could carry. Yo. Guys, make sure you're reading chat. Like, chat's kind of lit right now. Thank you, Greg. Come on, baby. Give us some life. Mullen also still trying here, eating supply in between. Bitcoin extending outwards. Kind of expect that. I wonder if it's going to be like a low break through that. The way it was acting over here, I thought it was going to be an aggressive break, but... Robinhood stock rallies after first quarter results beat. I had a feeling Robinhood was going to have like a... I hate even pulling up their stock. Fuck, they're going to go up again. They're independent. I just wonder if it's gonna like respect that drawing or not. Doji so far on TRKA. Doji right there. Bitcoin trying. RSI there is 61. I'm gonna message Alan. I don't know if he's listening or not, but I'm gonna message Alan. Let's see how he's doing. Oh, hard down. No, it's just at 48. It's okay. Probably gonna grab support off that stuff anyway. Oh, come. RSI and Bitcoin is at 56. And it is on top of the MACD. Let's go. I didn't actually take that, just so everybody knows. I'm just, like, for me, it's practice. Like that right there is practice. It's just, sometimes it's not practice. But that right there, that's practice. Still trying to get that gold cross on Mullen, but it's working its way through the Sonic R right now, so hopefully it gets through that. Watch AUD. Sorry, it's texting in. Watch Robinhood power off this 48 with Bitcoin. Bitcoin's gonna move, and I think you're gonna see the move in Robinhood. As much as I hate to say it. But we might see a move in more than just that. I kind of don't even want to watch Robinhood. Like, let's not do that, actually. Wow, LiDAR is up. They're 5%. Qs. We were the watch. Let's hang out. Super Trend Island Qs. Bitcoin, go ahead. Lead the way. Carvana up after hours. VR, I'm down after hours as well. Fuck. That hurts. Ape up after hours. Qs. Trying to get through that Sonic R. Or no, that's the red jelly. Sorry, I keep getting them mixed up. I feel drained. Drained as fuck. But at the same time, I'm like looking at muln, going for a gold cross, and I'm about to see like Bitcoin move here. So it's just like, how do I leave this right now? You know? Q's just tried a super trend. I mean, it got shoved, but at the same time, it's close. Oh, there's Q's. Come on, above the 24. I do have an email that I have to write. I can't leave Bitcoin like this right now, though. It ain't worth it. That could wait a day. It's not really that pressing. I'll probably end up getting it done later because I have anxiety. But it is what it is. Alright, come on. Alright, the queue's filled where they need to fill. Alright, so the 24 is coming up to the 13 right now on Bitcoin. See what happens here. It's still in my drawing, kinda. Yeah, it is my drawing. Yo, just yell at me if you, like, I have to pull something up. Alright? Like, I'm not paying attention, so. Like, I am, but, like. Alright. Bang. Unplug that. Let her rip. Make young Ma rich. Alright. I don't want to brag right now, but, like, look at my Bitcoin chart. Not bad. It might come down to that 48. I don't know. Okay, so it's a radio station. Got it. Bitcoin eating supply underneath the 48. The Bulls are back in town, I think. Bulls are back in town. No bell. Go get a toy if you want. Bitcoin's RSI is 32. They're probably just shorting it to just buy it right back. Might go down to 200 actually. Let's hope not. Sorry, I'm looking at it on that monitor. Alright, you're gonna have resistance right here on AUD. But now it's a supply area that I have on Bitcoin already. Usually when they're like really tight like that, that means that they're supply areas. Bitcoin. Is Bitcoin gonna bring us back or what? Engulf. Bitcoin. I want to see if we get a strong push through this. GNS off exchange 172.93%. How do you have over 100% off exchange volume? $72. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Muln's working its way through the Sonic R towards VWAP. I mean, it's kind of slow and painful, but it's happening. Bitcoin just tried to push to the 48. Yeah, I don't like the off-exchange bullshit. I think that's completely unfair. It should all be lit. Bitcoin, come on. Yeah, we switched over here to AUD instead. Apparently, they have $3.2 billion in assets, and their market cap is only like $19 million or $18 million. Oh man, let go of a little more CLs. Yeah, but keep in mind you also have been killing that play, so keep that like in the back of your mind. Bitcoin down to the 200, I bet. Yup. Come on. Out of there. Nope, out of there. See, I feel like tomorrow could be like an attack on like a lot of things, but like really good for other things. Does that make sense? Like abnormal shifts and huge percentage, changes. there's things that could happen that could alter that date. Does that make sense? Like Monday, like it could be the last day, but there's a lot of things that may happen in between now and then. The only reason I'm on right now is I just want to see if Bitcoin's going to spin off this Sonic R. I do not want it to fall down through that 200. And if it does move off the Sonic R, we get a nice push and break that blue line, whatever that blue line is. Guys, I had to send an email real quick. One second. Adios, these are the 48. Can't catch. It's hitting 48 and a potential like double bottom right there. Alright, back to you guys, sorry. What's happening with the crap market? Oh, what's up with Bitcoin? Alright, maybe they're reciting themselves to, like, the Qs? Like, what if big money's taking all their money out of Bitcoin right now? Huh. I don't think so. I don't know. I'm gonna hold my ETH. I'm chilling. I'm gonna hold my other crypto. Yeah. Bounce back. Hi, Bella. I know you want to play. I know. Look at me, toy. Bitcoin back up. RSI's 38. Not much. The price action on muln changed quite dramatically, and TRKA still has that trend going on. So we'll see. Hey, Dad, I'm still alive. Alright, love you, bye. Alright, come on. TRKA is on downtrend and doesn't look to be spreading. Yeah, I think that it needs news. And if it doesn't get news, then it'll just become like a grand larceny type deal where like it just gets so low that like its assets just magnify what the price is. Kind of like what Audio C is. Not financial advice, of course. $3.2 billion in assets, and their cap is only fucking $18 million. Like, you kidding me? Maybe. Wall Street, not Sesame Street, right? It's okay, guys. Easy. Let me see if they need food or water. One second, guys. Someone just beeped in from my house. I should have never fucking tied up money in muln. I don't know why I did that. It gets me every fucking time. Yeah, I'm still gonna have a winning trade, but like, really? This is about to move up, I think. Right in there is probably the buy. Alright, Bella wants me to get off, guys, so I'm gonna get off. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Later, guys. I appreciate you.